pretty cool. Playing actually a red-blue, which is the deck that I believe Isaac is playing.
Yes.
Yeah, Isaac.
Yeah.
Isaac's playing
Yes,
red-blue.
Isaac's playing red-blue today.
So I got a little bit of experience.
Okay, looks like our matches started. Our camera has live. It went
and we're backwards.
Went a little off. Let's fix these names real quick. All right,
Looks like we are already.
So it looks like
we're a ways in.
We're a ways in. Looks like they're at 4 ink.
So
let's switch this up real quick.
Still something. It might be a slight delay.
All right. So that is deck on that side.
Deck on the left.
And then
we've got Isaac over on the right.
All right. All right. So it looks like Isaac here took out.
Just took out Sisu. He's got 2 Medusas out on Horde. Goodness.
Yeah, so that's actually kind of the only real way that the Ruby Sapphire player can kind of struggle, or not struggle, but kind of wrestle the early game away from red purple, is kind of hard ramping into these Medusas.
Mm-hmm.
Especially a list playing T-pose, they don't really have the way to invalidate the play right early. So getting to these areas where they can play Medusa like on turn 4 is really kind of how they turn the corner.
All right, hold on. We've got some sort of double feedback on your microphone here. So it looks like we have a 1-drop Sisu. Isaac has, it looks like a dime in his hand as well. And it looks like that's a Cusco as well.
Yeah, oddly enough, not a super big fan of some of the card choices he has. I mean, like, obviously Sailor would crucify me for saying that, but there's just a few things that I personally have decided to go in a different direction on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is going to give us a pretty good idea of what people are thinking and what might need to change for DLC Vegas, which is next weekend as well.
Correct.
So let's see here. We're waiting to see what Dak does here. Looks like we're both at 5 lore apiece. Dak has a full hand over there.
Do we know which player went first?
We do not know which player went first this time. We can definitely find out on who went first. It looks like Rabbit took out Tipo, Snake.
Then we're going to snake it back for another card being drawn.
Inca Maui.
So we're in like this really weird spot of the game where the Ruby Amethyst player is just trying to accrue card advantage. Without the Hymer Flavorstrom on the Ruby Sapphire side, it's really hard for that deck specifically to draw cards. So that's kind of how this matchup tends to like to play out. The Ruby Amethyst player is favored just because of their resource management and how many resources they can generate per turn versus how many resources the Ruby Sapphire player can generate. And inking a Cusco is kind of out here because you'd like to save those for their locations, castle specifically.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, just you don't want to put yourself in a position where you don't need more ink at this point, right? I mean,
well, Ruby Sapphire always needs more ink. Like, I don't think there's ever such thing as too much ink for that deck.
Fair enough. So it looks like
I've played plenty of games where I'm on 18 to 20 ink, and I'm like, oh man, I need like 3 more, and I can pop off and do everything I want to do.
I have a totally different mindset. I do not play Ruby Sapphire. I am a steel player, so once I get to 7, 8 ink, I'm like, I'm coasting.
And see, that's the punish. You ink the Cusco, your 2 Medusas, which were threatening the removing castles, get traded out, and then now we kind of don't have the ability to remove it anymore. Maui is a decent backup plan, but it just doesn't do enough on its own.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of really wanted to lean on that Cusco a little bit heavier.
Yeah, well, because no matter what, Maui can't kill that castle in one turn, so they get 2 lore regardless.
And then any amount of removal on the player of the Ruby Amethyst side is just kind of detrimental now.
Yep.
Yeah, see the Tremaine
playing
comes
Lady
out.
Tremaine. Yeah.
So now we've entered the stage of the game where the Ruby Amethyst player just gets to play tower defense. So just like keeping this castle alive by almost any means necessary. So unless the Ruby Sapphire player can draw another Cusco or draw like any kind of other hideaway effect, and then a Flynn comes down, so it's gonna get really unfortunate.
Real trouble.
Yeah. At this point, you're gonna gain 5 lore just if you don't if they don't get rid of that. Okay, we got Tamatoa.
Bringing back a popsicle.
See what it does here. What Ruby Sapphire does here? Are they gonna? What's their main goal? Get rid of that castle first?
Yeah, so they have to kind of stop the bleeding. The castle is going to gain them probably another 2 lore, depending on what the Ruby Amethyst player does. Because at this point, like, if I were playing Ruby Amethyst in this position, like you see that he has just all interaction in his hand, I would have no problem questing for 3, playing a Be Prepared, and just making my opponent have something to do. Especially because Crab is such a relevant card to get rid of. Oh, well, he has the...
Oof, he's going to bounce that.
So he can just play the Tremaine again.
Oh, that's rough.
That
Bazinga! Board clear. Doesn't even have to use a Be Prepared. Gosh, that's rough. I don't know that you come back from this, right? As a Ruby Sapphire player?
I'd be remiss to say that you do. Like, you have to have some way to remove the castle and then also remove the other cards on board, which I don't think there's a way. Especially like looking at his deck list, I don't think there's a way to kind of do all of that on this turn. His sleeves are blended in with the playmat, so I can't really see how much ink he has. But I doubt it. I doubt he's at 9.
Got Grandma Tala. Took a card, put one at the bottom. Man, so I would say that inking that Cusco kind of gave the Ruby Amethyst player deck a window to kind of...
yeah, inking Cusco basically signifies shields are down, and they just kind of go away with the castle.
Yeah, I think this got the goat to just rip that
finish
game.
It out.
Yeah. All right. So we saw the Ruby Amethyst player take that. We are in a best of 3, so I'm assuming that regardless of who went first this game, Isaac is going to choose to go first this second game.
Yeah, the Ruby Sapphire player kind of has to understand that in this matchup specifically, like, hideaways and Cuscos are essentially uninkable, as they're just too valuable in dealing with the things that you have to deal with. Obviously, the Ruby Amethyst player doesn't have any items, but they are leaning on locations. And let me look at this list really quick. Let's see if he is playing.
I don't remember that card.
Yeah, so he is playing both library and castle, which looking at it looks pretty reminiscent of the Noah list.
Yeah, that's
he's on the 1-3s instead of the Chernbox followers, and he's playing 1 Lady Tremaine, which isn't bad. Like I like this. With him having 5 locations, like I said, like Cusco's and any hideaway effects he might have are just invaluable at this point. And looking like he has 0 copies of hideaway, so he's getting a little greedy with the just 2 Cusco's as his only interaction with items or with locations.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Let's see here.
He is playing 2 copies of Mufasa though, which
Moof. Yeah. I'm sure you would approve of that, right?
Oh, for sure. I love that card.
Would you say it's a card that people don't respect, or is it pretty well played and respected?
I don't think it's a card that's not respected. I think it's a card that is just too easily removed, especially with Ruby being one of the primary colors. Like, for example, if you were to play a mirror match, that Mufasa's never hitting the board. Because the moment it does, it just gets ice blocked and reduced, and then it feels like very, very bad.
Oh, yeah. That's very true, because it's a 4.
Yeah, the inclusion of Mufasa in like Ruby Sapphire specifically is really just a nod to the steel decks. The only problem I face with that is we're already being like that deck already has a good matchup against the steel decks, so it's more of a win more card, and you kind of. I'm not sure if anyone in the chat's played Magic before, but you kind of time walk yourself by inking, like basically taking 2 ink away from yourself. But sure, you have Fishbone Quill, so you can get back up to that number pretty easily. But like, you want to be at more than 8 on the next turn that you went to 8. You don't want to be going back to 8.
Okay, I get to that. I have played Magic, but I have not played Magic that is extensively. So I played Rhinos and Elves because that was pretty self-explanatory.
You're starting to sound like me.
Yeah. So essentially, what the Mufasa does for this deck specifically is that it time walks you. So what that means is like you essentially do nothing, and like it takes you back 2 turns because of you're picking up 2 inks. And if your opponent is able to deal with the Mufasa before it gets to turn sideways, then you might as well just pack it in because you're already putting yourself at a negative tempo advantage. And when the Mufasa is removed before you can do the thing that makes the card cool, then you can't really come back from that. Like you have your 1-jumps and your T-pos and your Fishbone Quills and whatnot, but like you don't want to be going back to 8 because there's so many other things in the deck that you could be doing, right? Like you could do Maleficent Dragon, you could do Tamatoa plus item. So Mufasa specifically is a card that, like, as much as I love that card so much, I don't think Ruby Sapphire is the show for it, unfortunately.
I see. So looks like we have
this game.
Isaac inking the Maleficent, turn 1. Turn 2, inking the Maui, playing the Tipo, and inking. So we're at 3 ink for Isaac. Whereas with Dak
already got that Olaf out there, and he's questing now on his 2nd turn. It's like
Brawl playing the Mini. She's at 2-drop 1/3. So we're playing the 1/3 creatures over here, or characters. Let's see, Isaac is thinking on his play. Looks like he does have Fishbone, Brawl. Looks like he might be inking the Brawl.
For a Quill.
Quill and then inking another card. So just ramping as fast as he can, which is usually the Ruby Sapphire plan of ramp, get to your good cards. I'm assuming he's trying to get to 8 so he can play that. It looks like he has an 8-drop Sisu in his hand.
Yeah, I also don't mind playing the Tala here either. Tala also just kind of checks a lot of the boxes you want checked in this matchup. It's a good body. It can trade with most things. It also just helps you see your card. Turns off Flynn Rider. Kind of does it all.
Yeah, especially this early match where he doesn't have those high-powered cards. Got a Friends. Looks like we drew a Snake. Not sure what else. And he looks like he quested. So back to Isaac inking. That Grandma Tala, just like you said. What is he gonna take? Not quite sure what that bottom card was.
Might have been a Tamatoa.
I think he put a Tamatoa into his hand.
Let's say.
Yeah, Tamatoa is in his hand.
So this is a pretty pivotal turn for both players. Actually, there's a good shot that if Dakota here gets greedy, then he just gets his pockets ran by the Sisu. So he kind of has to, and there it is. So he does get a little bit greedy. Does opt for the card draw, and then if Isaac is able to just like go ahead and play the Sisu, it might as well be. It's very extremely hard for him to come back because the Sisu is just going to provide way too much pressure.
So looks like let's see what he ends up inking. It looks like he inks card and puts another Sisu into his hand over here. Inks a Tamatoa. Plays the Sisu board wipe there.
Yeah, so the only thing I don't like about this play is he had to just like nuke his hand for resources in order to do it, and you only have probably 2 or 3 turns before Be Prepared comes down on the other side. Yep,
so it looks like Dak's at 4 ink, so he'll ink it for this turn, go to 5, so you have 2 more turns before Be Prepared gets to wipe your board, so you pretty much have to find that Hiram, would I say, right? The Hiram at this point would be the...
Yeah, he's got to find Hiram. He has to locate some way to put cards in his hand, otherwise he's just going to get outvalued.
Yeah, because Dak has a full fist of cards over there.
Yes. Oh, you also see the Maui in his hand too, so if the Sisu ever decides to turn sideways, it is just removed from the board.
Oh, and he's going to show it anyways. Maui into Grandma.
I don't hate that actually. I like that as just like as a warning, kind of a don't come to school tomorrow card.
But does the Maui get taken out by Tipo?
No, there's no way to modulate Tipo's value higher.
Okay.
So, like if Tipo wants to run into this demigod, then he's just gonna get banished very quickly, and Maui's just gonna kind of tank the hit.
Okay. Yep. So it looks like Isaac doesn't quest at all. He just inks. I think this is where the game is going to turn if Isaac does not get some sort of card draw.
Yeah, especially Maui being able to sing, not have to just sit there and like look at the opponent is also just extremely good for Dakota.
Yeah, that's great value because I mean you don't lose that, and you can still play all of your ink, all your cards that you want. So let's see what he ends up deciding. What is he going to ink for turn? He has another Maui in hand. He's going to end up inking that Maui. Play the Medusa. Get rid of that Tipo. Okay.
And this sets up for like a Tremaine to come down on the other side, so he doesn't have to waste to be prepared. Now, if like Isaac top decks something huge like a Hiram or Automato, yeah, the be prepared is like almost assuredly coming down.
Oh, looks like you got that Tamato.
No item for that Tamato is rough. No bueno.
Yeah, that's rough because you would want a popsicle to hopefully get you into something more. Let's see here, man. What is Dakota's deciding on what he wants to do, or is it?
He could be debating on questing with the Sisu. So if you quest with the Sisu here, the Maui takes it out, and then like a Tremaine just wipes your board, and he gets to hold the B prep. I like just holding here, forcing him to like waste his own resources as well as like. So it's basically he goes -1 in the trade.
Mm-hmm.
If you quest with the Sisu here, he actually doesn't go negative at all. He just like goes 1/1.
Okay, so basically making him choose be prepared or get rid of everything on my board without destroying your own board. Which
again, like a be prepared here, does kind of sign the end of the road for Isaac, just because he plays be prepared, but on the following turn he throws down 2 castles and then looks at your opponent and says, "Okay, do something about this." And
yeah.
Without any relevant card draw, it's very hard to out that much pressure in a timely manner.
Yeah, I think Deck's deciding here whether he be prepared this turn or waits another turn. I'm assuming because looks like he has 2 be prepareds. He has Fox and a Sisu.
Honestly, if I have to follow up be prepared, I'm probably just going to go ahead and spin it now. That way I can double castle on the next turn, set up for kind of a checkmate scenario. Because Isaac's top decks would have to be exactly like Hiram into Hideaway Cusco in order to out both my castles on the following turn.
There we are. So we're going to ink the Fox and then sing Be Prepared.
Yeah, now, you can sing Be Prepared. Yeah, now he just plays he can't sing it.
Yeah, he played it. And then, yeah, Isaac looks like he did not top deck the card he was looking for. And Castle Sisu. Move this Sisu into the castle. It's pretty strong.
See, I wouldn't even bother with that. I would just put down double castle and pressure him a lot more.
Pressure with the 4.
Because now this does give him the opportunity to top deck a Cusco or something, and then it kind of stops the thing you want to do.
And brawl. Okay.
Yeah, double. So see, double castle on this board would have just given you 4 lore, and you could have just be prepared again or Tremaine, and then kept it going. He's still in the lead. His clock is just a lot longer now.
Yeah. So Isaac basically has a small window to climb out of at this point. We finally got to hire him.
There he is.
Hiram. Hiram.
Hiram.
However people like to call it.
It's Hiram Flaversham. All right. Say, you're talking about one of my absolute favorite movies here.
Not even gonna lie, I can't even remember what movie that's from. Is that Treasure Planet?
It's Great Mouse Detective.
See, Great Mouse Detective. See, Jesse, this is why you're here. Give us the Disney movie references that I fail at.
All right.
Gonna play a friend, see what we get. Got a rabbit and a Medusa from that draw. Looks like we still have 5 ink open.
Because here comes
here comes the Medusa.
Yeah, and then Medusa just kind of is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah,
you needed the Hiram to survive to even have a shot, and with him at 12 lore with an active castle that you can't remove, it is not looking good.
I think at this point you do the old scoop type of thing.
I would have been inclined to scoop quite a while ago. Because then Mufasa comes down, and then what you're gonna likely see happen is the red-purple opponent is going to quest for 3, play Be Prepared, and then he just time locked himself, essentially.
Yeah, the time walking example might be coming through here.
Yeah.
Although, do you even have to do that since I guess he's questing? Is he just
you quest for 3 because like Mufasa does represent the ability for the opponent to turn the corner, and you don't really.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's
to do that.
Yep.
Yeah. He Fox Tremaine.
Fox Tremaine back.
Oh, that's rough.
That is.
Dak just.
Yeah, and like that's the end of the game.
Yeah, that's rough. Well, it looks like Dak gets his first 1-0, and Isaac will maybe make it to the next. The next match will be a little easier for him.
Oh. Yeah, it is just a pretty tough matchup on the side of the Ruby Sapphire pilot. Ruby Amethyst is just that deck refuses to die, and it's annoying. But
I agree. Is Ruby Amethyst favored into Ruby Sapphire? Like
it is, yes.
Okay.
So we are in fact in the middle of a triangle meta. So Ruby Sapphire beats Steel Song. Steel Song beats Ruby Amethyst, and Ruby Amethyst beats Ruby Sapphire.
Okay. We got a love triangle in Disney Lorcana happening.
Yeah.
So
oddly enough, the other purple decks, so Blurple and Green Purple, they actually beat Red Purple, but they fall short into Ruby Sapphire. So that's kind of like the weird drawback. Like you are better into the decks that can't interact with your Flynn or your Hiram, but any of the decks that can interact with your Hiram are not great for you.
I see. All right, well, I'm going to go grab Dak so he can come back here and we can do a quick interview with him.
Sure.
So.
No Flynn is a good sign for Ruby Sapphire. Yeah, no Flynn is great. When my Ruby Amethyst opponent doesn't play Flynn right around turn 2, I get a little happy.
All right, so let's see here. See if we can get everybody over here. All right, so want to get that piece.
I'll grab another chair.
How's it going?
Hello.
All right. Let me see here. So we got Dak, the winner of round 1. So real quick, Dak, how did that matchup feel?
It went about as it normally goes, in my opinion. Game 1, I got the God Curve of Flynn Sisu. He couldn't really do anything against it, and then game 2, he kind of just gassed himself out with ramp instead of holding cards, and then I just was able to slow roll it and control the game.
Correct. I do have a question. Why there was a turn where you, after you Be Prepared, you could have had just double castled. Instead, you went for Castle Sisu move castle?
I didn't have double castle. I only had one.
Oh, I swear to God, I saw your hand.
No, my hand was that you're talking about game 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, game 2.
My hand was like clumped with like multiple friends, which made me ink awkward early, and then I had like Medusa, Tremaine, B preps, like a castle and a rabbit.
Okay, so maybe it was a rabbit or friends that we saw that we thought was
Yeah,
like
yeah. No, I only had one location. Otherwise, I would have just slammed them both down for sure.
Yeah, because that's actually the play that I was talking about. Is you be prepared and set up for a tournament. Just you double castle and look at your opponent and say, do something.
Yeah, I mean, Sisu is almost as good as a second castle because it's getting that 2 lore immediately on the next turn, and it's also giving me an extra card. So it's not as good as double castle, obviously, but it's a pretty good secondary line.
Yeah, for sure. Like if I didn't have double castle, that would also been a line I would have taken as well. I thought you had double castle, so I was like, it's interesting that he didn't just slam both.
Yeah, no, I wish. I wish.
Yeah, we were critiquing your hand, even though apparently we misread
How dare
it.
you not play that second castle, huh?
Yeah.
I'm sure you were probably like, yes, I need a second castle.
Yeah, especially game 1 after he inked the Cusco. It was kind of like the green light to
yeah.
your locations.
Yeah, like I started a library and inked it because it's like not a lot of value compared to everything else I had, and then I had a castle pretty early game 1, and I was just I didn't really have a good point to play it, and then as soon as he like inked the Cusco, I was like, okay, that's my green light because most red blue decks they play 2 maybe 3 Cusco or whatever the action's called.
Highway.
Yeah, so if he's getting rid of 1, he has 1 maybe 2 left, and his deck was still thick at that point, so I was like, this is about as good as time as any.
Let me put the viewers on game, so to speak. That's why I'm playing 5 copies of the hideaway effects in my Ruby Sapphire deck.
Yeah,
I do not want to see a location I can't out on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing red blue mostly for this set, but I'm just more comfortable with Ruby Amethyst, so it just switched back, and yeah, I mean, the matchup's tough no matter what. Even with the new answers that red blue has, it's still like
it's still
slightly unfavored. Yeah, you just have a winning chance now than compared to last set.
Yeah, you have some tools to help you in the matchup, but
sure.
It's definitely not great. It's still bad.
Yeah, no, you don't want to see your opponent play a Flynn or a Rabbit, but you know, every deck has a bad matchup, so.
Exactly. All right, congratulations on round 1. You took that really convincingly.
Thank you.
I did have a question. Did you go first on round 1, or did
I went second both games?
So you were on the draw.
I was on the
games.
draw both games. Yeah.
Man, that's good. 2-0 on the draw. Nice.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, and just early curve is just hard to deal with against for red blue. So I didn't have the optimal 1-drops, but just any 1-drops is better than nothing. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, the opponent really kind of ran his own pockets with the Sisu, trying to ramp to it and to get your 1-drops in a rabbit, and then they just couldn't draw cards, which was like kind of the death knell for that deck. Yeah,
he gassed himself early, so I was able to just play at the pace I wanted to, which gave me like a 10-card advantage. So
yeah, we saw the full of cards.
yeah.
I have been on the other side as the Ruby Sapphire player and been like, how many cards in your hand? And just like 8, and like that's so many.
Yeah, if you don't see like the turn 3 Hiram with that deck, you get gassed pretty quickly. So it is what it is.
Yeah, you need just some kind of way to put cards in your hand, especially against the Ruby Amethyst deck, because your resources basically double themselves, and my resources deplete themselves very quickly. So it's like that song and dance is pretty difficult.
Oh, for sure. But all right, thanks for having me. Hopefully, I'll be on the stream later.
Yeah.
All right, congratulations.
Watching
Good luck in the next rounds.
For sure. All right. So we'll see how much further we have until the match is over.
Really quick, can you unpause the video ninja just because I can't see anything there?
Yeah, real quick. Hold on 1 second. We'll be right back, guys. Yeah, that was our bad, man. We're working on it. Let's see, guys. So we're got about a few more minutes before this round is over, but let's see here. So Humble, on you obviously play a lot more competitively than we do over here on this side. What would you say the meta is? Pretty much the top 3 decks: Steel Song, Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire. That's pretty much what we'll probably see in DLC Vegas. Is the thought process on that?
Those would be the 3 most popular, yeah. So like if I were not someone who was as competitive as I am, the advice that I would give someone would be, if you're going to be participating in this DLC, I would not bring a deck that can't beat Amber Steel. So Steel Song is just kind of the boogeyman of the format right now, which is why you see Ruby Sapphire in such high numbers, because Ruby Sapphire is, I think, one of if not the only deck that poses such a difficult matchup for Amber Steel. It's got a pretty decent matchup against the rest of the field. So your green purples, blue purples, red purples, basically all the purple decks, all the opposing steel decks, any deck such as like the yellow green under the sea deck, the Steel Song deck just kind of runs over, just because they got a bunch of new tools, right? They got Naveen, that's allowing them to sing, well, quote unquote, sing songs. They got Pete, which kind of just shuts down actions, which is just extremely powerful. And you kind of see Red Blue's resurgence as one of the decks of the format, because it so handedly defeats that deck. I think if Amber Steel was able to kind of stick it to Red Blue in any kind of way, Red Blue's numbers would diminish, just because the matchups across the board aren't exactly amazing. Like, obviously it's a control deck, right? So the control deck is going to have games where it can get out of these bad situations, but it's likely present because of Amber Steel. Like, if Amber Steel wasn't the deck that it is, I don't think Ruby Sapphire would be considered as a top deck.
Okay.
But you have like decks like Blurple, which I'm a really big fan of. I love that deck. The green purple like tempo bounce deck is extremely potent as well. You have other decks like Blue Moo. I know R&B was kind of on that train for a little bit.
What is a Blue Moo? What
Blue Moo.
Blue Moo?
That's the internal name we gave it. It's the Emerald Sapphire Clarabelle ramp deck.
Okay.
Okay.
So that the deck basically consists. It's kind of a tempo deck, but you're putting a bunch of your opponent's resources back into their hand, because the larger their hand is, the larger your hand is. So you ramp to Clarabelle by like turn 4 or 5. You're able to play Clarabelle. You can draw up to like maybe 3 or 4 cards, but then on subsequent turns you just go, okay, Mother Knows Best this card, play your welcome, force you to draw 2 cards. How many cards in your hand? 9. Okay, I'll draw up to 9. And you kind of just do that on repeat. I think the most cards I've seen him draw was against a Ruby Amethyst opponent, where he drew 11 cards at the end of his turn.
Holy crap! That's insane.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, and then you have like the normal crab dime Hiram package to kind of end the game out. It was fun. It was neat. It wasn't like good by any means. Like, I don't think it's gonna be spiking a DLC this upcoming weekend. But it is a deck that needs to be kind of looked at and like have a plan for, as well as like there's a bunch of different strategies. The purple steel like repeat deck is also a deck that you can't ignore, just because they get to, one of the best cards in Shimmering Size is Pete, and being able to utilize Pete in such an abusable way is extremely taxing for a lot of decks. Steel Song specifically. The 2 decks I think that have the best matchup into Steel Song are Ruby Sapphire and the repeat deck, which I would expect those 2 decks to have some kind of great representation, just because their matchup into like the best deck in the format is so good.
I see. So basically, this Amethyst Steel would just be bouncing Pete over and over again to kind of just shut off Steel Song.
Correct. And the reason like Red Blue is so good into it is because we're gonna get to a point of the game where my cards are just better than yours. Not better as in like more expensive or do something else. It's just they're bigger. Right? Like you're playing aerials and I'm playing dragons. Like that's the rub, right? Keeping the Steel Song deck off singers is actually how you tempo them out. Because it turns out if they can't play cards for free, they don't win.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I've definitely I've tried out Steel Song myself, and I've definitely been shut off by the 7-drop Ursula, and it kind of feels bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as the person who like was trying to make Flurple meta for like a couple weeks, and I'll tell you right now that being able to play the Big Mama Ursula and look at your opponent and say you can't sing songs, and they still try. They always will try. They'll go, I'll sing this Storm, and I'm like, no, you can't do that.
That's funny.
Once they start having to pay full retail for their spells, the game gets out of their control very, very quickly, and they have to go to this aggressive game plan. But then your characters are just like bigger than theirs.
So basically, you bullied them out of the game.
Yeah, keep them off songs, keep them off the ability to sing, and then like the game is simplified to a point where it's almost easy.
Okay.
But keeping them off the singers is the hard part, especially when they have cards like Robin Hood and Naveen being able to just play songs for free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So just to be clear, Naveen would still work into playing that into the Ursula one.
Yeah, because he's not singing a song; he's just playing it for free.
Played.
Makes sense, but it wouldn't work if Pete was played, correct? Because it's an action.
Correct. If I had just played a Pete and you played Naveen, you would not be able to play any songs.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
Which is why the Sapphire Steel mirror match is also toxic, because on turn 3 you just go Pete, and on their turn 3 they go Pete, and you just both like look at each other for as long as you guys have Petes.
We'll just stare into each other's eyes.
Essentially.
That's funny. Interesting.
Which is why the Amethyst Steel repeat deck is so good against Steel Song. It's because they go Pete, and then a turn later they go, I'll bounce my Pete and play a Pete. And then a turn later they go, you'll never believe this. I'm going to bounce my Pete and play it again. And then 3 turns have gone by with a Steel Song opponent going, I will quest with my Rapunzel. And like that's just not good enough.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, especially if you fox it, then you're gonna eventually be able to take her out here quickly.
Correct. Yeah.
But makes sense. Let's see real quick how much time we have. Let's get it to chatting together real quick so we can both be on stream. I'm gonna leave Jesse here with you, Humble, while I go do some searching.
No worries.
You have enough room back there? Okay. Yep, so we're waiting to finish up round 1, hopefully going into round 2 here any minute. Now I guess I can move so I'm not halfway off the screen here.
I still can't see anything on Video Ninja, just by the way.
Okay. I'm going to hope that she knows what she's doing more with that side of it, unfortunately, because I
good.
do not. Yeah. Let's see. What else?
So are you going to Vegas?
Yes, sorry. I am not. No, unfortunately. I would say like I said, we were talking earlier, I am very much more of the fun league side of it. I tend not to do well in tournaments. And going to Vegas just was not in our plan, I guess is the best way of putting it.
Makes sense.
But
yeah, it wasn't easy getting to Vegas. It was a slog.
I'm sure. I know a couple of the others from here are planning on heading there, let's say next week. So hopefully they'll talk more about it.
Yeah, there's as much as I love these DLCs, there also is like an amount of stress that's involved because you have to like pick a deck. And so I was actually spiraling last week. I didn't know what I wanted to play, and I was like, everything's bad. I hate everything. Nothing's good in my hands. And I was out to dinner with R&B and No I'm Not because last weekend was the SUG Con Tampa, and No I'm Not came down, and we all just kind of did that for that weekend. So we're sitting at dinner, and like again, I'm spiraling, like super depressed, and No I'm Not's like, so what are you gonna play in Vegas? And I was like, slots, dude, because I'm not playing Lorcana. I know that.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's it. You're in.
Yeah, the picking a deck has been difficult. Everything beats something and also loses to something, and there's no in between. Like you're either going to steamroll this deck, and then just get absolutely demolished by this deck. So there's a lot of hope I don't play my bad matchup.
Yep. Just same. Gotta make best choice you can and pray to RNGesus that it works out for you.
Oh yeah, and the problem is sometimes it doesn't always work out, and by sometimes I mean all the time because that's how my luck is set up. But we try to mitigate the bad matchup as best as possible and work our way through it.
Right. Nice.
What about the chat? Anyone in chat going to Vegas?
Doesn't look like anybody's said anything.
They'll say something.
Right.
I see Cregan and White Breezy in there. I know they're going.
Okay.
How many players are at the 1K today?
We have, I think, we wound up with a total of 19 today.
19 or 20.
19 or 20.
Yeah. So real quick, we're gonna look at the camera real quick. Let's see here. Yeah, you can keep talking.
Did you drop it down or something?
We're trying to redo it to where it's not on the table where people can touch it. So it's in a different.
So it's actually up above. Yeah. Okay.
But it looks like there's about
we'll still
one more minute, and then they're going to round to turns.
That's Toby. That's my pooch.
Did we need to give these back to them, or that one? And then I flipped that around when he came in.
So, Humble, are you going to be at Vegas this next weekend?
I am indeed. You know, we just had a conversation about how I spiraled and almost played blackjack instead of Lorcana, but
nice. That's funny. Have you guys already discussed what your goal is?
My goal is to get a Continentals invite. I think so. There's currently eight players for Labyrinth, and 4 of us have the invite, and the other 4 of us don't. So the 4 of us who don't are just kind of all gears ahead to try to get our Continentals invite, which is why it's been so difficult. So picking a deck. So like R&B and Lorcana Bro and Sailor, and there's one more. Who is it?
Who hasn't had it? Who doesn't have it? Or
no? So essentially, all the players who have their invite. Oh no, I'm not. Are kind of already like locked in on deck because it. Like obviously they want to do well, but also they've already ascertained the goal, which is get the Continentals invite. So they're kind of playing whatever they want. Like their deck selection process. Their deck selection process is pretty simple, straightforward. I even made the joke after Atlanta that like because Aaron was like, "Damn, what do I play in Chicago?" I was like, "A starter deck. What are you talking about? You go to Continentals. You don't need to care. You can play whatever you want." So their deck selection process is a lot more easy than say mine and Zinnia lists, where we're just kind of like texting each other back and forth, like, okay, is this the list? What do we do? Do we change it? Do we need to add anything? How's it feeling? Is it good? Yeah, I got like a 75% win rate. All right, I think we keep it like this. And then the next day, it's the same cycle. Are you sure? Are you sure we shouldn't change it? I think we need to change something. So it's been rough. And then you look on the other side of the players on the team that have the condos invite, they're like, yeah, I'm just gonna play this. It's gonna be fun or whatever. And we're like, I hate it here.
So basically, it's the 4 that don't have it are super stressed about which deck to play to win, while the other 4 are, hey, which one's going to be the most fun?
Yeah, I wouldn't say we're super stressed about it. Like, at the end of the day, like, our testing process is arguably very, very good. We have some of the best players in the game that we get to just like jam games and do. And like, obviously, they're not taking it for a grain of salt either. They're putting their decks through the crucible as well.
Right.
But especially, I guess, for myself, I can only speak for myself since I don't know the heart of the other players. I want my condos invite super bad, so I'm putting a lot of pressure on myself specifically to ascertain it. And a lot of it is deck selection. It doesn't matter how good of a pilot of, Ruby Sapphire you are if you play against only Ruby Amethyst the entire day. And that's where the luck factor comes in, right? Like, the matchup I want is probably 40 or 45% of the room. Let's hope I hit that matchup a lot.
I see. Yeah, I always say tournaments are a bit of a combination of preparation and some luck.
A lot of luck.
To get what you need, because obviously playing into your favorable matchups is a lot better than playing into everything you don't want to see.
Yeah, the matchups where they're basically free for you are a lot easier and a lot less mentally taxing than the matchups that are very difficult. And I want to see Steel Song a lot in my bracket. I hope my first 5 rounds are just Steel Song and I can 2-0 them all and then just take a nap for the rest of the day.
Yeah, because if you 2-0 5, then you just need a 1-1 the rest of it, right?
I'm pretty sure if you 2-0 the first 5 rounds, you can just draw the next 4.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's where the colluding and all of that comes into.
Yeah, two game format. Turns out it added more of that to the game.
I agree, unfortunately, because usually in a three game format, it's mostly the last 2 rounds where you kind of see that happening more, I think.
Like that was the biggest thing that we were talking about is like it's crazy to us that you just win the first 5 rounds, you 2 of the first 5 rounds, and then the next 4 rounds you just shake hands and you're in top cut.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, like it is insane until until you're one of those players. It's like, okay, I need to shake hands this round. I really do. And I hope on breakers.
Yeah, that's true.
Like in Chicago, I did manage top 64, but I was I topped in 64th place on breakers. So.
Dang, that's
wow.
Cutting it close.
Yeah, it is kind of close, but we got there, and that's what matters.
Well, I'm sure you'll do fantastic, Humble. You are definitely a top player. So, I mean...
Yeah, Atlanta and Texas, I kind of trolled myself by playing my pet deck in Mufasa. Didn't work out in my favor. Atlanta specifically, I played 8 uninkable cards and had trouble inking in 5 of my rounds. So variance kind of beat me up there. And then I just played against Bucky 5 times in Texas, which was my worst matchup. So.
I mean, Texas was an interesting... I went to Texas and I played Bucky, and I was like, where are all the Bucky players? I didn't see a single one. But...
I played them all. I thought all
you were on that, playing all the 5 mirror matches?
Yeah, which is... So I was alive for day 2 up until around 7 or 8, and then I lost the first game, so I just conceded to my opponent. I wasn't going to gatekeep him. And then I looked at the top 8 or the top 64 on the next day when all the lists got released, and I was like, looking at my Mufasa deck, and I was like, man, I'm really glad I didn't top 64 because this would have been horrible for me. Because it was like, out of the 64, there was like 30 or 40 some odd Bucky decks, and I was like, no, thank you. I do not want to be part of this.
Goodness.
Yeah. Was it Texas who that Bucky won, or was that?
No, Bucky won in Chicago.
Chicago. Okay, that's right.
Red Purple won in Texas.
Okay.
And then Yellow Green won in Toronto.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting format in Toronto. The post Bucky errata pre set 5.
Yeah, and people asked me what deck I thought was going to spike that event, and I said Yellow Green. Because after testing Yellow Green, testing against Yellow Green, that deck was way more oppressive in the discard niche than Bucky ever was. Because when you look at, if you look at the Bucky deck, right, like it's just this squirrel and a bunch of not good cards that just make the squirrel a little bit better.
Fair enough.
But then the Yellow Green deck is just like Prince John and You Have Forgotten Me. Like that's a 3/4 combo that is real good because people did forget about that card.
Yes. That's from last round.
That's
right?
last round, yeah.
Yep.
Let me go. I believe they're in turn.
Let's say, are they about to?
They're about to get their matchups, so I'll be right
Okay. Looks like we're about to have matchups for round 2. So
Wonderful.
Uh-oh. Okay, looks like we just heard them say that the pairings are up, so we should start being able to talk about that any moment.
I hope we get some spicy deck lists.
Yes. Let's see what we got.
Pretty sure I asked how many players, and I don't remember what the answer was.
I'm sorry. We have 19 players today.
19. Okay.
Hold on real quick. I'm gonna move that camera just a bit. I'm gonna go back and forth just a little bit.
Okay.
Round 2 is just about to start, so I'm getting information.
Perfect.
Just to let you know, the Video Ninja.
Okay.
I had someone tell me that Emerald Sapphire is the best deck right now. It's possible. I doubt it, just because like I said, I've partaken in the testing of every combination under the sun, so I didn't have to play one of these decks. And it just doesn't have the tools. It lacks. It lacks the ability to have like consistently good removal and like an actual sweeper. So
And then you're
that's
saying
kind
that's
of
up
the
to
issue.
date for him yet.
Let's see. I have to like We send it every time. So.
Oh, okay.
Screen share.
That's what's going on. That.
Oh, that's way better.
And then if you just.
There you go.
Can you see that, Humble?
Thank you.
Yeah, I can see it.
Guy on the left is Gabe.
Guy on the left is Gabe.
Guy on the right is Ernie.
Okay.
Are they both 1-1? I mean 1-0?
They correct. Ernie had the round 1 bye.
Okay.
That is Ernie's deck list. I don't know if you have a pen back here. If you could write that for me. And this is Gabe's deck list.
Okay.
And I will see myself. Do you have the deck list from the last round?
Right here.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I'll see myself out.
Okay.
55 minutes, right?
55 minutes on the clock. Round is started.
Okay.
Awesome.
We've got Ruby Amethyst for Gabe and
It's like Steel Song for
Ernie.
Some Steel Song action.
Yeah. Let's get these names up here correct.
Right.
Sonic, he wants Nog.
Red is Nog, yeah.
Then
Gabe.
Gabe. All right.
Okay.
So it looks like Gabe, who is on the left
Here.
is from St. Mary, Kansas, so not a local. And Nog is a local here from Wichita, Kansas.
Awesome.
Yes. So we're going to see how this goes for them. Looks like they've rolled. They have their starting hands. And it looks
Nog's
like
on the play.
Nog's on the play.
And he's getting that Cinderella out, turn
Yep.
1.
Yeah. Looks like he must have a pretty good starting hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
he's
you
got
see the card he kind of just shuffled to the front of his deck, or his hand rather, is the Strength of the Raging, not Strength, the Storm Rage on.
Mm-hmm.
So the red Ruby Amethyst player is getting a little bit rewarded. He still gets to do it. He still gets to draw cards off of it. Doesn't get to remove it, which is like not ideal, but still we take those.
Because it's still damage and it's still a card draw, correct?
Yeah, the damage doesn't matter as much as the card draw. Like obviously you would like to, trade your resource and get like a +1 off of it. But the the Steel Song deck is inherently just super greedy. So drawing a card is actually huge for them. Because their deck is so many inkable cards that just getting that card draw cycling and making sure they have ink is kind of pivotal to the gameplay.
So it looks like Gabe did not play anything on turn 2. And another Storm. Let the Storm.
That'll finish off
Olaf get another card draw. We'll see what he does with the Robin Hood. Does he have the Shift Robin Hood? He
There
does.
he is.
That's a good start for the Steel Song player.
I like this play a lot, actually. Even if you had a whole new world, I don't know if I would have burned it there. Looks like he doesn't. But being able to just get on the board and pressure them, force his brawl onto something like a Cinderella, so the aerial he's about to play is just basically weapons free.
Mm-hmm. So looks like I think we have a Piglet in Nog's hand. I can't tell what else he has in there. So let's see here.
To answer chat, yes, standing should be on Melee. You should be able to pull that up if you go to the website.
Yeah, on the one drop Melee.
The one drop
tournament. So looks like he did 2, played the Piglet. It doesn't look like he inked for turn over here on Nog's side. So he's still
he might have just like I said, that really greedy hand normal Steel Song players have, just not being able to ink cards. Which playing the Piglet was a little weird. I think I would have like played the Aerial, but kind of sniffing out another Brawl.
So kind of make him use his resources before he plays what he really wants.
Yeah, kind of. Because if the Piglet survives, right? If the Piglet doesn't get Brawl, that's just 5 lore in your favor.
That makes sense. So it looks like we got another Storm in our hand that he got from the Aerial. I think he's trying to figure out how much, what he needs to do. Gonna play.
I don't like questing here with Robin Hood. The opponent being able to have a Maui here is like kind of detrimental to the thing you want to do. Especially because Maui doesn't trade. Like you get a card off of it, but I think the card is negligible.
I agree. I thought that was kind of weird myself. Just
especially after you've been drawing off of those Storm Rage ons. It's not like you're hurting for card draw.
Yeah.
Already.
So looks like he uses Storm on Maui, drew a card, playing an Ursula, passing.
I guess in hindsight it probably is a little bit better since you have this latest Storm Rage on. So you still get the 2 lore off the Robin Hood. You're not really sacrificing any pressure, and you still get you get an additional card as well as the card you're going to draw off of the Storm Rage on.
So looks like he played Elsa, the 5-drop Elsa. Didn't attack into it, or didn't challenge into it.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no real reason to, especially with the Steel Song decks playing 4x copies of Rapunzel's. If the Elsa just challenges freely into either one of these cards, the punish is exactly Rapunzel coming down, healing the damage, and like just fueling the hand more.
Which makes sense. We don't want to give them that potential draw power.
We're going to have Ursula saying Along Came Zeus, looks like, to take out Elsa.
Yeah. So his Steel Song is definitely controlling the board as of right now. Got 7 for Be Prepared.
Yeah. And actually, like that play was probably a play of necessity. Like he had to. But the Steel Song player didn't lose a whole lot. They lost an Aerial and an Ursula, which is like fine.
So I'm assuming he didn't have another play because he only played 1 card. Because I mean, at this point, your Medusa range, Tremaine, and
it's likely just a lot of reactive spells that he can't utilize. So like Zeus's, Storm, Rage on, Strength of Raging Fire, stuff like that. He's not putting any characters on board, and they can't really touch the castle. So.
Alright, so I got this 2 lore from Castle. Playing 7 for another Be Prepared, which is... There we go. Protecting his castle at this point.
Yep, playing tower defense as per usual.
That is what Ruby Amethyst does, right? Protect your castles, protect your rabbits.
Correct.
Alright, no Singer, so he had to use all 4 ink to play the Zeus to do 5 damage on that castle. Got move goat to castle.
Looks like he just pulled a Naveen.
Really big card here.
Yep. It looks like he has a...
He's got 4 ink, it looks like.
4 ink. Storm Rage on 2 damage on that. Draw the card. Ink of Rapunzel. I think he has a Grab Your Sword.
I think I saw a Grab Your Sword earlier.
Not really a card that offers you much in this matchup.
Yeah.
Right.
Got that rabbit for Gabe. Let's see what he does. Got 3 more ink available for that Sisu.
The ink the Maui. So move that Sisu over, it looks like.
Move the rabbit
over.
Okay. Quest for 1, go to 8. Man, he's... Nog's over here drawing all of the uninkable
You gotta live by the Steel Song, die by the Steel Song. If you're gonna willingly put upwards of 20 uninkables in your deck, you're gonna see them.
Sometimes you don't see them. Or
So
you
he's kind of forced here to take out the castle. It's just generating too much value. I think his only option right now is to remove the castle with the Naveen. Ooh, and he's just going to go for a grab your swords.
And then let's see what he follows it up with. Shmi. Ink the Rapunzel past turn.
See, I'm not a fan of this. The castle's just going to kind of close the door on him. He hasn't seen any whole new worlds, and now he puts the Naveen in a position to get traded by this Sisu, which, as the red purple player, like I'm inclined to not really care about.
Okay. Would the play have been better if he paid for grab your swords and then went into the castle?
Yeah, so like you can probably reasonably ascertain that like the castle is the thing that's generating him the most value. I'm not really a big fan of I don't care about Goat right now. You have to get the castle off the board. Like you also put 5 damage. You wasted one of your best removal spells to put 5 damage on the castle, and then to not remove it seems like a waste to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Especially against something like Ruby Amethyst, where they need those cards. So you're sacrificing your singer to sing a song that is not going to remove much, especially because purple can just pick that damage back up and not have to leave it on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that makes sense. If you're gonna damage the castle, might as well finish it off as soon as possible.
Right. Yeah, like you were gonna play a Smee anyway. So like the theory is, yeah, next turn I can remove the castle, blah blah blah. But why just do it this turn? Deny your opponent 2 lore and a card.
Yeah. Let's see. He has
He dropped an Olaf and a crab to give Sisu Challenger to take out Naveen.
So he took out the rabbit.
Yeah, he's gonna play the Rapunzel to try to draw some cards here.
Okay.
So this Queen's Castle has just gained him, I think, what?
At least 6 lore, right?
Minimum. I think it's more along the lines of 8 because he was at 0 when he played the castle, and the castle has got him all the way to the area he's at now.
Yeah, 13. Right. He is potentially 16 if he quests. So I mean, basically next turn if he doesn't clear the board.
And I see a big Sisu in the red purple opponent's hands, so like. It's pretty much a wrap from this point. You just play the big Sisu, wipe his entire board. The one of your little guys can just trade, draw a card, play the big Sisu, wipe his board, and like you just ride these castles to victory. When very easily he could have outed the castle 3 turns ago.
Mm-hmm. Quest for 2, go to 15. That's pretty much game. Yep, scoops it up. I mean, I feel like the Steel Song player started pretty decently, but ended up with a bunch of uninkable songs on his in his hand.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate, obviously, but also just letting your opponent's win condition stay on the board for as many turns as he wanted was not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that, folks. If you're gonna attack the castle, kill the castle.
Same. Never hurt what you can't kill.
Yeah, like there was just no reason to like play or sing rather the grab your swords. Like, what would have been the difference of removing the castle and then playing the grab your swords for 5?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that I would have. That's the play I would have done in my. If I was playing that. You were gonna say something, Jesse?
I don't think I was. I'm trying to remember now.
Not to put you on the spot over here.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So Ruby Amethyst, this is basically the deck that beats Ruby Amethyst. Is that correct? Favorable matchup.
Typically, yes, it is a favorable matchup. The red purple pilot can win games like you saw here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the game would have been anywhere near as kind of lopsided as it was had the castle been taken out.
Mm-hmm.
But Big Sisu really does kind of put a nail in the coffin for the Steel Sun player. You also saw the Ruby Amethyst pilot have 3 copies of Be Prepared, 2 of which he cast, and then like basically board wipe his opponent 3 times, which is almost almost enough to beat anything.
Right.
With the castle on the board too.
Yeah,
so,
that's the reason I say like you have to get rid of the castle. Like, you have to like kind of like you're basically sacrificing your Naveen to the gods, but like you've got to get rid of the castle.
No.
Yeah, I mean, because castle not only gives you lore, if you have a character on there, they're drawing as well, and you do not want them to have that card advantage over you.
Steel Song player is only getting 2 cards. I'm interested to see the makeup of his hand.
Must have the perfect curve hand
Yeah.
with inkable cards. Hopefully.
Well, I saw he had a lantern, and that is a very powerful card for this archetype, especially with like Naveen being able to play Naveen a turn sooner than normal is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, because I mean, you could do turn 1, 1 drop, turn 2, lantern, tap the lantern, play another 1 drop, so you have 2 characters on the board still, even with the lantern.
Well, not even that. The ability to just go like 1 drop, lantern, Naveen, sing wheel is also extremely powerful.
Yeah, and that would pretty much disrupt the Ruby Amethyst.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just being able to undo the mulligan and essentially like make them play with what they draw. Is kind of how that deck garners advantages a lot of the time. Like if the Steel Song player was able to resolve a whole new world at any point in the beginning stages of the game, like if he would have played the aerial and then like found a whole new world and then been able to sing it, then you kind of get into positions where you kind of disrupt what your opponent's doing. He would have gotten 2 Be Prepared out of the opponent's hands, which is like wonderful.
Yeah, that's definitely what you want to see in the discard pile. Is bye-bye, Be Prepared. 2 less I have to worry about.
Right. Get some Nogs out again. Turn 1. I missed what he inked, but we've got Cinderella out again.
Bare Necessities.
There we go.
Oh man, got that brawl.
Get Brawl out of there immediately.
Yeah, Bare Necessities is
feel
such
good.
a good card. It's one of my favorites. It's also just very, very good to not play a 1 drop against Steel Song sometimes because they can just use the need to swing and like remove it. Which is what you saw he did. He had the option to play Trinity Followers and just didn't bother.
Is that the play you would have done as well? Just put 2 1 drops on turn 2?
Possibly, like especially because you have to tax them so hard, right? So like in this position, your opponent can like still sing the Storm Rage on, but you don't want to give it to them on turn 2, especially because they are so greedy. So a lot of the times you can kind of out tempo your Steel Song opponent by just not playing a 1 drop, so they can't use it to draw a card. And then sometimes you're gonna have him be in positions like this where he just plays an ink and passes the turn with no action.
So we're gonna quest with both Chernobyls. It doesn't look like he's gonna trigger the banishment of them, or maybe
he might on 1.
You might be thinking.
Looks like he's debating it.
Or he's gonna play.
He's debating looking at Snake.
I would probably trigger 1 and then play Snake for the other one. You always want to draw cards before you make a decision.
There we go.
So it looks like he snaked the Chernobog, so not triggering any of the banishments. Do you eat the Chernobog at this point since it's done its...
Yeah, you don't really want to leave anything with like 1 toughness on the board, especially like in this position if he wants to trade a Cinderella for a Chernobox followers, like I'm all for it. There's also the possibility he just like sings a Storm Rage on. Or that.
Oh, that's rough.
That's...
Oh, man. Cindy out here. That's a good play. I think that's going to be a little tough to... Because even Maui has another turn before it comes out.
No. Maui comes out in the following turn, but it's still the Maui plus Snake, I do believe, is enough to remove the Cinderella.
The Snake wouldn't do any damage to the Cinderella, though.
Snake is a 3/3.
I say it does 1. I
Oh,
think.
yes, you're right.
Yep.
So Maui will do 4, and then the snake will do 1.
Yeah. That is true. Get rid of that snake then.
Yeah, not if he's
Sunflower.
gonna quest with it.
For Gabe.
That's a no bueno.
Let's see here. Tapping that Robin Hood. All right.
Yep.
I guess if the opponent decides to trade the snake, it's still the same outcome, and you still get a lore. So that's a heads up play.
Yeah. Would the better option have been to quest with Cinderella since you possibly know that it's going to come out?
Potentially. Like, you know he's going into Maui turn, so turning it sideways at all is a little unfortuitous.
Because, I mean, at that point, you make the opponent be the aggressor instead of you. Can play the Storm, do 2 damage to the rabbit, draw a card. See what he does with Robin Hood. Zeus it.
Wasting how many resources on a rabbit is not something I would have been interested in, but...
It was an interesting play.
Right.
Alright, we're back to Gabe. We'll see what he does. Is he going to ink and maybe does he have a
Gabe actually doesn't have to do anything, which is the wild part. Even if the Steel Song opponent just quests for 3, you just play Be Prepared next turn. Oh, I guess Pete changes enough.
Not this turn.
Yeah. Pete. No Be Prepared next turn, so...
You're still not under a lot of pressure, which is, like, I still feel pretty fine as the red-purple opponent. Because, like, you can't Be Prep this turn, but your opponent's on no cards in hand. And if, like, whatever they play, if they commit to the 1 card in hand, rather, whatever they play, if they commit to the board, as long as the top 5 of their deck isn't exactly another Pete, he just Be Prepared next turn with the same effect.
Right.
Looks like we've got 2 Sisus. Is that I can't tell if that's a Be Prepared in his hand.
It's a Be Prepared and 2 Sisus.
Right.
Shifting Sisu all will remove the Cinderella, which I guess is fine to get rid of a shift line.
And quest for 3 at that point. Looks like Nog is also only on 4 ink at this point. Since he has that lantern in play and knows that Ruby Amethyst can't get rid of it. Okay, quest and then Zeus that Sisu.
Yeah, and then no real punishment, right? Because like the top card wasn't exactly Pete, so you just Be Prepared this board, and
Yep.
Now the Steel Song opponent is on the back foot.
Yeah. With
Ruby Amethyst has the ink advantage, and with the cards he has in his hand, they're just basically a bunch of removal spells. Ooh, drawing a rabbit here is also really good.
rabbit draw. Is that a snake? I think it's no Flynn. Inks to Flynn.
I think it's a goat.
Yeah.
Goat. I think they're
He didn't
talking about the
lore
lore
from the last time he quested.
Right. Well, it looks like he has a pad off to the right that he was keeping track on.
Yeah. Yeah, we're having the players keep track of their lore on a paper as well as the tablet on screen.
Bringing out a Smee and another little Cinderella.
So at this point, Big Sisu, since he has that, wouldn't do anything except for get rid of the small Cinderella at this.
Correct. And in this juncture, I think it's probably correct to get rid of this Robin Hood, even if he draws a card. Like I said, taking your opponent off Singers is how you win these games. you saw in the first game, just like 2 be prepared and then a Sisu to make sure none of the songs that he draws are able to be played for free are huge.
Okay. So now he's gonna have to decide whether he takes out the Robin Hood or doesn't. Oh, looks like he's just gonna pass. Not even gonna quest. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what Nog drew, but I don't think it seems to be the card he wanted. Is it the strength of a raging fire?
Yeah, and it just doesn't do enough right now. He needs another character.
Is he gonna play it anyways? Go for that Sisu. Yep. Just so that it dies going into any of the cards.
Quest with
And then quest.
Shmi.
But see, the questing with the Smee here is a little awkward because now the rabbit just trades and he gets to draw a card, which is not ideal. Essentially giving him another look for a Medusa, because if he draws a Medusa and hits the Robin Hood, it's basically game over.
Yeah, because it looks like Nog doesn't have any cards, so he's hellbent at this point.
Nog is just top decking on a wing and a prayer.
Maui into
Smee.
Grab your swords wouldn't be too terrible at this point, I guess.
Yeah, it would get the 2 biggest cards. It would get the threat of Sisu and then Maui off the board. But I'm still not sure how wonderful that is, because now the Ruby Amethyst opponent's just gonna start mushing.
Yeah. Let's see.
Ruby Amethyst player is also on 0 cards, so if the opponent ever draws a whole new world, it's almost not good to cast.
Is that a big tank? No.
Nope, Zeus.
Oh, at least get rid of that Maui.
Trade into the Sisu or trade into the rabbit? Nope, he's just gonna quest.
Just questing.
At this point, would you even be worried about that Robin Hood? You would just keep questing, and you're gonna outrace him, right?
No, because you're gonna remove the Robin Hood because you don't want them to rip a song. But even then, at that point, the only song they could rip that could get them back in the game is Whole New World, and it also gets you back in the game as well. So it's likely that he doesn't care anymore about it.
Well, there's Whole New World.
Yep. Does he take it? I don't know. You have to.
I say at this
blow
point.
Up that board.
Right.
They have game on board.
I say they quested all the way up. So.
Yeah, they're at 18.
Yep.
All right. Looks like Gabe takes that 2-0. Man. That was
looking like a good day for Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst cleaning up.
Which is why I'm interested to see what his hand was. If he didn't have a Whole New World in the opener or a way to sing it early, I don't think I would have kept that hand.
Yeah, it's because it seemed like he only put back 2. So when you do that, you assume that your opponent has the perfect hand, basically. At that point. I'm assuming that he had the Robin Hood, Cindy, a song, and the lantern in his hand.
Yeah, but even against Red Purple, I don't think the song that he kept, I don't think was good enough. You really wanted to see the ability to play a Whole New World to kind of get yourself back in the game. Because without ways to interact with the opponent's board state, you just fall behind very quickly.
Yep. All right. Give this back. I'll go grab the winner, Gabe, to come back here. What's that?
I can go get him.
You will? Right.
Yeah.
Go for it, man.
Sure, why not?
Stretch your legs a little.
Yeah.
All right.
Throw this fight as well.
And it looks like the previous tournaments we've had a couple of swings from Ruby Amethyst back to Steel Song on some of these. What was it? The PPG 2K and 1K that was happening last weekend.
There was a 2K and a 1K. There's 2 1Ks and a 2K for SCG.
Okay, SCG.
Last weekend.
Okay, that's what it was.
And there was the last big event was the CCS 10K, which Steel Song won the 10K.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. My teammate won both the 1Ks for SCG Con, and Yellow Green won the 2K, and Steel Song was actually in the finals of the 2K and lost the favored matchup.
They lost against the Ruby Amethyst, I'm assuming, or
no? So the 2K, the finals of the 2K were Yellow Green discard, so Yellow Green Under the Sea, and Brandon DeCandio on Steel Song.
Okay.
And Brandon just it was a favorable matchup for the Steel Song opponent or Steel Song pilot, but some unfortunate draws because, like I said, the deck is greedy. Some of the unfortunate draws just like allowed the opponent to kind of turn the corner.
I mean, that happens. If you have a greedy a deck, then you must be willing to die by that. Ruby Sapphire is slightly greedy as well, correct? I mean, they usually have...
it can be. So you have about 20 to 22 uninkable cards, but the thing that most players don't understand is anywhere between, here we are. Like in my list, for example, like 7 of my uninkable cards actually ink me a card. So like they're not technically uninkable.
All right.
You're also the Fishbone Quill deck, so 22 uninkables for you was like 16 for a normal deck.
That makes sense. All right, so it looks like we have Gabe here. Congratulations,
Thank you.
got that. It looks like a 2-0 against
it.
your not favorable matchup either, Steel Song.
Well, I haven't thought it was that bad with the 2 big Sisu. It is risky. If you could see, you couldn't see my hand probably. But in the second game, I had ended up with 2 big Sisu in my hand before the first Whole New World happened. And so I thought, well, I'm gonna just lose him, and that's like my best, tempo play against Steel Song. But he never found a Whole New World. I don't think he drew too well. Like I didn't feel like I outplayed him or anything. It just Steel Song kind of didn't hit its pieces. I mean, it could have gone so differently. He could have just like game 1 where he just had a Robin Hood sitting out there. If that Robin Hood had a Whole New World to sing, it would have been over. So yeah, that's just. I haven't played much Ruby Amethyst, so I'm just looking to practice. I'm not going to Vegas here, but I will be going to Seattle. So I'm just trying to play a bunch of different decks, and that's what I chose today.
So you said you're new to Ruby Amethyst. I saw that you started playing at the end of set 2. Have you been playing Ruby Amethyst since that?
No, all of set 3 I played Blue Steel because there was some content creators, Skylar Dunce, who played a lot on stream, and I knew I had to just pick a deck and practice with it to even be competitive. So for set champs and stuff, I played Blue Steel the whole way. Set 4, I played No Wheel Blue Steel at the beginning and then Harps at the end.
Okay.
And this is the first time I've played Ruby Amethyst.
Is this your first tournament?
I think I played 1 set champs with it, but I didn't really put too much thought into it. I just had the deck to practice against, and so
makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it's do you feel pretty like it went pretty smoothly overall on how you?
Yeah, I mean, I can't take much credit. It's taken from a lot of much better players than I. Just a mixed match of ideas. I had no idea what to expect. I drove almost 3 hours to get here. So
makes sense. Yeah. I mean, Ruby Amethyst is the boogeyman of since set 2. I feel like. Yeah. Can't get away from that.
Ruby Amethyst has been the boogeyman since set 1.
We can't get rid of it. It's like a bad dream that you can't wake up from.
That deck refuses to go away.
I agree.
Yes.
Is that Humble on the other side?
That is Humble.
Hey,
yes.
Hey!
Yes.
I played you in a theater tournament. When you made your run on Mufasa, we split like round 6.
Oh, really?
5.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
awesome.
I was on Blue Steel. I think in the video you were like, "Dang, I had this Blue Steel guy in the ropes, and then he just drew everything." And yeah,
That's you.
that was you.
How was small
Yeah,
world, man?
right. Recognize your voice there. Big fan of Labyrinth.
Awesome.
Big fan of everything you guys do.
I'm also a pretty big fan of Labyrinth.
Yes.
That is for sure. So we'll see you in Seattle, DLC Seattle. I mean, and it looks like your goal with Lorcana is to make it to Continentals.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta make a top cut first, right?
Yeah,
But you know, all the pros say you just gotta give it time, and I'm giving it time. I'm enjoying every event. So
for sure, man.
Yeah. I do have a question on game one. When you mulligan, did you keep any amount of Be Prepared in your hand? Or
no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah.
You just like drew all of them?
Yeah, I had a really scary mulligan. Like I had to skip. I had to skip playing a couple things to make sure I got up to 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think that's one of those situations where if you like your deck just like here's all your Be Prepared, and if you get wheeled, haha.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I got extremely lucky not to get wheeled early both games. I don't know if he had it and was waiting it out, but yeah, I don't think his mulligan was extremely good in this game 2 specifically. Yeah, I do think Ruby Amethyst is the master of getting out of bad mulligans. Unless it draws like 6 uninkables, which it rarely does.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah,
I mean, like Amethyst is the color of getting out of a bad situation just because Rabbit is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rabbit plus bounce is just like, I'm just gonna draw 3 cards this turn and then pass the turn.
That, and I mean, you got friends as well. That you know,
who doesn't love a pot of greed?
Yeah. Let me draw all these cards. Rabbit, sing, for sure. Well, man, thanks for being on the stream and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Appreciate it.
Hopefully
Thanks
we'll see you on stream again, and best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Congrats on your 2-0.
Thank you.
For sure. Not easy to do against Steel Song.
No.
Do that. All right.
I don't know what he kept, but that's what he got rid of game 2.
Game 2, it looks like we can bring Dog in here if he wants to come in.
He does not.
Okay.
I already asked.
Okay. Looks like he threw back a Zeus and Grab Your Swords on game 2.
Those are the 2 that he got rid of. We don't.
So he must have
Didn't
had.
think to ask what he kept hold of, but
he likely held Cinderella. It was probably Cinderella, Lantern, Ariel. The Ariel I think got brawled. And then it was.
So I think he had the 1-drop and the big Robin Hood game 2, didn't he? Or was that game 1?
Shipped it into that, didn't he?
It might have been Cinderella into Lantern, play Robin Hood, turn 3, ship Robin Hood, but he didn't have a song to sing. He was kind of hoping to draw a whole new world off that, and it didn't hit.
Right.
Yeah. That's a little rough, for sure.
Yes.
So let's see here. Probably have about 10 more minutes before our next round. Well, at least we've had Ruby Amethyst, which apparently we have quite a number of Ruby Amethyst players out there.
We've had the big 3 so far.
Yeah,
we have.
Ruby Amethyst is indeed just a very good deck.
Time for some spice, right?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get the spice here. I wonder if we'll see any Emerald Steel. I don't know if the Emerald Steel's even in any type of real competitive spotlight right now.
Right.
I've seen some lists. I think there was a list in a tournament in Paris. It was like a 250 player event, and like a green steel list top there.
Interesting.
250, but that's
250.
That's a lot of people.
That is a lot of people.
I think it's one of the biggest events so far.
Goodness.
For this set. I could be wrong. I'm not sure how many the CCS had.
Oh yeah, that's true. I don't know that I heard that they had more than 200 at theirs.
Oh well, if it's only 200, that's hardly at all.
I mean, the DLCs are anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000, so
that's.
I mean,
can't confirm the DLCs are a lot of people.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it's only 9 rounds. Like, I find that interesting. A 9-round 2-game format of Swiss. So maybe we'll see more rounds in the future, but I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know that we will.
I kind of hope not, man, because like I did in Texas, I did 9 rounds of the main event, and then I didn't convert to day 2. So on Sunday, I did the competitive side of it, and I was thinking it was going to be like a quick 4-round, 5-round thing. It turned out to be 8 rounds, so I played 17 rounds of Swiss over 2 days, and I don't want to have to do that.
That's a lot. Yeah, because the constructed competitive ones are 8 rounds, and then I think the top 4 get anywhere from 200 tickets, if I remember correctly.
So Texas was the first time they did it, so I got a little lucky. Top 32, like up to top 64 got something. Like if you got top 64, you got a t-shirt. If you got top 32, you got like 80 tickets. And like the first place was 300 tickets. And
okay.
I got 30 points in the main event, so all I wanted to place at Rapunzel, so all I needed was like 60 more tickets. It was like, cool, I just gotta get the top 32, and like it's fine. And I managed to get there. And like I had like I think 18 tickets left over. I just gave them to the person I beat in like the last round. I was like, I don't you know.
No, that was nice of you. Look at you spreading the love over there.
Yeah, like because I told my teammates, I was like, hey, if I win these 300 tickets, do you guys want anything? Because like all I want are exactly these 4 Rapunzels.
You're like everything else is for you guys to have.
Yeah, like I own 4 of every card in the set, so like packs didn't matter. Like I already have the shirt, so like I didn't need a shirt. The playmat was, I mean, I could have got the playmat, but I wasn't gonna sell it, so there wasn't any like reason for me to have it.
Makes sense.
Like the only thing I wanted was the promo cards. So my plan was to get to the front of the line, say, here's 80 tickets, please let me have these Rapunzels, and turn around and say, does anyone what do you guys want?
Nice. Do you also have Cinderella promos?
I do not. I'm allergic to steel, so I will never play with them.
Man. Well, if you ever find yourself with the Cinderella promos, I am a steel person, so you know we can work out a deal or something.
Oh, for sure. Hopefully in Vegas, I won't have the luxury of playing a side event because I'm just winning the event. But if I do and I manage to get my hands on some Cinderellas, I'll definitely keep in touch.
All right, that's fantastic. There.
We have a message on Discord. Send him a message if you need.
Yeah. Let's see here. Did he end up telling us how much time was left?
He did not.
Gosh.
He just disappeared.
Just giving commands over here.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break.
Okay, go for it, man. All right. So, let's go through some of these. So, Jesse, how are you feeling about the tournament so far?
It's been fun. So far, we're, end of round 2?
End of round 2.
So,
I know.
Still got a ways to go. But thankfully, I think if I heard correctly, we're doing 5 rounds and then top cut?
Yeah, 5 rounds
today?
top cut. So we'll have 3 more rounds before we get to the single elimination portion of things. So that's kind of exciting. So we'll get that bigger, get this smaller. We're still trying to figure out our camera angle over here. Let's see here. And then, of course, like Humble said, DLC Vegas is next weekend.
Yeah.
And that's I believe there's 2,000 players in that one.
My goodness.
Yeah.
You're headed to that, aren't you?
I am headed to that one.
Nice.
So hopefully I do well. The last one I went to was Fort Worth. And I ended up getting 37 points, but my goal is to get that Let It Go promo. So basically how you do that is whoever top 64 obviously make it into day 2, but then from there whoever has the last person's points, so let's say top 64, the 64th person has 44 points.
Okay.
And every single person who has 44 points gets a Let It Go as well.
Yeah, so it's top 64 and then whoever's tied for 64th.
Yeah, with point wise. So you get ranked. And
so
then
even if you're not in the top 64, if you're tied with 64th place,
yes,
you'll get one. Oh, okay.
Yes.
And
So
it,
makes
also,
sense.
it also doubles. So if the amount of players is 1,000, like if it's like 1,024, top 64 will get the promo as well as anyone who's tied. If it's a 2,000 player event, then top 128 will get the promo, and whoever is tied with that many points. And like so, for 1,000 players, only 4 Mickey Mouses get to the top 4. When there's 2,000 players, there's 8 Mickey Mouses go to the top 8.
That's right. Yes. So, and I believe Vegas is are they the 1,000 or the 2,000? Do you know by chance?
Oh God, I hope they're the 2,000.
So I don't know if they're the 1,000 or the 2,000 event as of right now. So depending on that is where my goals is going to be. Obviously, day 2 is always the goal, but I also set realistic expectations for myself.
Yeah.
So getting into the 40 points would do it, and then obviously if I can get top 128, if there's 2,000 people, you know, that's what I want. Come back and flex that.
Right.
That Let It Go promo is no joke. I sold mine for 900.
Yeah, it's crazy. It looks good too, from what I've seen.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful card.
Yeah. Brohammington is.
Luckily, I don't have RMD's shiny card syndrome where everything's got to be max rarity.
Yeah, RMD has quite the collection. From seeing Twitter, I'm like, man, he has it all.
Yeah, he sent me a picture of the deck he's thinking about playing in Vegas. It's just all enchanted. Just all of it.
That's so crazy.
I'm like, okay, well, I guess pop off king, sure.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be slightly intimidating, just if you're the opponent, like to be like, gosh dang, like.
That's.
Does he also riffle shuffle? Like.
Well.
God, I hope not. Jeez.
Like
I know he double sleeves, so it's. Which is not something. Which is why I don't like foils. It's why we make such good friends. Anytime we open product in a new set, I get he gets all my foil extras, and I get all his non-foil extras, and we just trade.
Nice. Yeah, that must be nice, man. Because I know Brohammington loves his foils, so I'm like,
I cannot stand foils.
I'm indifferent to it. Like if I get a foil, I get one, but if I don't, then it's not the end of the world.
I have OCD, so like if they don't match, it ruins my mental. So like they have to match. So if I have one foil, the other ones have to also be foil, and it's just easier to get non-foil.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
For me, like if I have a deck, if I'm gonna play in a competitive event, if I'm playing 4 cards and I only have one of them foiled, I will not play the foil because you never want to give, in my opinion, the opponent the card advantage of that, knowing like, oh, she has the foil.
The other way around. I have seen him say, I want to up this card to 4. And I say, oh, I have one if you need it. He goes, is it foil? I say, no. He goes, never mind, I'll just play 3.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's
because he has 3 of them in foil. He's like, wow, I really want to play this 4th copy. I'm like, okay, just play the 4th copy. He's like, I can't, it's not foil.
Therefore, cannot enter my deck.
Well, they're of a set. That makes sense.
I mean, if you love shiny, you love shiny.
Right.
Can't hate on it, man. Can't hate on that.
No.
For sure. And then
because he goes max rarity for DLCs. So we were doing a testing session, and he's looking at his deck list. He's like, man, if I play this, I gotta buy like $1,000 worth of enchantments. Like, don't do that. Just don't do that. Just play the regular foils. He's like, nah, I gotta get the enchanted.
Oh man!
All right, man. I guess you're the one who got the Mickey, not me. So
for sure, like if
out, King.
If you got the funds, if you got the funds, you might as well, right?
Yeah. If he plays blue, I know for a fact he has, I think, 2 or 3 of the Let It Go promos that he's using.
Oh my god!
Nice. Well, I mean, RB is known for his blue steel, so.
Yeah, he is.
So I mean, like, we'll see if he ends up going with it.
I make that joke with him every week, or not every week, but every time there's any kind of event. He's like, "What am I gonna play?" I was like, "We both know we're gonna play."
Yeah, Blue Steel.
He's like, "No, I'm not playing it this time." I'm like, "We both know."
Has he not played it in one of the DLCs?
Midnight 30 before the event, you're gonna go. Oh, I'm just gonna play Blue Steel. He's like, no, I'm not this time. I'm totally not gonna do it this time. He's done it the last 4 events, the last 4 major events we played. He's like, man, do I play this? I don't want to play this. I'm gonna play this. I'm like, no, we both know what you're gonna do. And then the night before the event, he's like, I'm just gonna play Blue Steel. I was like, I know.
I mean,
you can lie. You can lie to you. You can't lie to me.
There's a reason not to play it when he probably has the most amount of reps with that, right? I mean, and it's
but it's also just free knowledge for the opponent. Like sitting down and you have to mulligan blind, and your opponent gets to mulligan with perfect information because you don't play anything else ever.
That's true. That's a good point.
It is kind of rough, I will admit.
Okay, I could definitely see that. I mean, you never want to give your opponent that information. Right. That's why you shuffle down. So you don't give him that information.
Wait, you're supposed to shuffle face down?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Shuffling up is not good.
That's new to me.
Yeah.
I mean, you could also just be like, no, I'm not, and just say like, yeah, you know what I'm playing, but like, can you beat me playing it? That's the question.
Right.
Not many people can.
Yeah.
No, they cannot.
He's very good. I'm impressed by his skills. I mean, he's also played competitively, I'm assuming, other games besides just Lorcana.
Yeah, he's played Magic. And he's dabbling in Pokemon now.
Oh, nice. Might be the world champion too, then, I guess. That's
We've already made that joke.
Might as well take it all.
Yeah.
He's just gonna, spike Lorcana worlds and then just also spike Pokemon worlds, and why not?
Yeah.
Do both.
There you go. Just make sure tell him not to make any gestures on stream if he gets on stream.
Oh yeah, for sure. We had a field day with that one.
Yeah, and you must not know what I'm talking about, Jesse.
I am ignorant.
So on Twitter there was a video on Worlds. Someone made I think it was top 8. An event happened and
no, it was it top 8. It was either top 8 or top 4. No, it was a top 8 match going into top 4.
Yeah. At the end of the match, the person who won made a gesture that was seen as unsportsmanlike, and he lost. So they disqualified him. They disqualified him, or they give him a match loss?
So they gave him the option. They gave him you can either keep his top 4 placement and then get disqualified from the event, or he could just take a loss and keep a top 8 placement, which he decided to just take the loss.
Yeah, because if you get disqualified, you lose all of your...
You lose everything.
Everything, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm top 4 if I'm disqualified.
Yeah, that seems...
But even then, like, the gesture, it was a $10,000 gesture. Like...
Very costly.
Wow.
Yes. So, always be careful how you celebrate.
Not to mention, the player that he beat and then got disqualified for went on to win. The entire world.
That is true. I did see a video about people being like, it's ironic. But
not only that, his opponent was like the guy who eventually won Worlds was playing the most toxic Pokemon deck I've ever seen, which was just it's called Clawed Thorns. So there's 4 Pokemon in the entire deck, and they say your opponent can't do stuff. That's essentially what the text on the card is.
Interesting. I don't think we have any of that type of deck yet in Lorcana, right? I guess Bucky would have maybe been an equivalent of that.
Yellow-green is the closest thing to your opponent can't do stuff as I've seen so far. And just because of how potent the discard strategy is. Because typically when you wanted to discard, like play discard, you couldn't answer the board, but now they can because of Under the Sea. So you strip your opponent of resources, you play a key to sing Under the Sea. They have no hand, they have no board. I have like 12 cards in my hand because every time you've discarded, I've drawn a card because I have French Sean and Diablo's on the board. So
every time you draw, I draw.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is like, toxic.
Every time you discard, I get a draw, and then like during your draw steps, we get to draw.
Yeah, I do like the Diablo we draw meme. Oh, it's our draw step. I do miss my Bucky deck. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I saw a set of sleeves where it was like it was the back of the sleeve was just the Diablo's face, and underneath it said in quotation marks "our draw."
That's awesome. I love it. Let's see here. Let's go.
Is Brohammington playing today?
No, Brohammington is actually judging. He's the head judge of this event. So to make it kind of a fair for all of us, I'm married to Brohammington, so I try not to play in tournaments that he's judging, especially locally, just because you never want to put there to be any type of discrepancy of someone saying
I call shenanigans,
favoritism or anything like that. So that's kind of how we go.
Yep.
We'll either judge events together or I'll do something else, or unless it's something super casual, then obviously it doesn't matter. I don't care what anybody says.
Right.
At that point. But yeah. Have you ever judged any events, Humble, or are you mostly just a competitive player?
I'm a player through and through. I'm not against judging, but all the things that I would want to judge, I'd rather just play.
I mean, that makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
Like I'll judge my locals sometimes, but like I'm playing in them. Like it'll be hey, I don't know this ruling. Can you come judge this? And I'll walk over and like address the situation and tell them how it actually is supposed to work. But outside of that, I'm not that kind of duder.
Not gonna put on that hat of judging.
No, just because like I've played for a very long time, and like it's always the judge's fault, no matter if it is or isn't, right? Like the player's just like, oh man, the judge was wrong. Well, no, they weren't. You just don't know how this interaction works.
Yeah. I mean, it's with anything, referees and football and soccer, I lost because of the refs,
Well, especially because, like, how the rules in Lorcana work, sometimes it's just backwards. It just doesn't make sense to me sometimes. Like, I come from Magic, where my magic brain will turn on, and I'm like, no, that's not how this is supposed to work, because it resolves backwards, and then this happens, and then, like, trigger this. And then you have to realize that, like, this isn't Magic. It's not how that works. So I agree. To definitely, like, unlearn a lot.
I mean, there are a lot of aspects of it that are similar, but just not identical, I guess. Because I mean, I have some experience in Magic, like I said, but nothing, where I was at any RC. I went to a couple RCQs, but I mean, I played very simple decks, so it was not very many judge calls for me.
The bag is not the stack. I can tell you that for certain.
Yes, the stack is very different from the bag, and they did a very good job of it being called the bag because I can visualize it. Whereas,
especially with a lot of players, especially the ones that I've had to, like, when I do answer those quote unquote judge calls, I'll have to explain to like previous Magic players how an interaction works, and they're like, well, no, because I'm gonna let a Storm Rage on his Diablo, and then Diablo's dead, and then I draw a card. Like, it's not how this works. That is not how this interaction happens. You have to resolve a card completely before something else can happen. So you're gonna Storm Rage on the Diablo. You're going to draw a card. Diablo's still gonna be on the board. He's gonna draw a card, and then his Diablo is gone.
Yes. Yeah.
Round 2 is posted. Looks like we'll have round 3 matchups shortly.
Okay. Very good.
Have you gotten a look at all the decks so far?
I haven't gotten a look at all the decks.
Everything.
No. I have not. It looks like round 3's.
We're gonna have Scott on the right.
About to start.
And what is that on the left?
Let's see here.
Scott is 2-0. So I'm assuming whoever he's playing is also 2-0.
Ooh, that's I know who that is.
What's his name? Yeah.
Heath.
Yes.
I think that's how he spells it.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep, and they are both 2-0.
Fantastic.
It looks like they brought their own mats, so we should definitely be able to count ink this game.
Yeah.
This is round 3, going into round 3 here. We got this fella on the left,
Okay.
and we got this fella on the right.
And those.
I want to make an announcement just when people thought that the mirror match of Ruby Amethyst was over. Bam, here we are, round 3. Let's run it back.
There we go. Yeah, it's
Is that
Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Amethyst.
oh fun?
So this mirror
fun,
match
fun.
is quite toxic, if I do say so myself. It's very grindy, and you can definitely kind of tell the men from the boys in this matchup. It's very grindy, very difficult, very long.
So basically, we'll be able to tell who knows their deck better or knows how to play the deck.
So,
On
who
understand,
draws
you'll
better.
definitely be able to see who has a better understanding of their mirror match depending on how they play.
Okay. I know both of these players have played Ruby Amethyst almost exclusively, I feel like.
5. Looks like Scott might be going first this turn. I know he just won the roll if they went high.
Okay. All right. So it looks like Heath put back 3, and Scott is thinking about what he's gonna mulligan.
So it looks like the lists only differ about probably 3 or 4 cards.
4. Scott threw back 4 of them, it looks like.
All right.
And then if we can pull the Sunflower, because he's not starting with 1.
All right, we're in round 3.
Oh yeah.
Let's get that updated. Where's Scott's deck?
And here we are. I assume he's got it off to the side.
Oh, there.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. I was very confused.
Yeah.
Maybe they checked his deck or something, or his sleeve.
Oh, it might have gotten mixed up or something or other. So he's got that Minnie Mouse out there. Answering with the Chernobyls.
I'm interested to see that the Ruby Amethyst decks are going back to the 1/3s and not playing Teeth. I think that's interesting.
What would they take out for Teeth? I mean, isn't their list pretty?
Yeah, I mean, I have
set?
no idea what they would take out for Teeth. I just think it's weird. I guess it's because they want to be able to play a 1-drop and it survive into Steel Song, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Heath banished the followers to pull a card. I did not see what he pulled.
So it looks like we both
But
have.
they've both got the Flynn out now.
So on Heath's turn 3, let's see what he ends up doing. Looks like he has
There's a
Fox in
fox.
hand. He's gonna ink the
Let's go
Fox,
ink.
play the Sisu. Okay. So if the Sisu doesn't get answered here, get 3 lore at the start of his turn for Heath. That trigger, he's gonna go up to 4. So at this point in the match, are we just gonna see back and forth trying to get rid of each other's flins? Going to be
not
prepared?
really, because you don't really need to get rid of the Flynn right now. You need to get rid of the thing that's enabling the Flynn. So Heath is in a good spot. In my opinion, he needs to brawl the rabbit to basically cut his opponent off from bounce shenanigans and not play a rabbit of his own, which it looks like he's going to do. Yeah, see,
Yep.
He needs to be able to remove the rabbit. How the matchup is played in a grind game is you're going to loop your rabbits over and over again. So what this is going to do, Scott is now in a position to bounce his rabbit with Fox, trade the Sisu, and it just kind of puts him in a better position.
Yep, which is exactly what he did.
There we are.
Okay, so got rid of the Sisu quest, and he's not going to play anything else, it looks like.
Right.
So at this point, can see Heath has 2 Be Prepareds in his hand.
Scott.
Looks like a fox in his hand, and then a
It
brawl.
looks like a Tremaine further back, or is that a Medusa?
Okay, he's gonna challenge into the mini, play the snake, bounce the rabbit, draw.
He also might bounce Flynn, but rabbit is the better choice. Or he just drops him in Flynn because he's the best.
So it's like inking another Flynn to brawl out Scott's Flynn. Get rid of.
Let's see. It's gonna play 4, get another rabbit. Draws into castle.
That's,
So that's
big.
good. I mean, because he has to be prep. Eventually, be prep castle.
That does and doesn't work. So typically in these mirror matches, whoever plays Be Prepared first loses.
Okay.
So you kind of want to not be the one to have to pull the trigger on that, especially because the other opponent, like so, for example, if Heath plays Be Prepared first, Scott's the first player that gets the priority to play the castle and its stick.
I see.
Especially because there's not really any alternate ways to deal with opposing castles outside of Maui's and other characters. It's kind of 6 to 1, half a dozen of the other. Like you can Be Prepared this board, which sometimes you have to, and then just go castle, and then you still lose.
I see.
Which is actually scenarios that I believe both players are trying to set up.
So basically, you put enough pressure on the board where you want your opponent to be prep.
Right.
Correct. I don't like playing a castle here because if your opponent has another Maui, it's just gone. There we go. So like following it up with the brawl is the ideal play.
Okay, because then you clear the board. They can only Maui and just damage it.
Yeah. The worst thing that they could do, right, is play crab, play fox, use crab on fox, kill castle. But now the opposing player, right, like so Heath is in a position now where he gets to play tower defense again.
So at this point, would the Be Prepared come in, or
either if you don't have something like a Medusa, I would consider Be Prepared. But even then, like they have 5, so it's not enough to remove the castle outright. So you likely have a turn and can get more out of your Be Prepared.
I gotcha.
You just need to put something on the board that's at least a 3-power character. So he has the Medusa, so you wouldn't want to Be Prepared this board. Medusa does kind of everything you want, goes on castle, allows you to draw extra cards, turns off the Flynn Rider, and removes the Lady Tremaine, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah. Let's see what he does here. Rabbit draw.
Now in this position, he has to find a way to bounce the rabbit to kind of keep it safe.
Plays the castle.
Yep.
It's pressure for sure. I don't know if that's relevant pressure.
I think he was debating whether or not he's going to quest with that Flynn.
Yeah, the Flynn isn't really doing you any favors anymore. It's past the point where it's gaining you anything.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, it's okay to get rid of him. Or...
Yeah, you might as well utilize it because it's likely not going to survive very long, and a card that's just sitting on the board doing nothing isn't helping you in any way.
Makes sense. So looks like he has a rabbit. I think is he going to play the rabbit or is he going to play some? Yep. Play a rabbit, draw a card. Ink the mini.
That mini.
Like is he going to brawl? Yep.
And I want to move the rabbit to the castle as well.
I would have been interested in either challenging the castle or challenging the Flynn. There's no reason not to do either one of those things.
Let's see. I can't see Scott's hands completely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a double castle.
Second castle out.
Friends. It puts a little bit of more pressure.
Yeah.
Can't be prepared this board.
And you brawl the rabbit. And that's kind of the thing I was talking about. You kind of can't really commit your rabbits unless you have the ability to like protect them. So then just like pick them back up, snake, fox, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Because now I think they're each like 2 or 3 rabbits down a piece. They're in a position to
there you go.
not see relevant card draw. So now the advantage bar slides heavily in the favor of Heath.
Yeah, that was a pretty good play. And then he moves a crab into the other castle.
The second castle.
So it would be next turn, Heath would get 4.
He's got
5, 6. He would be at 19 if he
one.
doesn't deal with this board.
Is Medusa only 1?
Yeah, Medusa's only 1 more.
Tremaine's 2. Okay.
So Maui takes out the castle. Bee King. Who's he gonna get rid of? Medusa. Okay.
Yep.
And then a mini. Gains 2, draws for turn and for the castle.
Yeah, now the advantage bar is just so almost 100% favored for Heath. He's sitting on 2 or 3 copies of Be Prepared, so even if the opponent is the first one to have to pull the trigger on it, he just has more, which looks like he's going to do.
Yeah.
So he's ahead in lore. So the opposing castle doesn't represent much of a threat. He can just ride his castle to victory with the 3 Be Prepared over the next few turns.
And it looks like he's playing the Shinnabogs. Does he have another?
Yeah, I think he's gonna ink something or other to move it to the castle. Is what he's debating. Because otherwise he's out of ink.
Nope, he's just gonna pass his turn.
Yeah, there's no real need. He's amassed more resources than the other opponent, or than his opponent, so he doesn't really have to expend or overextend too much.
Oh, I guess he just showed him the goat.
Yep.
In his hand, which would get him 220 on that turn.
Right.
Yeah.
Too much. Scott getting excited over there.
Oh, yes.
All right, so we're going to go to game 2 with Heath getting that first one. We'll put a little sunflower by his name. So I got the update from Brohammington that in the tournament, it looks like we have 1 Amethyst Amber deck, 6 Steel Song decks, 3 Ruby Sapphires, 2 emerald amethyst, 1 blue steel, 1 ruby emerald, and 4 ruby amethyst decks.
It's not a bad spread.
Yeah. And I mean, we know Steel Song is probably going to be a bigger amount. So I mean, that makes that checks out pretty well with Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire coming in second and third. So I think it's a very telling of what the meta is typically in any tournament.
Yeah, those numbers were likely to be mirrored quite heavily in Vegas. Just like obviously like multiply it by 2,000.
Yeah. Hopefully 2,000, right? Yeah. Unless it's only 1,000.
I doubt it. I mean, it's Vegas. I would be shocked if it was only 1,000.
Yeah, that's why I assumed it was 2,000, but then I realized it could be just 1,000, technically.
Here we are, a very familiar looking start to the game.
I feel like that's exactly the opening. Yeah. So we got 2s, you're gonna Flynn, okay?
Yep.
And it looks like Keith also has a Flynn
also
that he can go into a Sisu. He's going to quest and then banish that Chernobog's followers.
To find another Chernobog's followers.
He'll just probably ink that. I know.
Likely just finding something to
throw both of them
that's
down.
better than the cards that were already in his hand because he wanted to. Because Flynn doesn't get you a lot in this matchup, which is why I'm surprised that for the second game in a row, one of the red Ruby Amethyst players played it. Because you see on Heath's side, he just plays 2 copies of Chernobog's followers. He turns off the Flynn for an additional turn, and then you just get to draw a bunch of cards with it.
So we got Heath looks like a rabbit, Tremaine, and something else. Gonna quest and draw. Looks like he got Brawl. Yeah.
And Brawl's just kind of the perfect answer here. Because you don't need to keep anything else on the board. You can just send these Chernobogs to draw you a couple cards, find an ink that's better than what you have in your hand, or an inkable card that you want to ink over the cards in your hand, and then just Brawl the Fun Rider.
I think he's just deciding on what he's going to ink at this point.
Right.
Inking Goat, Brawling.
Goat to brawl the Flynn. Out comes a rabbit.
Pretty good. 4 draw. Probably a rabbit of his own at this point.
Yep.
It's a very interesting play.
Yeah.
Yep. Gosh.
Yeah, we're going to see the advantage bar slide slowly in Scott's favor now. Being able to check the opposing rabbit, so to kind of just stem the bleeding on his advantage.
Because basically, if you were Heath, you were wanting to bounce that rabbit, or to kind of just continue.
Either wanting to bounce the rabbit or use it to sing friends to find a bounce for the rabbit. Like I said, rabbit bounce shenanigans is how this matchup goes late. And it's a grind fest, so you need to keep your resources. If he goes for the rabbit here, see, both players understand the significance of the rabbit. So it's interesting to me that they're jamming rabbits without a way to protect them, kind of back and forth.
They're just like rabbit galore. No protection. More rabbits.
Goodness.
Man.
And see the only times it's acceptable to do a play where you don't protect your rabbit is when you have a redundant rabbit in your hand. It kind of forces your opponent to interact in some way, and you just kind of do it again.
I see. So by doing that, you also give them possibly the knowledge that you do have another rabbit in your hand if you're not bouncing it.
Right.
Possibly, but it's also one of those things where you can't afford to care at that point because you have to get rid of the rabbit that's on the board. If you have a second rabbit, you have a second rabbit, and I'll have to find a way around that. But you're giving me the opportunity because if you don't have a second rabbit and I can remove this one, your potential to draw cards is just so much less than it was when you had the rabbit.
Okay. So it looks like he's playing the Maui, getting rid of that Flynn. And we'll see inking a goat. So it looks like we're now entering the 6 ink stage.
Now.
Where bouncing becomes
bouncing that rabbit around.
A lot more prevalent. Okay, Maui's gonna sing Friends. Get that card draw.
Looks like he just pulled a castle.
So he's pay 4 ink. What are we gonna play?
You're
a rabbit?
likely gonna see rabbit and then snake to bounce rabbit if he has.
Looks like there's his second castle in his hands.
I believe that was a library.
Or was that a... Okay. Yep.
Ink the Sisu. Yep, we're gonna play get a snake in here. Oh, he's bouncing the Maui.
That seems weird.
That's an interesting play. Rabbit would have been in your opinion, a better choice to bounce, correct?
Yes, because you have to get to the position where like you're also representing a way to draw cards. Now, like you're gonna have to spend your 5 ink on your Maui again to deal with like his board state, and he's very far ahead.
Yeah. So he's gonna have Rabbit sing. And we have 6 ink open. Can ink for turn to go to 7. Snake takes out Rabbit. And then
there's that Maui back. It's going to bounce back.
There we go.
Rabbit. There
Bounce the rabbit at this point.
Yep.
I mean, this looks like it's going to be a very grindy match, and that we're probably going to get it to 10, 12 ink.
Yeah, and like I said, the player who is able to keep a rabbit in their hand is likely the player that's going to win the game.
Did you not quest with that goat?
He did.
Okay. I totally missed it.
He was at 10, went to 11, and bounced it for 12.
Okay. And then, yeah, just traded the fox into Maui, looks like.
Man, that lore discrepancy is...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely looking favored in one direction, but I'm thinking that's going to go back. The slider is going to go back to Heath.
So there's that library.
Yep.
And that allows, it's a draw off of a banishment, right?
Yep, if you move
I think I would have not played the Tremaine here. Yeah. I would have just likely played the library and moved everything to the library, and then played the 3, 4, 4, 5. See how much ink he has.
5, 9.
That light?
Yeah. Then I would have played library, moved my 2 snakes, then played castle, and just like forced my opponent's action.
Because at that point you would have to not only get rid of the
get there before the B prep comes out.
And then if they were all in the library, he would have drawn.
Right.
Yeah, he would have drawn 2 cards. And here's what you see now, where the first person to play Be Prepared is likely the player who kind of falls behind, because now he's just going to play rabbit, play castle, move rabbit.
Castle, yep. Move it. He moves
to
it
the
to
library.
the library.
You move it to the library because if your opponent needs to remove the rabbit, so this is going to draw you 2 cards. Effectively, let you +1 when he removes it.
Very good. That does make sense. And now you have 3 lore that you'll get
just at the beginning of your turn.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's.
And now you can just kind of willingly cast Be Prepared and Medusas and just control your opponent for the rest of the game.
Right.
Yeah. So at this point, what is Scott's? What are some of Scott's outs like?
Hoping Heath violently vomits on the table and has to go home.
I like it. Maybe he ate some bad breakfast.
Yeah.
That's kind of all he's hoping for. He doesn't have the ability to garner like goat bounce goat shenanigan. Like he's not in the territory of goat bounce goat is enough. He's only at 13. A castle here is like kind of a desperation play, where like he can willingly ignore these. He also has the Maui to just trade the castle and essentially time walk his opponent. Because eventually as the game goes on, his castle and library remain unchecked, and that's just 3 lore a turn, and that's really all he needs.
Yeah, because that's a 2-turn clock at this point.
3-turn clock.
3-turn.
If he doesn't quest with the Mana Medusa and plays a Maui to remove the castle, it's just a 3-turn clock, and there's not a lot that his opponent can do to thwart that in any meaningful way.
So we got Maui. It's gonna run into castle. Oh,
give him the crab first.
Man.
Oh well.
Yeah, that's GG.
Just to add insult to injury.
All the answers. Everything on the library.
Everybody on the library.
Yeah, so any Be Prepared shenanigans that happens, he just gets to draw 3 cards. Which looks like...
Nope, it looks like he's just
okay.
Maui into
Maui
it.
the library out.
But even then, I don't think that's enough. I think you remove the castle there.
Quest for 3.
Well, Maui can't quest.
Okay, no, Maui can't quest. Yeah.
Yep.
Quest for 2. He still has all his ink open.
Depending on how much ink he has, you might see him play goat, play Be Prepared to go to 19 and just kind of shut the door.
Oh, he's just gonna play Be Prepared.
I guess Be Prepared into goat shuts the door a lot better.
Looks like he's just gonna.
Yep.
There it is.
He was just making sure he gained his lore from his Scott's goat. Yeah. So he has to not only get rid of the castle, get rid of goat.
Well, he's revealing the other goat too. So no matter what
this game's
Scott does here, the game's over.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think he revealed. Did he reveal it to Scott, or did he just revealed it to us?
I don't think he revealed it to us.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
They just were talking about the game.
Yep.
I guess it looks like. All right. 2-0 for Heath.
Another 2-0.
Yeah. And you see, he did, like, Scott was in kind of a prime position at the beginning of the game, and then let his last rabbit go, and then just couldn't financially recover.
What would you say the turning point of that game was? Because it seemed like Scott had it pretty under control.
Heath sticking a location that was unanswered, getting to a point where his opponent had to be prepared, and then he was just able to play castle uncontested. Which is why I say, like, the person in this mirror match who is forced to be prepared first loses.
Yeah, I see that. Very evident. I did not play Ruby Amethyst, so I did not ever have to play.
Right.
I mean, I play against it, but I don't play it.
Yeah, the mirror match is extremely grindy. Like, Flynn Rider is almost never a card you play in the mirror match. Just because, like, your opponents are doing the exact same thing you are, so it likely stands to reason that your Flynn Rider is never going to, like, successfully trigger more than one time. It's not like your opponent's playing, like, Ruby Sapphire, where, like, they're playing a Tipo on turn 2, and you're just like, okay, neat, I'm game 3.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let me go.
Nice Hiram. Bunch of strength right there.
Yeah, for real. All right, let's go get Heath. I'm gonna let you interview him.
Okay.
Alright. So, you can
A
have
little
him.
chat. I'll move over here.
Also, I think my camera is not on in the thing anymore.
Oh. Howdy.
Howdy.
Come on in. Take a seat. How are you?
I'm doing great. Draws have been perfect.
Yeah.
Draws have been perfect.
Yeah. So, Ruby Amethyst. You're just doing the mirror match.
Yeah.
How long you been? I'm trying to remember. How
Long
long
way.
you been playing Lorcana?
Lorcana since day one.
Okay. Okay. Always been a Ruby Amethyst guy, or kind of bouncing around? Or?
So, the mirror was miserable set one, so I was eventually moved to like green or emerald amethyst, which is
I don't know. I'll take a set one red purple mirror any day of the week.
Right. Well, it
I
just
love
wasn't
those
fun for me. Yeah. So I went on green purple, and that was a lot of fun, but I didn't really travel or do much. And then from set 2 on, I've been on Ruby Amethyst.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm supposed to have questions.
You're fine.
How did that?
Yeah.
When did you kind of know when that matchup was gonna kind of go your way?
So this last match, he was kind of doing stuff, but not enough that he should be doing on the play. And there was a point where I could play the Sisu and have the Flynn in play and start sort of shifting it in my favor. And I also know that pretty much I just tried to force him to B prep because usually the first one who B preps is losing. And then I don't remember too much. I was able to get stuff off the board to clear the way for the locations.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of times where I think you could tell the experience discrepancy between you and the opponent just because you knew that to pick up your rabbits.
Yeah, he inked some weird
did not,
stuff,
like,
and he left them open, and
yeah, you weren't throwing down your rabbits unless you either had another one in your hand or a way to pick it up.
yes,
And he was just kind of deploying every rabbit that he saw.
yeah. I think
There was I think one turn where he was able to like pick up his rabbit and draw an additional card, but then he just replayed it again and you brought it immediately.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I already had enough value out of mine. I could afford to like give him a card as long as he doesn't keep bouncing it and catching up to me.
You put him in a position, you buried him in card advantage, forced him to be prepared, and you just hit him with a castle and he couldn't answer it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and then I had 2 B preps. Yeah, like I was telling him right after the games, like game 1, I had 2 B preps like on after the mulligans, and it was either that or I drew it the first turn, but I had 2 like the whole game, and I knew I can't do that. I have to force him to do something. And then when I played my Sisu, I was hoping to use it as an attacker, and then he didn't give me anything. He didn't really do anything for himself, so I was like, I guess I'm doing this with Flynn, running away with it a little bit.
Yeah, typically I think it's also something that needs to be pointed out as well that game 1 when you were kind of in the blind you played the Flynn, and then once you realized that your opponent was on red purple in game 2 you just didn't bother with Flynn. I think you've recognized that card's not doing much for you in the mirror match, and you just opted to just go double Chernobog Followers.
Oh, game 2, yeah. I knew that Flynn was going to trigger as long as they had him in play, and the Chernobog draws me a ton of cards, so or at least a card each, and I just happened to draw the third one that turn to deploy both of them. Thanks, thanks, Deck. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so Ruby Amethyst give us, Ruby Amethyst take us away.
Yeah, it sure do. It sure do.
Well, congratulations on a very convincing 2-0.
Yes.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah. You've been...
Yeah. That experience was from set 2 and playing in the PBG in Houston. I won every single mirror there, and there was 5 of them. So I'm pretty familiar with the matchup. Yeah.
Yeah, the mirror is no joke. It's definitely it's a grind fest for sure.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. You've gone 2-0 every round so far today?
No, round 1 I played Steel Songs and I lost the die roll, but I won 2-1.
Okay.
And then I played against Red Green lost the die roll 1-2-1, and then this one.
Okay. Yeah, nice.
Brawl's been
Nice.
insane. Just kill everything.
Brawl is indeed one of the best cards for that deck.
Yeah. I was on 3 for a long time, but I was like, I can't. Diablo's annoying, and it's a good thing because I played green against Diablo round 2.
Yeah, I don't think I would pilot that deck for less than 4 brawls.
Yeah. I've been keeping a close eye on. No, I'm not, obviously. And then in testing against songs, the big Sisu just didn't do enough that I wanted. And I wanted to just like have more against blue-red, so I put in the one lady over the Sisu.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
The Sisu was like okay against songs, but if they ever
Yeah.
get to a position where they're just like, okay, here's a Robin Hood, here's a
Naveen, Pete,
here's
something.
Naveen's and Robin Hoods and Pete's.
Yeah.
And because you don't have ice blocks, because it's not your color, your Sisu just looks at him and goes, I quest for 3.
Yikes. I guess look at your Ariel or something.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
I guess get rid of your Cinderella and your Robin Hood or whatever, but the big things are still there. Yeah, I played it in SCG Con, and I wasn't a fan of the big Sisu, like, at all. So, like, I would like Lady move to, like, some kind of edict effect as well. So Lady Tremaine does make sense.
Yeah, Lady's been great, too. Every time I draw it, every time I drew it. Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Good stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for stopping by.
No problem.
Good luck with the rest of today. We got what, 2 more rounds, and then Top Cut. All right.
Looks like a 201 more person, and then shake hands in round 5.
Yeah. Maybe. We'll see.
Always want to play for seed. I see you. I get it.
I just let them know, you know.
Right.
Anyway.
So it's a flex to win the tournament by going completely undefeated the entire day.
I know I need it.
Yeah.
But
I mean that's
see.
the plan for me for Vegas. If I'm 5-0 going into round 6,
I'm
not shaking hands.
No, absolutely not. Alrighty. Well, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Good luck in your next rounds.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
You as well. You as well.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see.
We
So looks like we got about
don't have video.
18 more
figure it
minutes before 18 more minutes before the next round. So we do have I think 2 or 3 more groups still playing. Everyone else is pretty much done, which is pretty typical. But yeah, we'll see if we see any more Ruby Amethyst. I don't know how the standings look. Let me see real quick. Do you have Melee pulled up?
I do. Let's
see where we're at.
So he's Ruby Amethyst. Gabe was. We just watched him. He was Ruby Amethyst as well,
Gabe
right?
was Ruby Amethyst as well.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have Ruby
So
Amethyst in the top
Scott-
3.
I don't know who that is. So I don't know what they're playing.
And then Dax,
Dak was
5th right now.
5th with
So Ruby Amethyst.
again.
So right now it looks like Ruby Amethyst is the only undefeated Dex that I can see. I don't know.
At least out of the first 2 rounds.
We don't know who.
That math definitely checks.
That is so crazy. I do not play that deck.
No.
The deck is quite good, and it is one of the decks that greatly rewards the amount of time you have in the deck.
Yes.
Yep.
I will say that at least locally, like Keith has played it since set 2. Scott's played it since the beginning that he's played. Dak has played it since set 2, I believe.
Yeah.
So I mean, like the Ruby Amethyst players that we've seen have a lot of reps with that deck as well.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I played Ruby Amethyst set 1. I played a little bit set 2, but then like I fell into the Mufasa train. Played Mufasa set 3 with a little bit, and set 4 with a little bit of red-blue shenanigans. I went back to Ruby Amethyst for the SCG Con. Started out strong, was like, oh, this deck is great, and then I played against Amethyst Emerald for 3 rounds in a row. I was like, this deck is horrible. I don't want to play this ever again.
Amethyst Emerald, that's the bounce tempo, purple dream.
Yeah. And I was not a fan. I did not have a good time.
I enjoy that. I have dabbled in that deck myself. I quite am a fan of that deck. That's probably one of the few non-steel decks that I actually enjoy playing. Otherwise, I play mostly just steel, insert color into it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't like steel. Like, I wasn't a fan of the color red in Magic, and that's kind of what I liken steel to. I'm not a fan of damage-based removal. Like, why would I want to put 3 damage on something when I can just kill it?
Yeah, I guess I could see that.
Yeah, that's my standpoint. Like, I could Strength of the Raging Fire this card, or I could Medusa this card.
Or Brawl it.
Yeah, or Brawl it, or Human Sisu, or Big Sisu, or Be Prepared, or any of these other Dragonfire even. Like, why would...
Yeah. Although that's not played in the meta right now that I've seen.
I miss that card so much. That was one of my favorite cards.
I mean, if you, I think that's the Dragonfire is the one you get after playing 3 rounds in the DLC, so you could have 4 Dragonfires easily. I don't think you play 4 in a deck though. Regardless.
Green-red plays 4 if you're playing Sharpshooter Robin Hood.
Green-red Sharpshooter Robin Hood. I don't think I've seen that deck, but...
Yeah. So it revolves around the Robin Hood to, when it quests, you mill the top 4 cards of your deck, and you get to play an action of 6 or less for free.
Oh, yes.
So you basically say, like, I'll quest for 2 and then kill your guy for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the rest of them go into the discard, correct? So you are kind of milling yourself a bit?
Yeah, you are milling yourself, which is a little scary, especially in a deck that doesn't have any recursion. Like, I wanted to play it with a red and like Ruby Amber. That way I could play Chernobog.
To send all your
characters back
into your deck. That makes sense.
Yeah. I wanted to excuse me, I wanted to utilize it in a Mufasa deck where I was like milling myself, and like Revive was the only non-character I would play. Like Revive and Invitation to the Ball were like probably the only... I played 6 non-characters. That way Robin Hood would find a Revive, and I would just get back like a Mufasa or something.
And then it would just be a recurring cycle on that.
Yeah, and then I would play Chernobog to recycle all the cards that weren't the non-characters. The only problem with that is Robin Hood is a 1/4, and it dies to everything.
Medusa, Zeus.
Every single piece of interaction in red.
Yeah.
And Zeus. Zeus is the big one. As well as, like, it gets Cloud Kicker, it gets Emerald Chromacon, it gets Mother Nose. It's just like, I want to play this card so bad, but like it just never stays on the board long enough to do anything.
Yeah. And there's no way in Ruby Emerald, is there any way of powering up your people? You know how Emerald has Cove for +1, but
Lumiere gives +1 strength.
You have a few ways, but none of them are very great. Like, you still have Lumiere, you have Grand Duke, which I don't think Grand Duke will pump the Robin Hood in any specific way. But as far as just like a static pump effect, it's only Lumiere, I think.
That makes sense. Plus, you don't want to have too many pieces that you have to have in order to do something with a 1/4.
In order to dodge a brawl, I have to have 2 candles and a Robin Hood, which is like a lot.
Yeah, that seems like a waste of a hand at that point.
That's why I'm such a fan of Sapphire, because just let me have Ward, like. Big fan of Ward.
I was a big fan of Ward until Under the Sea and Sisu popped up, and I was like, Ward doesn't matter anymore. This is cool.
Right.
Especially because the majority of the cards that have Ward are 2 or less.
Yes.
I think Ariel, the 6 ink Ariel, is the only one that's like a 3/4.
Yeah, I was gonna say 3/4 Ward.
So
Yeah, and then you just go, I will play Kita and then sing Under the Sea, and then everything's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That checks out.
I'd like to see somebody make it work. I think there's value in that sardine can card where your exerted characters gain ward. I think there's value there.
What does remind me? What is that?
It's a 4-drop item in Sapphire, and it's just all your exerted characters gain ward.
Huh.
Right.
Until the end of the turn or turn?
As long as they're exerted.
Oh, like it's
right.
Interesting.
So, I mean, there's something there, I think. There's gold in them there hills. But
I played against a Ruby Sapphire deck when way back in like the first set championships I played.
Mm-hmm.
I was playing Mufasa, and my opponent. So like my hand was absurd. I had Tremaine and Dragon and Medusa. Like I had it all.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in a position to win the game, and my opponent stuck a bell. So then, the funny part was they played Bell, they quested with Bell, they gave it evasive, and then they played Sardine King. And I said, oh, so I can't challenge it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a dragon that can target it, but I can't. I have a Medusa that can target it, but I can't. And I have this Tremaine that I could get rid of I can get rid of it, but I can't remove your other character either. So it didn't have evasive. Rather, there was some card on the board that I couldn't remove because it had ward because of the sardine can.
Right.
I couldn't challenge it because the cards that were on my board were just kind of like weaker.
Mm.
So if I played Tremaine, they just got rid of the other thing. If I played the dragon, I couldn't target the bell. I played the Medusa, I couldn't target the bell. So it was like, yeah, I lost the sardine can. This is cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone play sardine can that I can recall.
Right.
But it sounds
I was
like
playing it a little bit at League, but yeah, it's.
It was a 1-up for him, and it just like worked out. Like because I saw him make it game 1, and I was like, oh, he's not playing like a stock list, so like I should have this, and like I quickly went up the first game. He like got the second game with like a Tamatoa dime scenario, and then game 3, I'm at 16. I have like an Abomination Stitch on the board. Like I have a bunch of stuff, and he's like, Bell Sardine Cane go, and I was like, oh, oh no, I don't have board wipes. I can't deal with this.
I'll watch you slowly win.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not ideal for fun, but he got there. So
yeah.
Hey man, sometimes those random lists can catch us off guard. You know,
right.
those tech cards.
Sure.
I think that's hidden gems that no one realizes until someone plays it against them.
Right.
Yeah, it was one of those scenarios where like the cute combo actually worked for once, and you're like, oh my god, I'm so smart.
Validation.
Yes.
Oh, that's good.
I can't say too much. I've had plenty of those combos. Like I played Sleepy in the Theas, and it got me there. So
yeah, I mean Jesse plays some interesting decks. Right now, you're on what the
right now
Snow White,
Snow Knights.
Snow Knights
is what I'm playing with for League Nights. Just
okay. Is it just like a Amber Steel dwarf?
Amber Steel, almost all the dwarfs, and some of like the I run 4 of the 2-drop Snow White that makes dwarfs cost less.
Okay.
And so
yeah, it can get out of control.
Real nice dropping like 3 of those out on the table, and then all of your dwarfs are free essentially.
Yeah,
that does sound pretty good.
Yeah.
Are you playing the dwarf mine as well?
I have 2 of those. It's fine. It's good until everybody else shows up with their top tier meta decks.
Yeah, I would imagine that a Be Prepared kind of
right
kind of ruins it for you.
Yes, that's we just watched Scott play round 2, and he was playing pretty much that deck the other night at League, and just got rolled by him on that. But
Yeah.
Yep.
Like the Snow White getting resist for like resist 1 for each dwarf is cool until your opponent goes, oh, so it's got like resist 7. You're like, yeah. He goes, that's cool. Medusa.
Yes.
You're like, wonderful.
Yes.
Thanks.
Hate it here.
Yep.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, meta decks are meta for a reason.
Right.
Correct.
For sure.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, our leagues can have a variety of meta versus cutesy.
Yeah, cutesy.
So-
That's a good way to describe my play style.
Jesse does like to always play non-meta, so it's always interesting playing against him. I feel like the first time we ever play in a new set, you always somehow kick my butt because I'm like, what is this? What am I playing against?
If you are a fan of non-meta, let me introduce you to Mufasa, Betrayed Leader. That card is wonderful. You should play that.
Yeah.
Endorse that card all day.
There you go. Become a Mufasa player.
Is that the Sapphire, the new Sapphire one, or which? I'm trying to remember.
That's the set 2
No.
Amber Mufasa.
Amber Mufasa.
Oh,
The one that gets banished, you can reveal
They
the
get
top.
banished, and
You can play that card exerted. Otherwise, I believe it stays at the top of your deck.
right.
It does. That's why you just play a deck with no non-characters in it. Easy.
That was was it Daisy that I recently was playing against somebody, and they talking a big game about how dangerous this new Daisy Duck is, because if you switch it over and it's not a character card, it goes to the bottom of your deck. Well, good luck, because I only play characters.
Yeah.
Correct. So I dabbled with the deck a little bit because my wife wanted to play it. So Lady Humble's been kind of terrorizing our local scene with that deck. And she played against a Steel Song opponent that started with a turn 1 Daisy, and she goes, okay.
Yep.
And then it's a Daisy quest, and she's like, cool, I'll draw a card. And then the next turn, she like starts playing her hand, and like this Daisy got this guy like 10 lore. And he's like, why aren't you killing my Daisy? She's like, because it's drawing me cards.
Right.
Like, why would I kill your Daisy?
We'll
Because I don't have to. It's just, I'm never going to kill that thing.
Yeah.
Like, keep him coming. Play another one.
You're gonna grow tired of that Daisy before I do.
Exactly.
Well, especially if you're dumping 1-drops, that quest for 2.
Right.
Like if you're, or whatever, quest for 2.
Yep.
You're going to outrace it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Especially when, like, you play a Gaston on turn 3, and then, like, they can't remove the Gaston, so you're just like, oh, here's this Abomination Stitch, or here's this Hydra. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Yeah. We get some cutesy decks around here, but for the most part, I think our league is pretty...
A lot of our league is usually just used for practicing for this sort of stuff.
Yeah, is a practice for tournaments, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's unfortunately what our league is used for. So like I normally have to work on Wednesdays, so I don't get to play my local. But the locals that I have, like it's me, R&B, DeCandio, John Speed. Like it's just
Jesus.
Take a list of all the people that have either qualified for Continentals or have made multiple Day 2 appearances in a DLC, and like, you'll find them in my local.
Oh my gosh, that is, I mean, that's also amazing to just, it's almost like a sharpening the sword type of thing.
Oh yeah, like it's definitely wonderful practice, but it's also like, when I go to a set championship, I want to like have some fun, and I can't, because it's just...
ultra competitive.
When I was asked about my top cut for DLC Chicago, they asked how was it? I was like, my set champs were harder. Because it's just a bunch of ringers. Yeah, like it is not gonna be easy.
Yeah, that sounds like it. We have a pretty decent, I think, competitive people around here, but I don't think anywhere near the amount where you are at, for sure.
There was a set championship at a local store that was at 1 p.m. on a Tuesday. So I'm like, oh man, it's gonna be pretty free. I'll just go do it. So I walk in and I get to look at Ben Stevens,
We got
Dakota
round 3
Cotton,
going. Or round
R&B,
4 now.
DeCandio. Like, the list goes on. Just I was like, never mind. I don't know why I didn't think this was
Is
not
that
going to be like
Isaac
a
on the
sharp
right?
pool.
Looks like.
Oh, good stuff. So let's see who we got here. I think they're about to bring us the information.
That's
Is that
yeah.
Isaac?
That's Isaac on the
Yeah.
right.
I
recognize those
I
tattoos.
was just about to say I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because that's
Who
his
that is.
his Donnie Darko
Looks
sleeve.
like Isaac must have climbed the ranks.
Yeah.
Wonder if he's
Here we go.
Isaac is on the left.
okay.
On the right.
Yeah. And then Andrew is on the left.
And Andrew's playing
Blue Steel Heroes.
Blue Steel.
Okay.
Blue Steel Heroes.
Blue Steel Heroes. Okay.
Ooh,
So we had to go down a little bit
Okay.
because I think table 1 is drawing, and table 2, one of the lady doesn't want to be on stream, so we had to go down a little bit.
Okay.
That's fine. So is Isaac 3-1?
Isaac is 2-1. Looks like.
Yeah, this is
It's
a this is
Isaac
a
2.
2-1. Both players are 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Andy's
Oh, because
2-1 as
we're
well.
one.
Yeah.
We're around 4.
You had the other 2 deck lists from the previous match.
Yes, right here.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
You good?
We got.
Sapphire Steel Heroes is definitely an interesting deck choice. And it looks like we are checking back in with the Ruby Sapphire player from round 1.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like Isaac is in that circle, so that's good. I'm glad he's made it back from that. So 2-1. So both of these players are 2-1. So win will get them into top 8 probably at this point. Let's see here.
Excited to watch this Blue Steel going.
Yeah, it must be doing
say it's-
decently well.
Yeah.
For sure. Let me see.
Isaac's inking Tamatoa.
Starting
Going
off pretty
Popsicle
strong
to
for the Ruby Saph deck. Inking a Cinderella. We'd like to see that for Ruby Sapphire.
There we go. Looks like he's already found his Hiram there in his hand.
That's good. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
For sure.
So it looked like I think I saw there's a little Sisu as well in his hand.
That looks like Anna, like the Blue Steel player has just played. Right, Anna?
Yep. It's that Braving the Storm. I think is that one.
True Hearted, I think it is.
True Hearted's the Super Rare Knight, if I remember right.
Is Anna a 2-4 or a 1-4? Looks like a 1-4. Never mind. Anti-man.
Oh, is it 3-drop Anna? Or is that?
Yeah, it's the blue common.
I believe it's a 2-drop actually.
2-drop?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 1-4. Okay. I gotcha.
Yeah, because he just got rid of her with Sisu when he dropped that. Questing with Robin Hood, I'm assuming. Nope, he does have the shift.
Shifted into Robin Hood, Sing,
There you go.
Storm.
Yeah, the Robin Hood, like the turn 2 Robin Hood quest is kind of free since Ruby Sapphire doesn't really have a way to challenge effectively early.
Fair enough. He's got his Hiram out and popped his Popsicle.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Isaac in 3 games play his Hiram on.
Yeah.
early game.
Ice Block is
Got that
going
Ice
to be
Block
a
out.
huge role player in this matchup as well.
Yes.
Just being able to unlock and make his Medusas and his Brawls and his Sisus just get more higher value targets is definitely where you want to be at.
Mm-hmm.
And it does look like Isaac. I think that's a Brawl in his hand. So if it is a Brawl, then he could Ice Block that Robin Hood, play the Brawl next, correct? Just to get rid of it?
Correct. Because like he's going into Maui turns because he did ramp on turn 2, so like I think that Robin Hood is pretty much safe to say that it's going to no longer be around past the next turn. It's just a matter of what he wants to do. Does he want to facilitate his opponent drawing a card, or does he want to just go ahead and like use the Ice Block, brawl it, and then like get rid of the Ice Block with Hiram to draw some cards?
Okay. Looks like we played
bringing out Phil.
Phil. It looks like your hero characters gain Challenger +1. And then whenever you play a hero character, gain 1 lore with that Phil.
Yeah. The Phil is pretty good here. I don't think it's going to do much in terms of stopping his opponent, and he is opting to let the opponent draw a card and kind of utilize the Maui over the Brawl.
Yeah, and it does look like he Ice Blocked him.
Not questing with the Hirams. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
He did. Just making sure all the effects are resolved first.
Yeah. Inking a Tipo. Does he have 1 drop? No, doesn't look like it.
There's also some merit for questing with Hiram and not using its ability to draw your cards, just because the Ice Block is indeed a very huge role player in this match.
Mm-hmm.
So almost having it there just for the next time is good as well, I suppose.
Correct.
Ooh, a Beast.
Oh.
And see, like him playing Beast here, had he not gotten rid of the Ice Block, he could have Ice Blocked the Beast and brawled the Beast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see what we got in his hand. We got another Hiram. Looks like we have Lucky Dime. Looks like he's gonna sing
How far will go?
to see what he gets. I'm not quite sure what he inked there. Looks like he has a Maui that he's gonna play. Take out that Phil.
Mm-hmm. That Phil seems like a fun card. I like the idea of the hero stack.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of heroes in
right.
Steel and in, I'm pretty sure Sapphire has a couple heroes as well.
So the thing that really kind of holds the deck back is the presence of a relevant sweeper. Grab Your Swords is just not good enough anymore. To kind of put it bluntly, like you're only really getting the aggro players with that card now, as Ruby Sapphire doesn't do anything against. Ruby Amethyst, it kind of doesn't do anything against. Sending the Beast for a challenge, I don't think is a correct line. I think I would have opted to just keep both of them untapped and try to force my opponent's interaction. Just drawing as many cards as you can, because now the Maui can just trade with the Beast, and then like a Medusa clears his entire board.
That makes sense. When you say sweeper, what does that mean? I guess.
So be prepared.
Okay.
Or like Under the Sea or Sisu, something that gets a lot of cards or banishes a lot of cards for limited investment.
I gotcha. So much like a sweeper, you just sweep everything off the board.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. So it looks like he played the Mufasa. So we'll see what he gets back at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, a dragon. Maleficent.
Mm.
It looks like it was what? Something
That
else.
was one of the ones you just pulled back.
Is that a 1 jump?
Looks like a 1 jump ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought it. get to this point, you would still want to ink so you can get back up to the number you're...
Correct. You probably ink the dragon, or one of the dragons here. Like, you don't really... Like, you're doing more powerful things than what your opponent's doing, so it's likely that your dragon's not really necessary. And missing an ink here is kind of not where you want to be. Like I said, you're going from 8 back down to 6, so not being able to reach those numbers on the following turn is kind of weird, especially because Mufasa does untap everything, so you have these really cool turns where you get to do 2 things, but you can't float ink, so it's not like you can go, I'll exert 7 ink, quest with Mufasa, untap 7, and then exert another 7 and have 14 ink to play with on a single phase. You can't do that.
Yeah. This looks like you played another beast. Beast into beast into beast.
Yeah.
That's
That's
quite the hand. See what Isaac ends up doing. Is he gonna play the dime? Yep, looks like he's playing the dime, so he'll one jump with Hiram. Quest for 4. Oh no.
It's a really awesome interaction with Mufasa and cards like Tipo, One Jump Ahead, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, any of those cards. You get to utilize that ink almost immediately. So you're going to play the one jump before you quest, and then when you quest, you get to untap all of your ink.
That's so powerful.
Yeah, really kind of takes the sting out of the negative drawback of One Jump Ahead.
Well, and the Mufasa card is kind of like if you let it live, you pretty much game over, right? I mean, if they have cards in their hands.
I wouldn't say game over specifically, but it is one of the must-answer cards of the format. Again, I don't think it's doing you any favors in this matchup specifically, or in this shell. A deck like Blurple benefits from it a lot greater because their ramp is a lot more relevant, or not more relevant rather, but more fast. So I'm, Tipo into Mickey Mouse into Donald Duck. I'm playing Mufasa on turn 5.
Turn 5, and then just making sure you keep ramping up into it, right? Because otherwise you only have 3 ink if you play them. No, you would have the 8. You would go back to 6 on turn 5. I mean, I guess you're still ahead ink-wise from your opponent.
Sure. Technically.
Yeah. So it looks like he played the Zeus, Storm, and also threw in Beast.
With the Beast.
To get rid of that Mufasa.
Yeah.
That's a lot of resources to take out one guy.
It is a lot of resources to take out one guy, which is another reason I'm not the biggest fan of it. It's good into steel, but the deck that he's piloting is already good into steel. So it's more of a win more card scenario. The card is very fun. I will not begrudge him for playing a fun card. God knows I tried to jam it in as many Sapphire decks as I possibly could.
Yeah, I haven't played with the Mufasa this set yet.
I played it primarily in Blurple, and being able to play play 2 rabbits, and then quest with Mufasa, untap, and then play a big Elsa has been amazing.
Alright, he's quested with Hiram and took his...
Be prepared. Be prepared is kind of what you want to do in this situation, just to deny him of all these resources. Hiram isn't really getting you anything else. Because you don't have the items to kind of spin off of it. So getting rid of your opponent's cards this year is more relevant, especially because you're getting 3 for your 2, so you are +1ing on this trade.
Okay. And then being able to still play
able to drop Tipo.
Tipo is no inking from his hand.
Tipo's been a card I'm not exactly fond of in my testing.
Yeah, I've heard people in Sapphire play Tipo or Chica, I think it is. Is that?
Oh, yeah.
I wanted Chicha to be...
Chicha? Okay, that's always messed up.
I wanted Chicha to be good so badly, but it's just not. It just dies to everything.
So it looks like Phil into Popsicle into Fortisphere.
Goodness.
All right. And Isaac has Dragon, Sisu, and maybe a Maui. I'm not quite sure what that other card is. But he has a pretty good, some strong cards in there.
Mm-hmm.
Sisu clear that fill. Man, I don't know what you do as a blue steel heroes at this point.
Not a whole lot. You only have access to 2 Along Kings just in the list. And you've already used one along with a massive amount of other resources to out the Mufasa. So it's very likely that unless, you know, the shoe is going to drop on the other foot sometime, the Ruby Sapphire player just has the inevitability here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, even wheeling into something is just going to give the Ruby Sapphire player...
That hurts.
Oh yeah, that's board on.
Getting
game
both
on
of
board.
those. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll say, yeah, and
Isaac
he's
took
just
that
going to
one.
scoop.
Yeah, there's no way. That's crazy. Double Sisu on the board.
Yeah.
Wipes your whole board. So it looks like most of these cards that he's playing are gonna get Sisu'd. Or Ice Drop Sisu.
It's likely not a good match for him. He wants to fight more along the lines of like other steel decks, not primarily Ruby decks, which seems to be the makeup of the room this week for this event.
So the blue steel heroes would fare well into, say, Steel Song, you'd say?
Yeah. So looking at his list, he has copies of Cogsworth Grandfather Clock, and what that essentially means is the majority of his characters have a bigger toughness than they do a power. And then giving them also resist means they line up very well into opposing steel removal. The problem with Cogsworth is that it doesn't allow the opposing removal to, like, if that opposing removal is red, Cogsworth doesn't matter. The opposing removal has to be steel for Cogsworth to matter much. And Cogsworth itself is also a 2/5, so it also is susceptible to Sisu. Aerial Treasure Collector is likely the only card in the list that can't be interacted with because it has ward, but even then, like, be prepared just kind of takes that out.
Well, that, and if you have a B King and no other characters on the board, like,
right, because B King makes you choose, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate workaround with ward.
Yeah. So it looks like the blue steel heroes mulliganed hard. It's like, I don't know if it was his whole deck a whole hand that he just. There's a lot of cards.
Yep.
I don't even know what you would want to mulligan into as a blue steel heroes. A lot of characters early, since Ruby Sapphire doesn't interact very much.
You're gonna watch your Cinderellas.
Some kind of decent curve of pressure. So 1-drop character, 2-drop character, or like 1-drop character and 2 1-drop characters. Just basically flooding the board pretty early and trying to make up for those, like, pressure the opponent earlier than you normally will. I just kind of think an aggressive game plan.
So here, if you're Isaac, you would mulligan into. Are you still going to do the ramping, or would you?
Yeah, that's kind of the heart and soul of your deck, right? Like, you don't know the opponent's deck list. He's on blue and steel cards, so like you maybe think there's a whole new world lurking around there, but your game plan of one drop into ramp on 2 and to play like a Hiram or a Grammatala on turn 3 is still pretty good.
Okay. So basically, game plan stays the same. Ramp, Hiram.
Essentially, yes.
Okay. This looks like Robin Hood into Anna for Andrew over here, while Isaac is going to go into Tipo. I will say Tipo does give you a body, whereas one jump traditionally in the past did not early game.
The problem with Tipo is it nukes your hand, right? So like you're almost forced to Hiram on turn 3, and against the Ruby decks, Hiraming on turn 3 it just gets brawled on curve, and then once you have lost your Hiram, you likely don't have a way to gas back up.
Okay.
The body on Tipo is widely irrelevant, especially into like a matchup like this, where your opponent now is you are now looking at a 3/6 and a 1/4 that Tipo can't do anything to.
That checks out. That makes sense. Let's see. We're gonna have
Ling.
That is Ling, I believe. And
So
Ling, does he give
Shaolin? No.
Ling gives your hero characters +1 strength. So that everything, your Robin Hood just became stronger, doesn't get Medusa at this point.
Which I'm sure, doesn't do anything to help the rest of that deck, huh?
Interesting. Man, okay.
So,
Isaac's at 4 or 5 ink at this point.
I think it's 5 because he just inked the dragon.
Play a Maui possibly.
Yeah. Maui to get rid of the
Maui
Robin.
wouldn't be bad here. I'd like Medusa as well. You kind of have to Maui the Robin Hood on this turn because Ling is making it out of Medusa range.
Yeah, takes that 4 damage.
That's
Bazinga! Ding! That Ling, giving her that. Yep. Storm.
looks like he just drew a Fortis
Storm
Sphere
Rage
off of
on.
it. And
he
another big Robin.
Hood. Gosh.
Ugh.
That's nasty.
Yeah, so it's not the aggressive line, but it is the line that will remove the Hiram. So if you just like send in the Anna and the Robin Hood, we remove the Hiram, and not removing the Hiram is weird.
Yeah, I thought so. He must have quested with Anna, challenged with Robin Hood.
Which kind of doesn't make sense because you deny yourself the 2 lords. So if you weren't going to take out the Hiram, I think we would just
quest, right?
Yeah, we would just quest with both.
Because the play I would think would be swing in with Anna first, take it out with Robin Hood.
Correct.
Okay. And now Anna gets brawled.
Because you stand at 11, right? Like it doesn't change committing to that play doesn't change your lore value currently, and your opponent has 1 less card.
Yeah, I mean you clear their board essentially with that if you do it.
And if we don't bother putting damage on the Hiram, then we just say go to 13 and it'll hopefully be good enough. Because now we're on the aggro game plan. We're just trying to make sure we don't get de-prepared.
Yeah. Looks like he didn't untap his creatures.
Right. He did not ready.
He didn't ready them
at the beginning, but he's just questing with all 3 of them, or 2 of them.
It looks like he played that Mickey Mouse. Okay. This is interesting. I don't think I've played against a Blue Steel Heroes this set.
Ruby Sapphire is also a deck you can't really count out either because it's going to be losing until it's not.
I can attest to that.
Just because the lore values are 14-2 does not mean that Ruby Sapphire is out of this game at all.
Right.
Yeah, that's very true. Oh, it looks like he is going to.
Never mind,
We're going to game 3.
Don't listen to me.
That is interesting though, because I would think that he would play a couple of more turns just to see, because dime into anything, you can still make it back, right? You B-prep.
Well, no, because he was representing a lethal turn going into the fall, after he passed.
Okay.
He's at 14, so the Anna, or he doesn't have Anna anymore. but he was able to up to the Levi quest to either 19 or 20,
Okay.
which just isn't very good for Ruby Sapphire. Like I said, the way you beat that deck is getting under it and just turning on the gas, right? Like it's pedal to the metal, quest. Which is why I thought the challenge on the Hiram with the Robin Hood and not the Anna was weird, especially because like you could have just gone to 13 and not put any damage on the Hiram at all.
Yeah, I agree.
So if the play wasn't, we weren't committing to banishing it, I think we just quest.
It's kind of very similar to what we saw earlier with someone putting damage on a castle and then not taking it out.
Right.
Correct.
Like, there's no point in attacking the castle if you're not going to take it out.
If you're gonna challenge, you gotta finish them off.
Commit.
Yes.
All right. Looks like they're turning their cards.
To say getting everything faced.
All right. This is our first
game first time we're going to game 3.
Man, I'm kind of excited.
Yeah.
We've only seen 2-0 games so far.
Yeah, we've seen in this matchup specifically that whoever goes first tends to win. So I'm eager to see what the Sapphire Ruby deck can produce in this scenario.
Yeah, we'll see if Isaac can take this.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, as well, the Ruby Sapphire deck kind of had an optimal start as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like, I don't know, like, maybe not drawing a second item for Hiram to eat was probably what slowed him down in that game plan.
He's got plenty of items
cutting
right
off his
now.
draw engine because like he just didn't see another item was not ideal. He saw the Grandma Tala a little bit too late because the Tala found him an item, but then like he was already so far behind that the only card he could have drawn in that scenario would have been exactly be prepared, and when it wasn't, he just had to concede.
Looks like a very aggressive mulligan. I think he just threw at 5.
Yeah, so Isaac is aggressively mulligan. I wonder what he, I don't know what his other 2 cards were.
Yeah.
Typically, if they're mulliganing that aggressively, they're likely looking for some ramp on turn 2. I do believe the first hand that he had 3 popsicles.
I'll say it looked like at least 2 of them I saw, and an ice block.
I wonder if he kept both of those popsicles in his hand then, and then looking for something else. Looks like he kept popsicle and ice block as starting.
Popsicle, ice block.
Looks like he might have gotten Grandma.
He's got a quill in there.
Tomato.
Looks like.
Okay.
He's got his Tipo, looks like, for next turn.
Looks like he has pretty much the hand he wants.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what Andrew has over there.
I keep leaning as though I'm going to get a better view.
Yeah, same. Looks like
So we're going to ink a ling.
Good old Robin Hood.
Yep.
Can't go wrong with Robin Hood, is what I say.
And here's kind of where you see where I take issue with Tipo. Tipo doesn't provide much. It provides you more consistent ramp on turn 2, which is great. But it's nuking your hand with you, and like you don't have the ability to trade, right? So this Robin Hood is going to quest without impunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he has no fear of you being able to kill it, basically.
Right.
Correct. So like in a deck like Amethyst Sapphire, Tipo gets a lot better because you have something like Crab. So being able to turn it into like a missile just to remove something off the board is a lot different.
Mm-hmm.
Are opting to go for a more aggressive mulligan ramping strategy.
Okay, played the Sisu, get rid of that Anna. What does he have in his hand? Another quill? Possibly. Shift that Robin Hood. Kill the Tipo. Are we gonna... at this point, it looks like he does have a Maui, right?
So looks
would
like,
be
yeah, he's got a Maui.
Yep.
And there that is, right into Robin.
Man, that's good.
Yes.
I do believe that Isaac only has, I think, 1 or 2 cards in his hands. Looks like 1. Hopefully that last card is a Hiram. If it's not, then
That's what I was just thinking.
it is looking a little bleak.
Let's see,
He's got
Tipo
another
and
Tipa
a grandma.
and Tala. Well, pulling a popsicle.
Gonna take the popsicle off the ground to Grandma Tala, just to, spin another draw.
Yeah. Draw the Hiram, maybe? What is it? What did we get? I don't think we're gonna find out.
Nope.
I would be interested in inking the
Is it a big
Tipo here.
Sisu?
It does look like a big Sisu. Big Sisu and a Tipo is what
Another
it is in his hand.
laying into the ink for Andrew.
It's got Beast, Anna on the other side.
Isaac just pulled another Tala. So I think we're going to see that.
Nope.
Nope.
Looks like he's takes rid of the Anna. And then we'll quest for 4.
Yep.
Alright. Draw for turn. Did he not draw for Beast? He's not drawing for Beast.
Nope.
He should
Yeah,
have
he's
drawn for
gonna-
Beast, but he did not.
Yep.
So let's see.
Now he's going to. He just did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a mandatory trigger.
Yeah.
You can't
Right.
draw for
That's
Yeah.
what I was just about to let the head judge know, but it looks like Isaac might have told him to do it.
There's that Tala again. Looks like he pulled the Hiram.
Finds the Hiram. It's looking a little late. He is ahead on lore, so
He almost doesn't even need to play at this point, right? He can just quest away.
potentially.
Quest.
Like a grab your swords would be pretty detrimental. Like he would keep his Talas and his Maui, but you would likely send in the Robin Hood to the big Sisu and then trade everything else. Oh, Maui actually would
die, yeah, because he has 3
die,
damage.
So he would keep both the Talas, which I don't think is good enough.
Looks like Isaac has 1 card in hand, which we know is the Hiram. And Andrew has 3 in his hand, deciding what he's going to do.
Yeah. An ink fill for another fill.
Play a fill.
This means that the Robin Hood can challenge the Sisu and remove it completely, like just by itself.
Yep.
Yep. So gain the 2 lore from that.
Don't know how fond I am of using the Beast as a removal tool, especially because it's your only card draw engine right now.
And then it doesn't look like he at least didn't mark it.
I don't think he's going to mark it. Yeah.
Marked his lore gain from Robin Hood. But I also don't think it's a must. I think it's a may. Not that you would.
Not that you were going to purposefully choose not to.
During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, gain 2 lore. So he should have gained the 2 lore from that Robin Hood banishing.
Oh, just like he should, I believe. Shouldn't he be drawing a card off of Robin Hood because Maui just took him out? Or is that only on your turn?
It's possible that he kind of sees the writing on the wall and understands the game is over, so the actions he could be taking is kind of likely, for lack of a better term, is kind of irrelevant. There's not really a lot of cards in his deck that he can draw to get out of it, and by not a lot, I mean completely 0.
And it looks like the card he just played, was that Visions of the Future?
Oh, yeah.
It's a new card in Shimmering Skies. It's been a pretty decent card in my test set.
Is that, do you Look at the top 5.
Pick one.
Right.
Pick one. Okay.
You don't have to reveal it. It's just pick any card.
Yeah, put one into your hand. The rest of the bottom of your deck in any order.
Okay.
Okay. Got Cogsworth.
Well, here comes Cogsworth.
Take that Maui out. Quest for 2. Isaac's.
I believe Andrew should be at 7.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew should be at 7. Got Maui coming in. Gotta take out that beast. I think he's realizing that's only during your turn. I think he was trying to tell him that Maui dies, but it's only during beast getting.
It only
the
has
5.
the plus strength during your turn.
Yeah,
okay.
it gets the plus 4 during your turn. That's always important to know.
So, he's doing another Visions of the Future, it looks like.
Yeah, he probably just takes the Sisu here, so next time he can shift it and get rid of the Cogsworth.
Yep, that's exactly what he. Quest for 2. Popsicle. I feel like this looks a little bleak for Andrew. Plays the aerial. The aerial at least has ward. Does she? And she has a 3 strength.
Yeah, so she will get around the Sisu. I just think it's too late in the game at this point. Isaac is at 14. There's not a lot. Like, this aerial's not going to get him to 20 before Isaac can get to 20. Especially without the existence of a Lucky Dime.
Yeah, because Lucky Dime you would get at, what, the 5 if he has more?
You would be able to quest and gain, so you gain 10 in a turn.
It's insane.
That's a lot.
That is quite a bit. That shift cogs goes away. Just get it out of here.
Yeah, and then you like as Isaac, you just turn everything sideways, go to 19, and like there's not a lot that your opponent can do in this situation.
Yep, and it looks like the opponent knows that as well by.
Yeah.
Man.
That was good.
All right. Yeah, that was a little. It seemed like Isaac had a pretty good hand there.
Yeah.
Just drew into everything he needed to.
Yeah, that's really just the differential in power levels. Like the things that the Ruby Sapphire deck are doing are just so much stronger than the things that the Sapphire Steel Heroes deck is doing. Sapphire Steel can get there, especially when they have aggressive starts. But if they're not really looking for, or they don't really have an aggressive start, it kind of goes a little sideways.
That's
Brandon.
Brandon.
Oh, Brandon.
I don't know what he was trying to do by looking at the camera. That was kind of funny.
Yeah. Got Isaac's answers from earlier.
That's funny. So we'll get Isaac back in here.
Go grab him.
How hilarious. All right, and then we'll have one more round until we get our top cut, and we'll see who made the top cut. I'm assuming that it's going to be a combination of Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah. How much time is left in the round?
What's that?
How much time is left in the round?
Looks like 22 minutes is left in the round.
Goodness, y'all went fast.
Aggro, dude. I don't know what you want. Aggro Sisu.
All right.
Y'all got any crap talking to do now?
Huh?
You got any crap talking to do now? I'll misplay.
Hey,
I redeemed it.
You did. You redeemed it. You played a good match, man. So Humble's here as well.
Hello.
I don't know if you can see him, but he is around. So Isaac, tell us how you felt about that match. You were playing a Interesting deck.
I mean, Blue State Heroes slept on deck. It's just easy to out when you go first as the Ruby Sapphire player. Game 2, going second, couldn't out the Ana fast enough to really matter. Before he got Ling down, Ling just kind of took game 2 away from me. But game 3 just super
Ling
quick.
being able to just kind of turn off all your relative removal was not great for you. There was like the turn you played it, I was like, well, you can just like shift Sisu next turn and everything's fine. And then you played Ling and buffed everything, and I was like, never mind.
Yeah, seeing Ling is tough. It's like that game I was begging for Medusa, and whenever I want Medusa, she just doesn't show up. So
yeah, you were looking at the end of the game. You were looking like you were searching, like kind of just digging for a Be Prepared, and it just never found you.
Yeah, I didn't get the Be Prepared. Didn't get the Medusa. Game 3, plentiful amount of Maui to really take control. I mean, still had one in hand, but once I got Sisu down, it was kind of just tough for him to bounce back.
Yeah, there was a turn. I'm not sure if it was game 2 or like game 1 or game 2, where you like you ate your ice block with a Hiram to draw 2, and then they like dropped the beast, and you got kind of a little. I think you still won the game. You got a little punished for needing to draw the cards because you had the brawl in hand and weren't able to out the beast, and it did get him a few cards.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those moments where you're like, I think I have the game under control for now, and then you toss the ice block, and they play something next turn that's just automatically turned the favor for a second, where you're just like, oh, well, I wish I had the ice block. It was like game 1 in my first match when I inked the Cusco, and then out came Castle literally a turn later.
Like window open.
Yeah, I wanted to jump across the table. But...
Yeah, that's like I'm actually playing 4 different effects for like to get rid of like locations and items. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started on like just 2 Cuscos, and I was like, I don't know, man, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't kill these castles.
I like the 2 Cuscos. I mean, having more would be good, but you start to run out of room. I wanted to put the cat in because pull an enchanted cat, you got to play the enchanted cat.
I feel that.
So I mean, and it feels real good to go dime cat, dime 12 lore 1 turn. Hasn't happened yet today, but I'm not counting it out.
I mean, we could see it in Top Cut, you know, if one more round. You're 3-1 at this point, correct?
Yeah.
So
the rest of the Labyrinth has been talking me off the ledge of not putting that card in my deck. I'm like, God, just give me a reason. Show me the light. Give me the reason to put that card in my Ruby Sapphire deck, please.
He's so fun because it's just like if you play him, it says answer this card or lose. Like it's just. Even if you can't dime it, it's just you get back resources, you play out the resources, you get 2 turns the next turn when he quests. It's just kind of, even if you don't get to dime it, you're loading the board up with other characters, other cards. Like,
but then you have those situations against other Ruby decks where they're like, that's a neat cat, ice block, and then Medusa, and you're like, oh well.
Yeah, or in match 1 where it's like it's a nice Tamatoa Sisu. I'm going to kill that one. That was the Be Prepared. It was a Be Prepared, then Tremaine, bounce Tremaine, and just couldn't recover. But Ruby can be gross.
That's the unfortunate part. Tremaine is very good against this.
Yeah, I don't think there's much Tremaine running today, minus that one list. But I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm sure she's floating around somewhere.
For sure. So what do you? If you make it into Top Cut, or what do you want to see the next few rounds? Like, what's the deck that you would prefer to see?
The one I win against.
The one you
I win against. Steel Songs. I am last round at 2-0 Steel Song real quick. Because once you get Sisu down, it's GG's. I mean, even if they play Lawrence, you throw a Tipo into it, drop Sisu, wipe, and then maintain control. They don't have enough removal fast enough to handle like Sisu, Mufasa, Tamatoa.
How are you liking the Mufasas in your specific Ruby Sapphire mix?
I mean, when he comes out, it's fun. When he's in hand, you're kind of like, I really want to play it, and you have to stop yourself from playing it, so you don't trap yourself in a bad play. But I have the cat sitting on my shoulder just telling me, play me. Especially because I want to show off the Enchanted, just be like, hey, there you go. One of the matches earlier, I T-po'd the Enchanted and was just real sad about it the entire time.
Yeah, can't begrudge you for wanting to play Enchanted Mufasa.
He's dope. I mean, it's the best Enchanted of the set visually and and statistically. So.
And it gives you extra power, right? When you play an enchanted versus a regular one.
Yeah, they get shook real fast. Like and like I said, double turn is just too good. It's like you like in the match where you had to go Zeus, Storm, Beast just to out the Mufasa to not lose.
Yeah, we saw that. I was like, that is a lot of resources to put into
having to commit 3 resources to remove a single thread does not feel good.
Well, that's a win on your end. Like,
especially when the next turn he's like, cool, here's a Tamatoa.
Yeah, so that's fun. Here's a crab, or here's a dragon to out your last beast, or whatever I did in that game to take over. But game 2 just kind of sucked. But other than that, I didn't see any good draws. That match was better than the others because I got Hiram out and got to get them going, which didn't happen previously.
Yeah, I did see that you finally were able to play some Hiram.
There's 4 of them, and he just didn't want to show up. So
you also see the difference between Hiram versus steel decks and Hiram versus red decks. Like Hiram being able to just stick on the board is so much different than Hiram meeting its demise almost immediately when you play it.
Yeah, for sure. Hiram getting to stick around, and I mean, even just one turn of Hiram is good. Steel has to just put too much resource into getting rid of them. Other colors really struggle anyway. So just getting a couple extra draws will work, and then Vision put in work towards the end too, digging down, grabbing Sisus, grabbing Medusas and the like.
Yeah, I definitely think Vision is going to see play.
Get them foils before the DLC.
It's a cheaper, dig a little deeper type of card, and it's inkable, correct?
Yeah, 2-drop inkable.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Too bad it's not a song, it would beat the trifecta.
Oh, that'd be the most expensive blue card of all time if it was a song.
Yes, the foils of that would skyrocket.
Singing it with Tipo instead of one jump.
Well, I'm not a Tipo believer, so.
Hey, he worked today, especially when he gets to sing one jump.
I've played lists where I'm on 4 Tipo, 4 1 jumps, and I've played 2 1 jumps, 4 Tipos, and I've quickly just not played Tipo.
Yeah,
I'll just play 4 1 jumps.
It's a good against aggro because turn 4 Maui is fine. You don't have to rely so heavily on Quill. So if you don't see Quill, Tipo's good to push you a little further. I'm on the 4 Tipo 2 1 jump, but having a body there early on to kind of stop them from turning stuff sideways is alright.
You didn't play 1 jump? 1 of those?
I played 2 of them.
2 of them?
2 1 jumps, yeah.
For you're only playing 2, we saw
we see it a lot, yeah.
We've seen it it's just about every single time.
I've seen it a ton. Hiram was just like, nah, man, it's time to 1 jump.
Yeah, Hiram's hiding from you, man. You need a shuffle butter.
I've been between matches. I shuffled for 40 minutes and still drew terrible.
Well, maybe you're shuffling too much then.
I'm saying you shuffle less.
Round 2 was round 2. I bounced back from a 7 uninkable draw hand after Mulligan.
Gosh.
I know.
Wow.
If any deck's the one to do it, it's that one.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was against puppies.
Oh, okay.
So once you prepare it, you're just kind of like, all right, now I got to hang out and play some cards. But that puppy, don't sleep on that puppy deck.
No, it's fun.
Yeah, no, he got me in game 2. It was tough.
That's funny.
He's still playing with
definitely congratulations.
Bruno and whatnot.
Hoping you can shake hands in the top 8 next round.
Hey, I appreciate it. I hope so too. Otherwise, I missed an entire day of good stuff with the family for nothing. Almost sold out after round 1. It's all right.
And you're doing good. You're doing good.
Ruby Amethyst is just a tough match for Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I hope I don't see it until later. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
If I get Dak in top cut, I'm just gonna cry the entire time. And
just beat it, man. It's just Dak.
Yeah.
Just win.
Just win.
Just win. That's all you gotta do.
As Mason told me earlier, just play Steel Song better.
Yeah. Hey, Steel Song is fun. I enjoy playing Steel Song.
I need to play it better, apparently. I don't know.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for coming back here and doing the interview. Best of luck, and hopefully we see you in Top Cut, man.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah.
I think I can draw out. Maybe I don't remember.
I think
believe
so.
in you.
Thank you. Hi, Jesse.
I believe in you.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah. See you later, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah.
I'll let you go back to your spot over here.
Ready?
All right. Looks like we have about 10 more minutes before the round is over. I don't know how many more people are still playing, but Yeah, we'll see where we're at with it.
Yeah.
Do you have Melee pulled up to see where
I
our
do.
rankings are?
Let's get that pulled back up here.
Because unfortunately for Isaac, I think he will see a lot of Ruby Amethyst in Top Cut. It wouldn't surprise me
That's
if
very likely.
They just play themselves.
I mean, that's what you want to see if you are gonna make Top
At
Cut.
the end of round 4, only undefeated is Gabe.
So Gabe
The dream
still-
bracket for him would be all the red purples play each other, and then the 2 red purples play each other again in semis.
Looks like Isaac is up to 6 now, so he's in top 8 for right now.
So I got Gabe. I don't know who Space.
I don't know who that is. We got
Nog is in there.
Nog,
So he must.
Heath, Scotty.
So Steel Song. So Ruby Amethyst, Unknown, Steel Song, Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, and
That's Andrew, who we just saw.
Andrew
With Blue Steel Heroes.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. That is going to be.
Yeah.
And then obviously we'll see who draws and then who win the winning ends.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'll probably get 2 people who will be up for winning ends that we haven't seen around.
Looks like they are starting to set up for round 5.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
We've
So
got.
I'll stay for round 5, and then after round 5, I'm gonna go ahead and pop out. I got some other things I have to attend to.
For
But
sure,
it was
man.
definitely great and fun commentating Swiss with you guys.
Yeah, for sure, man. We definitely appreciate it. You have been fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, you really have. And you'll definitely have to meet up in Vegas because myself and Brohammington will be there.
I may or may not have some swag to give away, so definitely try to come find me.
All right, man, for sure.
I recognize that mat on the right. Is that?
We got Mason on the left.
Oh, Mason.
And we got Heath on the right.
Heath.
Oh, okay,
That's whose
Heath.
mat that is. Yeah.
All right.
Fan favorites.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's see here. Get these updated.
We've got Mason, who is. I wonder if he is Space Jamad.
And saw him shuffle. It's looking like another mirror match.
I think.
Well, I say.
I'm pretty sure Mason's playing Emerald
Looks
Amethyst.
like Emerald Amethyst, yeah.
Oh, Emerald Amethyst. So Emerald Amethyst is actually, I believe, a little bit favored into Ruby Amethyst.
Yes.
Oh, he's saying hi.
What's up, man? I saw
Bubble top 8 after throwing on stream, so.
Yeah, hey man, we'll see you in top 8 for sure. Yeah. You'll redeem yourself.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. And Mason is.
Land, Sky, and Sea.
Mason named his deck Land, Sky, and Sea, so that's interesting.
It's probably because Diablos, Clarabelles, and Ursulas.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yep.
And
Sorry.
then, no, you're good. It's like.
Yeah, that looks like an interesting deck. I'm excited to see.
I
he
have
does with
played
it.
against this deck in
Uh-huh.
League, and I quite hate it. It is always
fun.
such a grind. Because I've been playing. I played the mirror against him, and then I play Steel Song every once in a while against him, and that's still, if he gets off before I do, then
Yeah.
it's rough. So looks like Heath's putting back 2. Mason is putting 6.
Yeah.
That is a
Very aggressive.
very aggressive, for sure. And we are in round 5. Perfect. This has been fun. Let me get this to you.
He has that one already.
Yeah.
I think.
I just usually just take
But
photos of
fair
both
enough.
of them.
All right. Turn 1 looks like we got Minnie Mouse out. Inking Friends. Which, okay.
Probably has another Friends in his hand if he's doing that.
Right.
I'm assuming.
Looks like bringing out Cursed Merfolk on Mason's first turn.
All right.
Sorry with the Flynn Rider. That's not good to see on the Emerald Amethyst side.
Yeah, because your characters are going to be tiny.
Not a lot of.
Already. And he didn't play a turn 2
ink
play.
and didn't play anything. Didn't quest.
That's rough.
That's.
Inking, Castle, Fox. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard to come back from early.
Yeah.
Quest for 2, we're going to, throw that back.
Box them out.
So that turns off the Flynn Rider for a turn, which like isn't terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Him not having a play on 2 is not ideal.
Inking the mini plane and the rabbit.
Card.
Okay. All right. Looks like we have on Heath side Maui over there. Possibly some. Be prepared.
So Mason's got a couple of Merfolk in his hand now.
So Mason has inking that snake. Diablo into Merfolk.
Merfolk.
So this does open us up for a brawl here. I don't really like the quest with the Fox. I would have likely just kept it readied.
Mm-hmm.
Just because if a brawl does come through on this Diablo, then they're just always going to be gaining off of the Flynn, especially if the opponent just plays a Maui on this turn.
I was going to say, this is Maui's turn here. We're on turn 5, so he can ink play Maui. And
I also like the play of like Fox into Fox play Maui on nothing and just have a big guy that will always keep the Flynn active.
yeah. For sure.
It's
a
real
you don't have
problem
to do anything. You
to
can
sit
just
across from.
keep passing the turn.
Just auto 3
Yeah.
at the start of your turn. Yep.
And there he is.
The Maui comes out. So inking that snake, playing the Maui, and then it looks like we're
just
going to
quest with the other 2.
We're on the beatdown duty right now.
Yeah, because next turn Heath can gain 6 lore, I believe. I mean, depending on if he quests with Flynn or not.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't, you still possible 5
right.
on the board.
Mason drew the Cricket return, which actually does change the math a little bit.
Cricket does. I mean, what does he do? We got Ruby.
Cricket gives your entire board +3 for their strength for a turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you're forced to trade your Diablo into. Oh, had a Peter Pan Shadow. Okay, that's actually a lot better.
Okay, so it gives you Evasive's Rush, right?
Mm-hmm.
Runs into Maui.
But see, the Fox is still causing you a problem because it's still going to trigger the Flynn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Flynn still gets his 3. Okay, and he's going to draw.
Looks like he just pulled a Medusa.
Diablo is exerted, so Mason drew. It's their turn to draw.
Yeah.
Medusa. Yeah, that. I'm just going to quest.
I still think I like killing one of the merfolks here. 4 lore is still nothing to sneeze at. You're likely able to race it though. Your opponent doesn't have anything in terms of like the ability to get rid of it. And if you have to commit the cricket and trade your merfolks into a rabbit and a fox, I think you're happy with that trade.
Yeah, because at that point you don't discard, you win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think at this point he's likely fine with whatever Mason's trying to do. The Flynn Rider is just going to get him so much lore.
Right.
Well, that and you know that Emerald Amethyst doesn't have a board wipe that can get rid of all of your creatures, all of your characters on the board.
Let me actually relook at this because there's a card that I haven't seen yet. Oh, he's not playing it. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
So yeah, it looks like he's gonna play that Cricky and throw his Merfolk into Rabbit and Fox.
He's gonna go to 16, quest to 18, and like.
Then he can.
If he has any goats, then he just wins.
Goat bounce, and it looks like he does have a snake in his hand. So.
Well, Castle does it.
That's rough.
Yep.
Quest go to 17. Yep. Scooping it up.
Yep.
Yeah. So he's playing a couple cards that don't lend him much in this matchup. Like I was expecting him to play beyond copies of Bonsai and copies of like other like cards like that.
Mm-hmm. The Bonsai, the 3/2.
The 3/2, the unable 3/2, the quest for 2.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Pan Shadowfinder is a little weird, to be honest. He looks like he is playing this Singer Ursula, 3 cost with Mother Knows Best, bosses on a roll, and Prince on the other side. I've seen the lists that I've been testing, the lists I've been playing against have moved away from that. Just because there's not a really high density of good enough songs that you want to be singing with her.
Okay.
Like, she sings Friends, which is neat, but 4 cards in the face of when, like, most of the cards that you could be drawing into don't really do a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of doesn't really scratch the itch, so to speak.
Interesting.
Yeah, so maybe if he was going something more like, not to say aggressive, but stronger, when like swapping out your 1-drops or your Merfolk for cards that replace themselves, like Brooms or Followers, and then your 2-drops become like Bonsais and whatnot to just help you pressure the opponent further.
So then, if they're not playing the Ursula 3-drop, what's
Lyle Tiberius Vork.
Okay. So that you can control their lore.
You get to, like, so he's also on the Muses, which he's not really playing enough songs to justify having it. Additionally, the Muses will have a lot of times where, because you're not playing ice blocks and you're not playing things that can affect the opponent's board state, you're not going to be able to get as many triggers as you would, so you'd have to bounce your own things, which a lot of the flexibility and power of the Muses comes by being able to get rid of your opponent's cards as well.
That makes sense. Looks like Heath had double Mini, double Sisu, double Brawl in his hand.
I thought I only saw the 1 Brawl, but I couldn't tell what was on the end. But it looked like it was another character.
Additionally, if I'm right, actually, let me look at my purple steel list, actually, or purple green list.
So I wonder if he's gonna. Probably doesn't have a 2-drop. Is he gonna get rid of the Diablo here? He wouldn't even get rid of the Diablo. It looks like quest, right? 1 damage on it. Yep, and then he's gonna play
another mini.
So it challenges into the Diablo so that the Diablo has a damage.
Yeah, like my purple green list is doing quite a bit differently. The inclusion of Sir Hiss on the 2-drop slot to kind of turn off opposing Flynn Riders is the biggest thing. I'm not even playing Diablos in that deck. It's just kind of all in on Cow.
Okay.
So Clarabelle.
Do you play the 1-drop and the 3-drop Clarabelle?
1-drop and the 3-drop, yeah. Because the 1-drop gives you game into red blue as well, because you can kill ice blocks, and late game it can kill dimes and whatnot.
Yeah.
you're kind of looping your Ursulas. So you do have the Ursulas. You have the Elsa to kind of help with opposing threats. Lyle, Tiberius, Rourke, and the ability to bounce them is also just stomps. To be honest, like like in these situations, like game one, if he had Lyle, it likely would not have ended as fast.
Just because every time you banish something, someone else, they lose a lore.
They lose,
correct.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like
goes off with board wipes, but
yes. So the thing is always with be prepared. You would still lose the lore for how many other characters besides Lyle they have.
Yeah, so if you had 4 lore and then be prepared a board of 3 characters and a Lyle, you would go to 1.
Yeah, it's always a contention.
Which I disagree with, but I understand it's the rules.
That's funny. All right, so
Okay, so we throw out another Diablo. Got another look at the hand. It looks like.
Looks like we're inking the mini, playing the rabbit. And it looks like from what I've been...
the Chromacon out.
Chromacon.
So, interestingly enough, the Chromacon only triggers on the opposing turn, which is the only card in the game currently that works at instant speed.
So in the opposing turn, if something is banished, you can bounce something, correct? Is that?
Yeah, if one of your characters is banished during the opponent's turn, you get to bounce any character on the board, yours or your opponent's.
Okay.
And then if they banish, it could be used multiple times in a turn as well. It doesn't just
Correct.
need to be.
So there were in my testing there were a couple times where my opponent would like play Big Sisu and kill 2 or 3 of my characters, and I would just bounce the entire board back to her.
Okay. So essentially, you wipe my board, I'll wipe your board.
Which is
correct. Which obviously, like, it benefits the player playing Ruby because they just get their Medusas and their Sisus and whatnot back. If I'm I'm so inclined to put those back, but so it's not great in that matchup. But
yeah, because I mean
a
that's
lot of the other
worst.
times, like against more grindy matchups, your opponent my opponent would remove one of my threats, and I would say, okay, I'll bounce my goat or I'll bounce my rabbit. Through talking with R&B, Chromacon's actually one of the highest skill cap cards in the game. That is what we're theorizing.
I see. And it looks like we are updating Mason's record because he's not a 3-0-1. He's actually a 2-2, which means that he has to win in order to have a shot at top 8.
Oh, so it looks like Heath is down paired?
Yeah, yes. It looks like Heath got the down pair into this match.
Did Heath lose his last round?
I'm going to double check because information I got was, let's see. I'm double checking, but
castle.
Interesting.
To pull out. Where is that?
We're gonna challenge into the mini. Okay, it's an interesting.
Is that's that Peter Pan, right? That he just played?
That 3-drop?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, Peter Pan's
Shadow Finder.
Okay.
Shadow Finder, yeah.
So,
It's a 2/3. Has rush and evasive, and I believe when he's played your other characters with evasive gain rush.
Oh, right. Because there's also the Peter Pan's Shadow that's the other way around.
Yes,
isn't
Shadow
it?
Shadow is a uninkable 4-cost 2/3 with rush and quest for 2, and says your other characters with rush gain evasive.
Okay.
So it's like Keith is trying to figure out what he's going to do. I think he has a library in hand. Does he? Does he even play library? Maybe
He's got.
Yeah, he does. So I think that's a library that he has in his hand. I don't know what else he has, but it looks like he's about challenge. Challenge. Or
We're just gonna quest with everything.
Quest go to 7.
There's that
Play
library.
that library and
Just move everything to the library.
Move everything. Move 2 things to the library.
Just the 2. So I don't think he has enough ink.
Sisu and Chernobog
to move the rabbit as well.
Oh, he's going to ink it.
Now he's going to ink the castle.
Ink the castle. He's going to move the rabbit there too. No, he is not going to. Interesting.
No reason to not do that.
Yeah. I would say if you ink the castle, you would want to move.
Right. If you've got the ink, you might as well move it.
Cards.
Yeah. Interesting. Sometimes people have a lot better moves than I do, so what I think doesn't always. Maybe they're 2 steps ahead. All right, he's gonna play Cricky.
So it looks like the library is gonna go down here.
Yeah. Everything gets +3, so Diablo and Peter Pan take out library.
Easily.
Little Diablo takes out Sisu. And Snake challenged into Chernobog's followers.
Drop that Merfolk.
Now you see the Emerald Amethyst deck has kind of turned the corner. Barring a Be Prepared, it looks like it's going to go in the way of green purple here.
Yep. So he scoops that up, and we're going to go to game 3.
Wow.
Well, you know, I guess.
I guess.
Jesse's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I have...
Power of Diablo, to be honest with you, like essentially, because there was a really cool play that Heath could have had where he puts Chernobog's followers on the library, pops Chernobog's followers, and then draws 2 cards. One for the Chernobog's followers effects, and one's for the library, recognizing the Chernobog's followers is being banished.
Right.
However, Heath doesn't draw 2 cards. They get to draw 2 cards because Diablo is still on the board.
That does make sense.
Yeah. So really to kind of put him in a position to where was able to get board wiped pretty effectively.
Let's see. And now Heath will get to go first, so this will be interesting.
And without cards like Bonsai or Circus, and the only card really impactful for Mason here being exactly Snake on turn 2. With Heath going first, Flynn Rider really gets to flex its muscles like it did in game 1.
So the play here would be 1 drop whatever, 2 drop Flynn, 3 drop Sisu, and take over the
game. Take over the game, yeah. So like, I would be remiss to keep the hand if it had anything except for exactly 1 drop plus Snake. Even if that 1 drop were a Diablo, right? Like I would still play Diablo and then Snake the Diablo, even if I had the ability to shift it.
Okay. So looks like Heath mulliganed 5. I didn't see how many Mason did. But I think it was pretty aggressive because it looks like that's 5
it
on
looks
top.
like, yeah.
I got a brief peek at his hands, and I would have just shipped back all 7.
I think mulliganing is one of the hardest parts of playing at.
There are some decks that are way harder to mulligan than others. Like the yellow-green deck, for example, was one of the hardest mulligans I've ever had to learn.
There we are, immediately getting Chernobog's out.
Yep. Let's see how Mason responds. Got a cove.
There's that cove.
Hidden Cove is a good one.
gonna ink it though and play the Merfolk instead.
Likely doesn't have the Diablo shift line. Like he has the Diablo, but he doesn't have the 1-drop to make it go 1-drop Diablo into like turn 2 play Cove, shift Diablo, move Diablo to Cove, and like dodge your brawls.
Yep. That makes sense. And it does look like he does have a 2-drop Ursula.
Okay, so this is actually best case scenario for green purple. Dodging the Flynn Rider here was kind of crucial.
Yeah.
It's gonna ink that Ursula.
Looks like he's inking that Ursula, playing Snake, bouncing.
I would have likely kept Ursula in hands, especially him representing, drawing 3 cards this turn potentially.
Yeah, because I mean, even if you don't use it till turn 6 to possibly take out that Beeper Pep.
Take the Beeper.
Right.
Let's see if what Heath is going to ink and play this turn. Looks like he has a snake in his hand. Yep. And then he's going to ink that
Ink
to
that
mini,
to play another
that.
Chernobyls.
All the Chernobyls.
Oh, and there's
a lot
another
of
Cove
going on, but not a lot of like board progression on Heath's side.
There's that Diablo.
This is also another reason I would have liked to just play the Ursula on turn 2 to make sure the coast is clear for this bird.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Very quickly. You almost think that he should have played the Cove first before playing that Diablo.
Yeah, if you have Cove plus bird, you kind of that's kind of your dream combo against this deck. The only problem is Cove is very easily killed. Right? Like on that turn, he could have just like crabbed the snake, removed the Cove, and then next turn brought the Diablo.
It's very true. So we'll see what Mason decides to do here. Gonna play the Cove now. Gonna move the snake into the Cove.
I like this play.
Take out the other snake.
Snake on snake violence.
Snake is not long for the world because the opponent does have a Maui, so Maui kills Cove and then the snake dies by state-based actions.
Okay.
Not even worried about it.
Alright, I'm just gonna go for the Sisu Flynn combo. Looks like Keith maybe has 1 card in hand, and Mason has Emerald Chromacon that he just played. Questing with Merfolk.
And then passing.
And passes back. And then he doesn't get the Flynn because Snake is on Cove. So Mason must have 3 or less cards in his hand.
I believe he has 3.
Medusa that he's going to be able to...
I think you put back the Sisu. Either put back the Sisu or you put back the Flynn. Putting back the Sisu will prevent him from questing for a turn, which is pretty nice.
Slows him down.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. Easily could have sequenced a little bit better and quested first before removing it, but Chromacon is a card that has an effect that's not typical.
I think they're discussing what the Emerald Chromacon does, so yeah. Looks like he does bounce Sisu.
Well, to be fair,
and it's not a card that many people
popular
play.
Card, right?
For sure.
Yeah, especially because the effect is the first of its kind, where it's the only thing that allows you to do something on your opponent's turn.
It's got Rabbit, drawing into Fox, inking that Snake, moving that Fox over. I mean, moving the rabbit over to the Cove. That snake on Cove is keeping that Flynn.
Yeah, which is another reason I like Cove, right? Honestly, the Flynn and the Medusa needs to kill the Cove, which you see it, and the snake will go with it.
Oh, and then
and just send the Flynn right back.
Yeah. Man, that's funny.
Should I be playing Emerald?
Maybe you should, Jesse. Just bouncing.
It's been a while since I played that. It's fun.
I will say that you cannot bounce. Your stuff would be prepared with Emerald Comic Con because they would already be banished. Just so you're aware of that, Jesse.
I'm sure that there is some sort of rule loophole that can be exploited.
Just throwing it out there because I know people have talked about that before.
Oh, got 2 Flynn's out there. That
Double
could be
Flynn,
a real problem.
Sisu, yeah.
The Sisu does represent a pretty big problem. You're incentivized to kind of dump your hand to make sure the Sisu is never above 4. You can play the Fox here, but you have to. You're going to be drawing cards with the rabbit, so it doesn't really make any sense.
Quest, bounce, play something else. No.
Please draw your card first, because that might.
You might be incentivized to not even draw a card here, just to make sure the Sisu doesn't trigger the Flynn's if his plan is to remove the Medusa.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Then
he's gonna dump Diablo. 3 cards, so puts him at Sisu's at 4.
Yep. So at least he has the Fox out.
There we go,
but
Maui.
There becomes a problem.
Quest for 3, go to 9. This is going to be an interesting turn for Mason.
I'm not sure if Mother Knows Best is good enough.
At that point, would you just bounce Maui back to their hand?
You kind of have to. You kind of have to bounce the Maui here because if Maui is on the board when you pass the turn, he's just going to gain 6. And anytime the Flynn Rider on the opposing side gains more than 3 lore, the game is just very close to unwinnable.
Okay. Looks like he did sing with Diablo. Mother Knows Best, bounce that, and then he's going to take out that Sisu. Taking 2 damage since he has 1 card.
You just kind of have to find another out to this Maui that's coming up, which it's probably like Maui removes the Fox and he bounces the Maui back, but that still seems not great.
Especially since it's just continuously in his hand.
Right.
You bounce it.
Well, you can kind of lean on your evasive characters and make sure Maui never gets her cross. The Flynn Riders, though, are now the problem.
Let's see what Heath does. He's definitely thinking about what he's going to do. Has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink. We know he has the Maui. He's gonna play the Maui.
There's that.
Gonna take out that Fox.
Ideally, you would just trade your Medusa into Fox. That way, your Maui just doesn't go anywhere. I would also have not played the Maui yet because of the Chromacon.
Yeah, kind of used Medusa to take out Fox.
Yeah,
have them bounce something and then play the Maui Flynn.
Yeah. Because then you can just play Maui, play Flynn Rider, and then pass. Playing Maui on this board state now puts you locked into getting Chromacon.
Yep, so he's gonna...
Yeah, you easily put the Maui back in the hand.
So Mason's deciding who he's going to send back.
You can basically never send back the Medusa.
Yeah. I agree. The Medusa would not be the card to send back.
No.
Looks like he sent back a Flynn Rider. He just replayed it.
Yep. It does appear that way since he tapped 2 ink. I do think the play would have been to send the Maui back, though, for sure. Because then he wouldn't have been able to play it that turn.
Characters with evasive gain rush. Okay.
Looks like he threw the Peter Pan into the Maui to take care of the Maui. Now back over to Heath. He's going to play.
Oh, that's...
Looks like he has a fox in hand. I don't know what else he has.
So yeah, that's why you don't want to send back the Maui, because otherwise he keeps
He just
coming
keeps
out
coming back.
undamaged.
Yeah.
This way, at least you can hopefully get rid of him for
If he's
good.
locked into doing the same thing over and over again, that like you win that match, or you win that that exchange.
That's fair.
Because now he's in a weird position, right? So he's gonna swing with this Medusa, discard a card, and then Emerald Comercon will just put the goat back in the hand. He goes to 10.
That looks like he's gonna quest. Is he gonna 7? 6. Lady Medusa, the Diablo. Or Medusa, Matter Medusa, not Lady Medusa.
Chromacon, it's only banished in a challenge, right?
No,
it's banished.
whenever
it's just banished. Oh, yeah.
So in this position, we put back the or not, maybe not. I would have put back the goat. Went to 9, went to 10. Replayed goat.
Ooh, interesting. All right. Looks like Mason has friends.
Like he's got a fox.
Fox.
I'll say that may be why he didn't send back his own goat.
He's going to sing with the goat.
And another goat. And a merfolk, looks like.
Quest for 2 more, go to 11. Is he going to bounce anything or play? Yeah. Bounce a merfolk with Fox. Trade. So only has 1 Medusa at this point. Rabbit.
I'd be interested in has he inked already?
I don't believe he has. So
I'd be interested in inking the big Ursula and just putting down another merfolk.
The Emerald Chromacon only works on your opponent's turn, which is
that is correct.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I know people were asking or had said something in the chat, so that's why he's not bouncing anything because he cannot.
I guess that'd be pretty well breaking if it was.
Yeah, at that point.
Yeah, if that card was during both players' turns, that card would be like a legendary, and it would be $400.
Yeah. Everybody'd be playing Emerald.
Alright, so it looks like we're gonna quest with the Flynn's, trade the goat with Medusa.
Is he gonna send one of them back?
And now he gets to decide if he's gonna send one back.
Yeah.
Or send his own rabbit back?
Yeah, I guess. I assume that's the decision being made.
Looks like he's sending nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Take out one of the Flynn's, looks like.
Here comes another goat.
And that's
the
Boss is on the roll.
Boss is on a roll.
He's gonna gain a lore, look at the top 5 cards of his deck, and rearrange them on the top or the bottom, wherever he chooses.
So pretty much the visions for Amethyst.
Kind of, yeah.
But you don't get to keep any of them.
That's true.
They all
You
go
don't
back
get to
on top or on bottom.
Yeah, but you
Right.
do get to.
But you get a lore.
You get a
off of
lore,
it.
and then you pretty much get to sequence your plays at
Right.
that point. All right, I'll see what Heath does on his turn.
Be a good card to have with Bruno.
Yes. Yeah, with Bruno, because you would know exactly what you're.
Right.
your
Know what
next
you're
card.
guessing off the top
I
deck.
had the beginning of last format. I had a yellow-green Madrigal Bruno deck
Mm-hmm.
that utilized that card, and it was very extremely fun to play.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it.
Man, this is actually a pretty close
Yeah.
match.
It's a real close game 3. We got.
So excited the camera's moving.
Uh-huh.
The camera's excited too, apparently.
I say the store is shaking.
Oh, goat.
Oh,
Go to
goat
17.
coming out.
Oh, all right.
So he's got it on board.
He's got lethal on board. So if he doesn't do something, this is game.
So he has friends, I think 2 merfolk in his hand. And I can't see that last card.
And I believe
That's what it
Heath
looks
has no
like.
cards in hand, is what I'm thinking. So,
That sounds right.
all right.
So he has a decent turn lined up. So the rabbit challenges the Flynn, the goat challenges the Sisu. You go to 15, play two merfolks, and kind of just hope for a goat on the top. Unfortunately, that's really all you can do in this position.
Mm-hmm.
You get an extra card draw from the rabbit.
And I mean, he knows what he's drawing the next couple
Yeah.
of turns as well, if depending on how many you put on the top.
So this is actually a winning position for him.
Then what else are we playing here? Goat
Oh, no,
15. Ooh,
So
that's
even in
That's
the top of his deck has to be exactly Be Prepared or Sisu.
oh,
Well, I mean,
There's
sometimes
that.
you get it.
dang.
You say he'll get 2 off the goats going away.
Oh my gosh,
Huh.
that is
Huh.
rough.
So now all he's got to do is top deck a
Friends.
goat, and he's got it. Heath.
Yeah.
You can also
He's
just play
gone through
tricky.
2.
So now the opponent needs to draw Goat or Medusa.
Let's see what he gets. Friends.
He's
Oh, man.
digging for it.
Oh gosh. So if he has 5 ink available. So if he gets a Medusa, he can ink and take it out, right? Oh,
And doesn't have it.
Nope.
Mason got
Mason
it.
knows.
Oh my gosh. What
Wow.
a game. That was pretty intense. Wow.
Wow.
Folks, the Red Purple Menace has finally lost on camera.
There we go.
For real. About time.
Yeah,
Yes.
Emerald Amethyst?
Arguably the kind of carried in this matchup.
Gosh, that was intense. Man,
Wow.
he really played. Mason
That was-
really played well. That was
Yeah.
just very good.
Yes.
Gosh, I don't even know.
That's-
That was I can only imagine how your brain feels after a matchup like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
So that means
Well, there we
Mason
go.
has
So
a really
he's
good
got a
chance of
chance at
getting into top 8. It's not guaranteed,
Breaking in.
but it depending on his breakers,
Yeah.
he might squeeze into that top 8. Let's see.
And he knows he can take Ruby Amethyst now, so
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes.
And Humble, you said Emerald Amethyst has a favorable or unfavorable matchup into Ruby Amethyst?
Favored.
Favored? Okay.
when you look at the game we just watched, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Emerald Amethyst was able to outvalue the Amethyst Ruby with cards like with cards like the Hidden Cove, with cards like like normally Lyle Tiberius works, but he's not playing it. And eventually, and like just kind of take the game over from there. You saw Emerald Chromacon did wonders for that matchup, and it's likely because the Ruby Amethyst pilot did not consider that card. There was one turn where he missequenced and kind of allowed the Chromacon to snowball out of control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that just goes with, some cards are not as widely known. So, it can get you off balance if you don't know what they do.
Correct. The Chromacon adds a different layer to the gameplay, especially because
we're having a blast.
There is no other card
man.
that allows you to play it during make actions.
Where would you like me to
close that really behind you? And yeah, pop a squat right there.
Sweet.
Yeah, so let's see here. We got Mason. You can scoot the chair over just a bit.
Howdy, everybody.
Hello, everybody. So, Mason, congrats.
A close match to close out, nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. We also have Humble here.
Howdy.
Yeah, so tell us, how do you feel?
That was electric. I actually included Emerald Chromacon at like 8 in the morning. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to throw it in. I don't have any set 5 cards in my deck. I threw in 2 of the You're Welcomes, an Emerald Chromacon. I was like, if they come in useful, great. If they don't, so be it. So for that to save the game like 3 times in a row, that last match was
nice.
It's pretty dope.
Did you put in, though, You're Welcome because of our match from yesterday?
Yeah, I was like, man, if something big hits the board, I can bounce it for a turn, and then it's just a problem that stays. So
that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm glad I was able to
influence
you to help you get to this hopefully top 8.
It really counts as your victory
It's
as well, right?
It truly is. I mean, because of me.
Were y'all really on here from the back there, that last one?
Man, that was the most intense. We were like, oh my gosh, it just kept going back and forth. This is just going to
come down to just what's on the top.
Yeah. I thought it was very good. You did very well.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Very close game 3. When do you think that game turned for you, or what do you feel?
The fact that I was able to match Flynn multiple turns in a row, because I never saw my bounce option for him. I like playing the Muses because I can just keep Flynn off the board over and over and over, play friends, draw into another song, and I can keep him off the board while also developing other stuff. Or use Ursula, the 7 cost to exert him, and then I can take care of him. Because if he's just sitting there, it becomes a hassle against red-purple. So I had to play flexive. I skipped a rabbit draw, I think, once, just to stay under the Sisu strength count. There's just many factors. Like, I had to make split-second decisions that kept me outside of the danger range for Flynn. So
yeah,
that
for
was
sure. We did see that. Because we were wondering. We're like, oh, if he draws, Sisu will have enough to trigger that.
And no one card is worth 3 lore in a match that close. No one card.
Yeah, you definitely would have lost if that had happened.
Yeah,
for sure.
So speaking of your list, I do have a couple questions. You're not really including any bonsais in the deck, and why is that?
The reason I'm not including bonsais is because I had been playing this deck for the most part for set 4, and I really liked it, and because of the Bucky meta, I never got to see it show its true colors. So I didn't want to adjust that deck too much going into set 5. I really wanted to test it in a Bucky-free environment and see how it would do. So the reason that matters is because Bonsai is an inkable. I don't really have any space to throw in any more uninkables into my deck without running into bricking, because I really need to get past turns 3 and 4 with enough draw that I can start playing a lot of my 3-cost uninkables, Diablos, the Pan Shadow Finder, rabbits, stuff like that. Because if I'm inking a lot of my goats and castles to get up to that point, but my hand bricks before I can get any of my good stuff out, it's a loss.
So, Pan Shadowfinder in specific was actually a card that I was interested in. Why Pan Shadowfinder over a card like maybe like Lyle Tiberius Rourke or or even Peter Pan's Shadow. Just the
4-cost one.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason is because he synergizes really well with the Diablo. He allows me more opportunities to play Diablo and get him exerted, so I can get that draw and get that value immediately. My deck is kind of built around giving Diablo a lot of that synergy to keep him on the board, keep getting those draws, and win just by having more cards than your opponent. Because in a trading card game like this, having cards usually will win you the game.
That is true.
So the Pan Shadow, I can send it into something just to help save a situation, leaving a Maui on the board. I had no options but to just throw him in. So did what I had to do. And yeah, I just think he's a great card overall to synergize with Diablo. I can tax castles, 1-strength characters, 0-strength characters, and it's pretty fun.
How did you feel when Heath top decked that Be Prepared off the top?
I would have been scared had I not known that I had set my deck to have a 3 lore character, because I was running the numbers. I was like, all right, if I get my board wiped, I go to 17. I play friends, draw 2, and I get the Cricky. And while Red Purple has a lot of outs for Cricky on his own, at that point it's just luck of the draw. So I knew B Prep was not going to be as bad of an issue as it normally could be against some other decks. So
yeah,
that's awesome. Well, congratulations. Hopefully you squeak in the top 8.
That's what I'm hoping for. If not, I look forward to getting to watch some exciting matches. So
for sure. Yeah, and Humble, obviously, thank you. And hopefully we see you in top 8, man.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We'll see.
Fingers crossed.
Well, holding your breath here. Yeah. I think there's still a few people in their matches, so you're probably like, hurry up.
Oh my goodness, I need to know.
Yeah, take a break because you might have
another 3 matches on hands. Top 8, top 4, top 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the win.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah. But congratulations, Mason, for sure. Is there anything else you feeling pretty good overall?
Feeling pretty good overall. Glad to have such a great showing, being in a new town and getting to make friends of a lot of the Wichita folk and just having a good time playing Lorcana. So.
Yeah, for sure. That's what it's all about. For sure. All right, man. We'll catch you around, though.
Awesome.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for dropping by.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, guys, that's also going to be it for me. I'm going to go ahead and have dinner with my wife. So thanks for having me. I enjoyed commentating Swiss with you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I have learned quite a bit with you, and just going through those plays and everything was fantastic. So, like I said,
awesome.
We'll definitely see you in Vegas. So, next
for
week.
sure. Yeah, like I said, I'll have some swag. You and Bro come up to me and like bother me if you want to. I love it. I love interacting with the community. I love people walking up to me, like taking pictures and playing games and doing Lorcana stuff.
For sure, man. Well, hopefully we'll see each other day 2 at that top tables.
Hopefully, it's like I said, I don't even care about winning the whole thing. I just need to get top 16 for this invite so I can go to Continentals.
There you go, or get rank 17 so you can squeak in with someone else's invite.
Yeah, I'll take the roll down. That's fine. Anyway, I don't care how. I just need it.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely understand that. But best of luck, man. Thank you for everything, and enjoy the rest of your day.
No problem. You guys have a great one.
You too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, guys. So we're gonna wait for top 8 to round 5 to finish up. Then we'll go into top cut. The judges will be doing deck checks here. So I'll be a little bit slow before we get that top 8 matchup. But as soon as we know who all made it and what that bracket looks like, we'll definitely let you guys know for sure. But it's definitely been a interesting tournament. It's been exciting.
Yes,
how you
been a lot of fun. Been a lot of fun. Been real exciting. It's hard not to get excited especially after watching that last round. You know, it's
a close one. It could have gone either way. That was insane. Next round gonna be top 8.
Yeah.
Let's see, and then we'll take off these sunflowers up at the top, because no one has won a game.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, Jesse, have you looked at any of the set that has been revealed for set?
Oh,
set
for
6?
Azurite C?
Yeah.
Just a little bit. I was able to watch the what is it called? The Lorecast.
Yes.
That's
Mason's going back on stream.
Oh, nice.
And he's playing against number 1 seed. This is top 8.
Okay.
So we got the number 1 seat right now paired up against the number 8 seat.
So that is Mason and Gabe.
Correct.
Okay. So
Do you
can
want
you let us know what the bracket looks like?
So
we got Gabe at 1.
Gabe and Mason.
Who do you have as 2 seed?
2 seat is Brooks.
Okay. We have not seen Brooks
We've not seen
on
Brooks
stream,
yet.
but
3.
Okay.
3 is Ernie.
Nog.
Yeah.
4 is Dak. 5 is Isaac.
Hey.
6 is Heath. 7 is Scott.
So most of these guys we've seen
Number
already.
8 is Mason.
Nice.
I was really trying to get the girl playing red-green on stream, but she didn't want to go. And then this is the top 8 breakdown. Go back. Top 8 breakdown. So 4 red-purple, 2 green-purple, 1 amber-steel, 1 red-blue.
Okay. So all 4 Ruby Amethyst players made it into Top Cut.
Correct. Is that a 100% conversion?
Jeez, yes. All 4 of them made it.
So
That's
100%
insane.
conversion rate.
Nonsense.
That's ridiculous.
Nonsense.
You good
All
here?
right.
You got a picture of the bracket?
Yep, I got a picture of the bracket. It looks like they're about to start. Yeah, everything looks good. Thank you.
All right, yep.
Thanks for the heads up. All right.
Okay.
So, let's get this updated, guys. So Mason is
We just saw Mason.
8. So seed, is it seed 8?
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how they
Sure.
word that.
That looks good to me. So we just saw Mason. Looks like Mason's actually on the right side now.
Oh, well, that's what I get for not looking. Alright, so Mason, seed 8.
And then we've got Gabe, who we saw earlier over on the left side.
Alright, so go to the left. Alright, guys. So we'll try to make sure we get our audio just a little bit louder since apparently it's not as loud as it can be. So let us know if the audio is still too quiet, but
sorry about that.
yeah. So it looks like Gabe, who we saw earlier, is seed 1. So far, it looks like he has been doing well with his Ruby Amethyst deck. And then we got Mason, who we just saw make a fantastic win.
Incredible win.
Make it into top 8. Super happy for him. That's awesome. And it looks like from this,
we've got Gabe going. Looks like turn 1, he's already got followers out.
okay. And Gabe does get to go first since he is first seed. He gets to choose whether he gets to be on the play or on the draw, and he chose to
Looks like he
be on the play.
Yeah, looks like Gabe drew on his last round. And then Mason's got Merfolk out.
Yeah. Looks like it's gonna snake that Chernabog. I'm assuming he quested. Yeah, so he quested before he did that. All right. So we'll see what Mason goes on his turn. We do know that Gabe has a B prepared in his hand. It does look like maybe a Sisu and a followers. Chernabog followers.
Well, let's take a look.
Good to see all of it.
He's got a fox, a crab. Didn't see what else.
Fox, crab, be prepared, Chernabog followers. Okay.
And he just pulled, is that a little Sisu at the end there? No.
No. So we'll see. He's going to ink, looks like the Chernabog's followers. Oh, he's debating it. This will be tough because if he goes into Merfolk, he'll also have to discard.
Right.
So we'll see what he ends up doing. Definitely don't want that Merfolk to get too much lore uncontested. So Chernobog's followers into... Okay, we're going to quest, and then we're probably going to play a fox. Yep, bounce that snake. That would be... Okay.
Then we're going to run the fox into...
And he's going to discard
followers.
a Be Prepared from challenging that Merfolk. Okay. Draw for turn. Yeah, we'll see what Mason gets. Looks like Muses.
Just pulled a Muses, just going into the ink.
See what he ends up playing. He's tapping 3 ink to play the Peter Pan Shadow. Looks like he's not going to use him to run into Fox because it's not enough to take him out. Gonna ink the snake. Looks like we have another Be Prepared in hand for Gabe, which is why he was perfectly fine with discarding a Be Prepared last turn.
So he's got 4 ink. Is he going to drop that goat?
He's just going to
pass.
pass. Interesting move.
Okay.
All right. He's going to sing Friends with Peter Pan. It's a good play.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we got a cove. Yeah. Got Cove into...
Inking a castle.
Inking Castle, like. Playing for...
There's that goat.
Okay. Interesting.
Gabe just found another goat.
So now we're at ink 5 ink. Play a goat of his
answer with a goat.
Goat on goat.
Oh yes.
The fox will either have to quest, but will not be able to challenge Peter Pan since he's evasive. He's gonna quest to 4.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting plays. Getting closer to that 7 ink on both, so we know Be Prepared is coming soon unless Mason is somehow able to rip it out of his hand. We're gonna play ink the Ursula, the 7-drop Ursula. Requesting for 3.
Quest with everybody.
And what are we gonna play here? Tapping
3 for
Emerald
that Chromacon.
We know we all seen that one before. So let's see what he does. We're gonna bounce Diablo back.
He said that about throwing him. Yeah, he's only running the one of those, and thank goodness it's showing up for him.
Oh man, for being a 1-up, we've seen it.
Yeah.
All right.
So goodness knows if it was me playing it, it'd never show up. But
hey, it happens, man. I feel the same way about my cards sometimes. Looks like we're gonna quest. We're gonna throw
the fox into his goat.
So it looks like he has 1 ink available. It's going to ink for turn.
Yeah.
And then are we passing? Yep. Looks like we are.
So that'll put him at 6. So.
All right. So inking that Diablo. We didn't see him bounce anything last turn when he got his goat banished either. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
Playing the Cove. Are we going to move anything into the Cove? We're playing another Peter Pan's Shadow.
I guess probably not, or probably best not to bounce anything off of that, because the two that are out are the goat and the rabbit.
Yeah, that's true. Then it looks like
Merfolk out. Looks like he is
Looks like he
Out
is
of cards.
out of cards. Oh, Gabe just drew a Maui, which can easily take out that Cove. Although no one is on the Cove right now, so it doesn't really.
Right now seems like a perfect time for a Be Prepared. He's at 6, so he just needs to ink this turn. He'd draw off his rabbit.
Yep, 7. Quest with the
Quest
rabbit.
first.
Go to 7.
And here it comes.
Yep, Be Prepared. Wipe the board. And he would draw off of that rabbit as well. Very good. Oh, man.
Oh, that's...
Drew a Cove.
That doesn't feel
Cove.
good.
And I think this match is just about to move into the space where Mason's not going to be able to do much.
That's the unfortunate thing of going up against Ruby Amethyst is once it's built up like that, they get enough ink, you can't really answer it, unfortunately.
Okay, looks like he used his Elsa to put 2 damage on that Cove. That will be the end of his turn. Mason drew a Diablo, plays a Diablo, puts it on Cove, so now it's a 3/3.
Yep.
But that is pretty hard because Gabe has, looks like 5 to 6 cards in his hand. Or 4 cards.
That Elsa is evasive, isn't it?
Yes, that Elsa is evasive, so it is a threat.
That's
Diablo is a 3/3, being on Cove, so Elsa doesn't take it down just by
herself.
Just by herself at this point.
So
I mean, if you get rid of Cove, you eventually do.
But looks like he does have a crab. It looks like.
Yep. So he could wait till.
Could be a real problem for next turn. You just gotta wait until.
I mean, you could always crab Elsa, take out the Cove as well, but looks like he is gonna play the crab.
Looks like.
Bounce it.
Play the crab for the fox into Cove.
The power and then take out the Cove. But yeah, there we go.
Yep.
And
he
now
bounced back the crab, so he can definitely do it next turn. Well,
he wouldn't need
he
to.
won't need it next turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
As soon as he turns that Diablo sideways, it'll be one and done. Go to 9.
Request to 9.
Bounce it.
Go fox it back.
And then he'll play it again.
Yep.
That worked out for him.
Yeah.
But he will not get the
saves
draw.
him this turn, but right.
Which is kind of what you use Diablo for, so deciding what to do. Who's going to take out that fox, trade into it. But Mason's still with no cards in hand, while Gabe is sitting at, looks like 8 ink. Oh.
That's...
Sisu takes that out. Rough.
There we go.
We got the 2-drop Ursula. Takes that to be prep. Although, at this point, you just got be prepped.
Right.
Basically.
Same. I wouldn't be too worried about him playing another Be Prepared at this point in the game.
Pretty sure the tides have turned. And Gabe is pretty in control of this game at this point. Yep. It's gonna quest. Go to 13.
So at this point, Gabe's just running away with it.
6. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, Cricky.
Cricky.
Give Ursula that +3. Take out that Sisu. Yeah. That's good. Gabe still has 5 lore or possible on the board. Lady Tremaine.
That's unfortunate. But it's going to Chromacon to get rid of
the Sisu.
The Sisu to send back to hand.
Yep. Got that goat. Okay. Yep. Game 1 goes to Gabe. And I'm not quite sure if, obviously, Mason probably didn't want to bounce too many of those characters back into Gabe's hand when he had the Emerald Chromicon out, so... I know he did it a couple times, but...
It's a pretty hard choice when it's sending back
Rabbit.
something like a rabbit or a goat.
Snake. Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to give your opponent a...
Right.
more
remove
bounce.
one of my characters and draw a card, why don't you?
Since you like to bounce, here's your bounce.
Yeah.
Cards back. Yeah. Alright. Looks like they're just making sure their cards are all facing the same way.
Mm-hmm.
That's always good, just to make sure.
Oh, yes.
And kind of just separate cards that are maybe a little bit together and then shuffle up.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So now Mason will get to be on the play. We'll see if this game goes a little more his way.
Yeah.
I feel like Gabe pretty much had control of it.
Which, I'm trying to remember, did Mason lost game 1 last round too, didn't he? If I remember right, he came back 2 and 3. He might have won the first game. I don't remember.
I think he won the first game.
Okay.
I can't actually remember.
Yeah. Brought all this stuff to take notes and I didn't do it.
It's too riveting. I'm like trying to make sure I'm still watching the match. You miss something if you take notes, man.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, so this is single elimination, so whoever loses here, their tournament run ends at that time. So obviously you definitely want to win.
Yes.
We'll see if Gabe 2-0s on stream again, or if Mason is able to do his shenanigans with his Emerald Amethyst.
Listen, I have to root against Ruby Amethyst.
Hey.
It's just, you know, it's been top dog for too long.
Yes, I don't think it's going to anywhere anytime soon.
No, I'm sure it isn't.
It looks like Mason's going to throw back three cards. We'll see what Gabe has. Deciding he has rabbits.
He's got a rabbit, a snake, a fox.
A sisu? Is that a sisu in his hand?
Is that 2 Flins back there? Looked like. I think he's mostly deciding between those. He's keeping those 3. Looks like.
Definitely want to get rid of some of those cards because that's a crab.
Looks like the lowest that he's got is a 3-drop.
Yeah, if that's not a Flint at the back, that's Well, he has a snake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's a 2-drop. But you can't
but that's
really
only
use
good
it
if you
have a 1-drop or you have something to bounce with. So it looks like he's keeping the rabbit, the snake, the fox, and he drew. Okay. So threw back 4 as well. No, threw back 4. Mason threw back 3. So we'll see. So Mason is has a favorable matchup into Ruby Amethyst, as we were told. So that's at least a good start for him, especially being on the play.
Right.
We'll see if that works out for him, though.
Yeah.
It seems like in every single bracket we'll see Ruby Amethyst being played.
I'm surprised to hear that.
I don't know what Brooks obviously isn't playing Ruby Amethyst since he's a 2nd seed. I wonder what he is playing.
So looks like Mason did not have anything. Only one.
So no turn 1 play. Looks
So no
like
turn
Gabe
one play.
ended up playing Olaf. Snake. Ursula.
All
See
right,
what
let's
we
take
got.
a look at that hand.
So
We got
no songs.
a little Sisu and a big Sisu, looks like. A fox, a rabbit.
Ooh, that's rough.
That is... Always feels bad playing that Ursula and not finding a song.
Like swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst. But at least you know
But-
what's coming next, right?
Right. Say, that is helpful.
Probably ink that crab, play a bounce it with snake.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Let's see over there. Looks like Mason has a goat, which he's inking. He has a rabbit in his hand. And
Oh, he's got the...
3-drop Ursula, the double singer.
Yeah.
So if he has friends in his hand, then he can double sing friends next turn. I'm not quite sure if he does have that in his hand or not. Mother knows
Say if he
best.
pulls Mother Knows Best, that's a fun one.
Looks like that just got
But-
brawled, so we don't have to worry about that.
Yep.
All right, and then passing over. Did he not ink for turn? Or is this turn 3? No, turn 3. So we're going into turn 4, inking the muses, playing a rabbit to draw. It looks like he is not going to quest with Ursula. So Chernobog's followers, rabbit, Sisu. I don't know if that's what he has towards the back of his.
So I know he's got a big Sisu back
So he has a
in
big
there,
CC too?
I
Okay.
believe, is what it looked like, at least.
So,
Ink Chernobyls,
play that
a
rabbit. Is that another brawl?
I think that's the... Oh, another Sisu.
So quest for 1.
It's got, looks like either a Tremaine or a Medusa in there.
Does look like Tremaine.
Yeah.
Rabbit's gonna
Gonna
sing friends. Get that draw. Power. Interesting. Does have the muses in his hands. And that he can use to, you know, bounce 2-drop or lower creatures after characters after he plays songs.
Just getting that goat out.
Get the goat and quest with the Ursula. Very interesting. Quest, is he gonna bounce it? Is going to bounce his rabbit, I think. 3. Yep. Fox, rabbit, bounce.
Or if he's going to send that fox into one of them.
Could send the fox into that Ursula to get it off the board.
Right.
Or the rabbit, but...
Yeah. So he's going to banish that Ursula.
And then he's going to use
and
snake
then use the snake
to...
into the rabbit.
Yep. Inking that and bouncing the snake.
That's a snake with a snake.
Sneaky.
Oh.
All right. We'll see what Mason does from here, but... Another... Is he gonna whiff again?
Oh my goodness.
Jeez. All right. Double whiff. You know that he doesn't have the be prepared, but
I was saying, on the plus side, at least he doesn't have it now.
But you know he has a big Sisu, which is basically a be prepared for your board.
Yes.
So, definitely knowing that, you do have to play around that a bit.
Trading foxes after bouncing that goat back for another lore.
Then it looks like he's not going to quest with Ursula. With that Ursula. Well, which he can because he just played it. So.
Oh, right.
Which makes sense.
I was about to say smart move, but I guess because he doesn't have a choice.
Yeah. The choice has been made. All right, so inking for turn.
There's
Lady
Tremaine.
Ah, doesn't even have to be exerted.
Yep.
That's rough. All right, let's see. Is he gonna play the goat again? Looks like rabbit.
First.
Does draw the cove. Looks like.
I'm gonna ink that Muses again. I don't think we've seen him play that card at all.
No.
He's only been inking it.
It has been definitely used for ink the entire time that we've seen him.
And he brought out, is that
That's
the
Peter
Shadow
Pan.
Finder again?
Yeah, Peter Pan, Shadow Finder. Looks like we're drawing some more cards over there with Gabe. Got 3 ink available, 2 ink available, I think.
He's got just the 2 left. But I don't believe he's inked yet this turn.
Okay. So is he going to ink that goat? Looks like
that's what he's thinking.
Bounce something? No, brawl.
Gonna brawl that rabbit.
Yep, making sure that he's not able to
Quest with both of those.
bounce that rabbit over and over again. So, I mean, definitely smart.
Yes.
Don't want to let an Amethyst player abuse the rabbit.
No.
We are going to see the cove. Another
Shadow Finder.
Moving both of them there. We're gonna move into.
You're gonna rush into Tremaine.
And
take her out.
Yeah. Looks like it. Okay, they both have evasive, so Gabe is not going to be able to challenge into them.
Mm-hmm. He is going to play a rabbit.
Yeah.
Looks like he just pulled a castle off of it.
Castle, and he still has a... Oh, it looks like he's going to ink the castle.
Ink that.
Does he have another rabbit in there? He does have
another rabbit.
Jeez.
My goodness.
Rabbits upon rabbit. You know, rabbits do multiply, so that's checks out.
That's fair.
Oh, man. What are we going to do here? Is he going to start going into the cove so that those... Yeah. 3 damage onto the cove. So once he does get rid of that cove, those Shadow Finders
they just go with it, right?
Yes.
That's going to be unfortunate when it falls.
It will be for Mason. That is correct. So we'll see what Mason ends up doing here. Looks like he's going to trade into the snake. Mostly because he probably knows that they're about to expire anyway. Let's see what he does with the other one. Is he going to quest or sing? He is going to sing.
Mother Knows Best.
He's going to bounce his
himself back. Okay.
And then he still has all of his ink open. To play a goat, will gain a lore. And then what is he going to do is... Obviously, there's no point in really moving the goat into the cove when we could. And it's going to move him back. So he's going to make him...
At the very least, probably move that merfolk, but...
Yeah. Make him either answer it or leave it alone type of thing. Oh, man. Looks like Gabe has has a rabbit still in his hand. Snake. Fox. Oh, man. That's going to be a lot of rabbit shenanigans.
Yes. It looks like he did just pull a Be Prepared as well.
Yeah, Be Prepared. So he has 2 rabbits, a big Sisu, and another. Is it a fox that he has in there too? It's going to quest, go to 10. Snake.
Snake.
Draw the card.
The rabbit back.
Man, is that
pull another Be Prepared?
Well, that's where all his Be Prepareds were.
Found them.
They were just hiding. I mean, I think right now you don't Be Prepared because you're pretty much... You're definitely ahead.
Yes.
Quest with that goat, pass it over. Mason needs a a board wipe. So let's my quest. Let's see what he's gonna do. He's gonna sing "You're Welcome." He's going to "You're Welcome" his own merfolk. So basically, the card will go into his deck. He's going to shuffle, and then he'll draw 2 cards. That's a good way of removing, as well as, I guess, removing your own things to draw 2 cards.
Yeah. It's a gamble, but...
It is a gamble. I mean, there's not really... You don't want to really put snakes or goats back into Gabe's deck.
That's true.
So, I guess best case scenario. He's going to play a goat. And it looks like he is the Shadow Finder. All right. Did he just draw a brawl? Is that a brawl that I see in his hand?
Looks like...
Think so.
Yeah.
We're going to quest. Go to 14.
And he's dropping the B prep.
Dropping the B prep.
Which he'll get another 1 off of. Mason will get 2.
Yep. So they both already put the... Updated their numbers. And then at this point you pass because you used up all your ink pretty much. Alright, so now Mason has that Emerald Chromacon. We'll see if it's how it does. Doesn't look like he has anything else to play.
Maybe too late this game for it.
Looks like he has 2 cards in hand as well. These rabbits, man, are doing some work.
Yeah.
This is why people play the bounce package. Bounce rabbit, rabbit bounce, bounce rabbit.
That is...
Oh man, yeah. Wow. And he still has another rabbit in his hand. Right? I think he has...
I could be wrong. I thought he only had the 2.
Okay. So he played Peter Pan... Played Snake to bounce the Peter Pan to play the Peter Pan again. And Gabe has friends, a rabbit.
He does have another rabbit out there. He's going to sing friends.
Man. I don't know if
Find
Gabe
a
has
big
enough...
Sisu and a Flynn, looks like.
I don't know if he has enough cards in his hand.
I don't think so. I think he needs to draw some more.
I think Gabe needs to draw some more. Play another rabbit, perhaps. Yeah. I think this is the time.
He's going to have to get one of those hand holders like my grandmother playing Skip-Bo.
And the one-sided B prep. Oh, okay. Doesn't take out Snake because Snake is 3. Oh, and he is going to bounce the Sisu back with the Emerald Chromacon. Interesting. And then playing the Flynn. So right now, Flynn won't get anything just because the Snake is on board, even when it is Gabe's turn. Looks like Mason's playing Cricky. And a double sing Ursula. 3-drop Ursula.
And we're going
to take
out
that
Snake
rabbit.
Into one of the rabbits.
Yes. Yeah, gotta get them off before he bounces those rabbits. Although, yeah, he has cards galore in his hand right now. Does look like Gabe is looking at getting the B prep.
Quest to 18 and drop that B prep again.
Yep.
Which now he's got enough ink to maybe play another card to get back out.
Yep, so he has 3 ink available. He can ink for turn and then play a 4-drop. Is he going to play a rabbit? No.
Oh.
Castle. So
no,
Castle,
much worse.
Yeah. That is game on board. And it looks like, yes, and Mason does know that he cannot get rid of that castle in one turn. Gabe with the 2-0 on stream again.
Yeah.
He is the #1 seed, so he will advance. He's doing fantastic. And if I remember correctly, Gabe is from St. Mary's, Kansas.
Sounds correct.
Which, to be completely honest, don't know exactly where it is.
Out west, I think.
Is that
that way?
So past Hutchinson?
I think so, but I'm not sure. I could be horrifically wrong.
I don't know all the small towns, especially if they're not 1 hour in my vicinity, for sure. Unfortunately, Mason was not able to pull the close matchup that we saw in that round 5. But Gabe, man,
Yeah,
fantastic.
Gabe, those rabbits, they are mean going up against that.
That is the power of rabbits.
I was wrong. It's up northeast of us.
Is that by Kansas City then?
Sort of. Potawatomi County.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh right. Oh right, I forgot.
We got 1 hour radius.
You're like a normal person. I forgot.
I was very specific on what cities I know. Let's get Gabe back here.
We'll go find him.
And these matches are untimed, so we won't have a specific time frame on when the next match starts. We'll see how many other matches are going on, but we will get this interview for Gabe going first. Guys, so let's see here. Next one's gonna be top 4. Alright.
Here he is.
Alright.
The man of the hour.
Let's move you right there.
Hello,
Do you want to be in this?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to be
Oh,
in
I
the
can
shot?
try and squeeze myself in here somewhere.
I'll let you be on the shot.
Oh, thanks.
There you go.
Just what people want to see.
Alright, Gabe, tell us. How'd you feel?
I mean, I drew more rabbits than him. That's how purple matches go. Sometimes, I have Brawl, but all of his removal is sort of like bouncing. So I wasn't exerting rabbits into his stuff until I knew I had enough cards. And his rabbits just got brawled, so that'll do it.
We did see that.
Yeah.
You at some point had 3 rabbits, played them, and then bounced them all, and played them again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I think I had every uninkable in my deck in hand at one point. I was at 8 ink and had like 9 cards, and they were all uninkable. I mean, it didn't really matter at that point. Right?
I say it was really a hindrance for you. Yeah.
I feel you controlled that pretty well, and you were able to get out of that situation. Did you feel at any point that you were losing control of the match?
Not there. I was scared going into it at the Chromacon. I misplayed around it several times. Like I just played a Sisu and got it bounced right back. I mean, it was a 1-for-1, but it was kind of a waste of a turn. But yeah, it's a card I've never played against. I've never played against green purple. No green purple at my locals. First tournament I played in set 5. So.
Yeah, you were saying that the first time we interviewed you. So yeah, that would be interesting. What have you played very much into? Is it just mostly mirrors that you've played more?
No mirrors. Like all steel song.
Oh, so man, you were like
all steel
prepared.
Some yeah.
Dang, no wonder. Let's see. So obviously you had a pretty good handle of the match overall. So that was pretty good. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're moving up to top 4 at this point. So now it's just 3 more matches, right?
2 more?
Top 4, 2.
Top 4 and then top 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Exciting. Well, I think you're the only outside of the locals in this tournament. So
well, I don't know. It's I like seeing local people show up doing well, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's very good. We like to see the competition outside of our locals. So
yes,
it's good to see other people playing and definitely how the difference between strategies. Do you have any yours is, you said, a very stock
it's
list. So I mean
the red and purple cards that are good in a deck. That's what Rubianus has been, I think, for a long time.
Yeah. I was gonna ask you, at some point you used the Elsa
oh yeah, I had to screw it up turn. I feel like I could have killed the Diablo, but maybe it was in the code. I wanted to be able to make an ink for there, and I had Fox, and this is game 1. I don't remember it. Do you remember it exactly?
Diablo was in the Cove.
Okay, so I couldn't hit it with the Elsa.
Right, because that's what we were debating. You had Elsa out, I believe,
Well,
already.
You played the Elsa, and Diablo was on the Cove, and then you hit the Cove for 2.
Right.
But we thought you
But
could have played
Diablo
something.
wasn't exerted.
Yeah, we thought you could have played something else. Well, he could exert.
Oh,
Did I have
right.
a crab in hand?
You had a
Yeah.
crab.
I
in hand.
remember going,
I was saying,
dang
'cause
it,
you
I missed,
played, you
I
played
missed a big
crab
one there,
and
yeah.
then foxed
No,
the
absolutely.
crab back,
Yeah.
and then gave challenger to the
Fox.
fox
Yeah.
to hit the cove.
I remember after the play going, there's something better here. You know? So I my first game I played, like I didn't play TCGs, but I played a ton of chess all through senior year.
Mhm.
And the mantra in chess is always, if you see a good move, look for the best move. But when I sort of have control of a board, I need to work on not letting up. I have the tendency to get really lax and just let it play itself.
Yeah.
You know, like when I'm behind it, I can focus and make
Yeah, because
sure
you have
I'm-
a goal.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you have
Right.
to get back in the game, but when
Right.
you're
So that's a thing I need to work on. That's a big learning moment. Like Elsa Crab, like
dig it out.
yeah. I think I really wanted to just snipe the Diablo with the big Sisu I had in hand. I just really wanted that satisfaction too. It's probably what
You were tunneled.
Yeah, tunneled. Exactly.
It happens. We all get that way for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. But all right, man. Do you know what your next matchup is going to be?
I have
by
no
chance?
idea.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Is there a particular
Knowing the odds, it's
deck
going to
that
be a
you
mirror.
want to see or don't want to see? I guess.
That right there was the deck that I was most scared of because I never played against it, and ChromeCon looked scary. But I want to play Ruby Sapphire against Ruby Sapphire because I've never played against it with Ruby Amethyst. Like I haven't played much Ruby Amethyst, but I want to practice against it.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, I wouldn't want to play a deck that I haven't played against in
No.
a tournament.
Yeah.
So you're hoping for the mirror match then?
No, Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Ruby
hoping.
So
I'm
you're-
hoping for
so
it.
you're
I want to
wanting to
practice.
play
I want
it.
to practice. I
Okay,
can't practice.
okay, I got you, man.
Yeah,
I'm going for the challenge.
You've got this. He's got
Okay.
this.
No, it's supposed to be the best matchup.
Yeah.
As well.
Okay, that is true.
It's supposed to.
Okay, well, best of luck. We'll see what you get matched into, and maybe see you on stream again. So,
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so
and
much.
if not,
Look forward to
hopefully we'll
watching
see you
you.
in the finals for
Okay.
sure. And thank you.
Thanks for dropping by. Yeah.
Yeah, Gabe doing great things over here. Just showing us what Ruby Amethyst is all about.
Yes.
Let's see. We'll see how much more where everybody else is at. Let's see on the. So we know Mason's out.
I know Mason's out, and I know Scott's Ruby Amethyst. We know Isaac was playing
Ruby Sapphire,
that Ruby Sapphire,
which is the deck he wants to see.
Yes. Ernie or
And
Nog
Steel Song.
was Steel Song.
Yep. Let me get 1 second.
Dak, I believe we saw earlier, and he's playing Ruby Amethyst, if I remember right. I could be wrong. I most likely am. But yeah, so that was our first match of Top Cut, the round of 8. We saw Ruby Amethyst take it. Again, the power of those rabbits, it's pretty undeniable. Getting those out there, just keep drawing cards. What decks made top 4? I believe of our top 8, if I remember right, 4 of them are Ruby Amethyst. And then we've got at least 1 Steel Songs in there. We've got a Ruby Sapphire. That we just saw just now the Amethyst Emerald deck that gave us a real exciting round 5 during Swiss. Now, yeah. So now we're just waiting for this round to finish up, and then we'll be on to top 4. So exciting stuff. Any chance you guys will have deck lists? I don't know for sure, but we will have a better answer than that shortly. I'm assuming yes, but I don't want to be put on the record for that. Let's say. Thank you. Thank you. It's been very much a learning experience. At least definitely for me. Learning much more. We were talking about it earlier. I tend to avoid tournaments because I don't do very well at them. But getting to watch all this has been very eye-opening. Very, very good experience. Yeah, and it's been fun. We've got 2 more rounds, hopefully 2 more matches to get to watch. And so, I don't know. It sounds like maybe some people are still playing, so we're waiting on that route to finish.
All right. So
she's back.
We're finishing up the last match, but we do know the next match that is going to be on stream is going to be Brooks versus Heath.
Okay.
Brooks is playing Green Purple, who's 2nd seed, and Heath, we already know since we've seen him on stream, is playing the Ruby Amethyst. And he is 6th seed, I believe.
Yes, he was 6th seed going into top 8.
Yeah. And then Gabe will play the winner of Isaac and Dak. Isaac and Dak are still having an intense matchup. Sure. So Gabe might actually get his wish of playing Ruby Sapphire.
There we go.
In top 4.
We did have a question for you.
What's the question? Deck list. So we will we'll get the top 8 deck lists loaded up. Brohammington will probably share it via Twitter. We're still kind of working out on how we can, when people do the deck list, how it comes up. So we're not tech savvy.
Yes, but with an asterisk.
Yes, so they will go out. You'll just need to follow Brohammington, his Twitch or his Twitter. He will post those lists once the tournament is over, so that everyone can check them out and see what they look like.
Which you should be following them already, but if you're not,
this is your
get
chance.
on it.
This is your chance.
Get on it.
Yeah. So Brooks is playing Green Purple, like I said. So we're gonna see another.
I'm assuming a slightly different list than what he had, than what Mason was just playing.
Yeah, so I think that Brooks's list is more of like what Humble was talking about. So having that bonsai, Lyle, Tiberius type of things with a Clarabelle being the thing you want. What's that?
Whenever he's ready, we're ready.
Okay, awesome. Cool. So it looks
sounds like they are about ready to go.
Yes. So we'll find out once who's on left and who's on right, so I can change the names at that point.
No, who's on first?
This is so funny. Thanks. All right. So we'll get.
Thank you for your pity laugh.
You know, I'm here to make you.
I appreciate it.
I am always the positive mindset, so whatever's going to get you there, I'm here for it.
Exactly.
All right.
So 2 rounds in a row, we get to watch Purple Emerald, Amethyst Emerald, which is great.
Amethyst Emerald. Yep.
Again.
Into Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
So like back to back. Like the Ruby Amethyst players all landed to where they didn't play each other.
Yeah.
So conveniently
for them.
So I
guess good for us too, because those rounds go long.
That's true. I mean, depending on if Dak
Wow.
wins, then obviously that would be a mirror match for Gabe and Dak. But
And
we'll
now it's
know.
Brooks and we said Heath.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
So Heath must have beat Ernie.
Yeah.
Then-
So it looks like Steel Song is out.
Steel Song is out. It's. Yep.
So we have
Brooks and Heath. And then we'll have Gabe with the winner of those two.
mm-hmm.
So either a Ruby Amethyst mirror match.
and Scott's out.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we've got Brooks on the left here and Heath on the right.
So he is 6. We'll put that Heath.
And then Brooks, we've got seed 2.
All right.
Okay.
This will be top
Let's
4.
see what's going on.
Obviously, with this, Brooks will choose if he wants to be on the play or on the draw, since he's the top seed. I don't see why you would be on the draw.
Right, especially we're doing best of 3. So
I'm assuming that Brooks is going to go first.
yeah, that's probably a fair assumption.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Exciting. Brooks is. I've known him for a while, and he has played Magic for probably a good decade or 2, and he has been to RCs, which is basically the regionals for Magic.
Okay.
So, and Brooks doesn't live in town, but he is around, and he usually comes to all of our big tournaments. So he's pretty good, man.
I know he and I used to play a lot each other in League when I was first starting in Lorcana, and he was instrumental in helping me learn how to play this game.
Yes, he is very good, for sure.
Yeah.
I believe he is going to DLC Vegas as well, and he did go to, I think, Fort Worth. And I think he either got close to Let It Go or gotta Let It Go. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
So, I mean, definitely.
I do see a Kit Cloud Kicker in his hand, and already I'm loving it.
You are a Kit Cloud.
I love Kit Cloud Kicker.
Very nice. And it looks like he's just putting 1 back while Heath is putting 3.
Yeah.
All right. Chat, who do you think is gonna steal this game away? Is it Green Purple or Ruby Amethyst? The boogeyman.
Yeah. Because, Ruby Amethyst needs so much support from everybody.
Oh, good stuff. Let's see. Man. And both of these players are from the same town, I believe. So, like I said, not here in Wichita, but right outside. So, they definitely have played each other quite a bit.
Oh, yes.
So let's see.
He's going to ink that snake.
Play a 1-drop Clarabelle, I believe.
Yes.
So that Clarabelle, if she has a play where you pay 2, you can banish a item. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah. I'll say that sounds right. So.
All right, looks like we got a mini into
Chernobog's followers.
At this point, we got Fox in there. We got.
Looks like he's got 2 foxes.
Yeah. We know he has a kit. Oh, he's going to
ink the kit.
Oh.
All right.
I know that hurt your heart a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
He's going to play the bonsai. The 2-drop bonsai.
Right.
It's a 2/3.
I do see he's got that Lyle Tiberius Rourke.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a real problem for Heath here pretty soon. Assuming.
That is a good assumption. It probably is true.
It's going to quest and banish him to draw off of that followers. Looks like he pulled a brawl.
Interesting.
He's got it in his hand.
It's gonna play
He's
that
gonna give
Flynn. Okay.
Flynn Rider out.
Ink of Chernobog's follows, play the Flynn, and he's gonna pass his turn. Alright. Is that the 2-drop Ursula looks like?
I think so.
Man. I like how people make that shuffling with their hands look so smoothly.
Yeah.
I do not have that skill.
No.
Mine is a slow version of that.
I can try, but I wind up just showing everybody my hand.
So Inca Fox and play the
Yep, there he is.
Tiberius. When he comes into play, chosen opposing character gains Reckless.
Yep, and he quested with Bonsai, so I think we know what's about to happen there.
Yes. So now Flynn has a Reckless, which means that he must challenge if able. I guess he could sing,
Can't sing. I learned that the hard way.
That you can't.
That I was playing a similar deck with Lyle, and oh, I'm just gonna make you a challenge, and turns out you can sing to get around that.
Yes, you can sing. Yes.
Rules are important.
Yes. So it looks like he did take out that Lyle with Brawl.
With Brawl, and then Flynn into Bonsai.
Yep. So it looks like we got Rabbit, Castle, Goat, Brawl, Snake.
Yes.
Let's see. I don't know if we want to write this down. Castle, Fox, Goat, Brawl, Snake.
He's quested with his Clarabelle.
Quest for 1. We're going to ink the Goat. Play another Bonsai. Very good. So Ursula was not able to take Brawl because Brawl is not a song. It is just an action. Right. So he's gonna play a rabbit. Rabbit shenanigans.
That rabbit.
I know,
he's gonna get that going.
Now, and he does have the bounce availability.
Yes, he's got a snake and a fox.
Yes,
right?
he does. At this point, he's going to looks like quest. Quest for 3, go to 6. I think he's debating on what he's going to ink or play. He's going to bounce. Ooh. Does he bounce Bonsai?
He's going to bounce a Bonsai and then play it again.
Bonsai. Yes.
After inking.
And then no cards in hand, is that correct?
That looks to be the case.
Man, all right.
Bold.
For sure. Looks like he's going to
quest the rabbit.
Quest.
Going to snake that back. Draw off that. Looks like he pulled a mini.
It does appear to be a mini, and he's going to go ahead and ink that. He's going to brawl that Clarabelle. And the reason he probably did that is so that he doesn't shift Clarabelle next turn if he ends up drawing it. Because otherwise, Heath's hand of 6 cards becomes Brooks also having 6 cards.
Right.
So we are going to quest.
All the way up to 10.
He's going to bounce that Ursula, play that Ursula. He is going to see the hand, get that
and
B-Prep
looks like
out.
B-Prep got discarded.
So Brawl, Castle, Maui, Rabbit.
Now, he is at 5 ink now, so he can get that Maui out.
Looks like you got a Chernobog's followers. Inking the castle.
Inking the castle.
Take out the fox.
Snake into fox, and then Maui into Bonsai.
Okay. And then
followers out there.
Nice.
Yep, use that snake to finish off Maui. And
well,
he's got the legendary Clarabelle in there.
Yes, he does. See, he's
Just
going to quest, go to 11.
Looks like he's going to hold on to that.
Yes, looks
Also
like he needs
doesn't have the ink for
two
it
more
yet.
ink for it. Quest with followers for Heath. He's gonna banish it to draw a card. What are we gonna play here for 4 ink? It looks like.
Looks like, is that a castle coming in? No, it's
Rabbit.
a rabbit.
We should know.
Should have known better.
Yes, that's what they do.
Yep.
When in doubt, rabbit. Are we gonna ink a castle?
Ink.
Looks like, or he's debating.
It's going to ink a goat to play a
Play
library.
Okay. Biblioteca. Library in Spanish.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay, shift
big Ursula.
Dang. Nice.
Well, it looks
Quest
like we're
go
not
to
singing
14.
songs today.
Yep, no more singing. Gosh, that was a good play.
Yeah.
And he still has that card over there.
He's still got that Clarabelle.
Yeah. Looks like he's playing castle, questing for 1. And that's all he's gonna do.
He's got that Sisu out there, which could be, I assume, a pretty good deterrent for playing Clarabelle, because that's only going to give Sisu more power.
Yes, that is correct. Which can then take out just about anything on
Right.
the board. Is he gonna quest? Yep, we're gonna
Yep.
quest.
Quest up to 17.
What are we gonna do next? I think he's thinking. Are we gonna ink? We're gonna pass. Looks like he's gonna
We're
pass.
just going to pass.
No, I think he's just thinking. I think this is an important
Yeah.
time for him.
I did not see what he pulled off of that Friends, unfortunately.
And Brooks is probably counting how much lore is available. So we got Castle and Library, which is 3, Rabbit 4, Sisu
Another
6.
Two,
So total of
so-
6 on the board. Available for Heath next turn. Which would put Heath at 11.
Sisu. I don't think he's got the. We haven't seen him have the big one in hand, but that'd be an extra 2. Well, an extra
Sisu,
1, I guess.
Yeah, Sisu's already
if you
quested
shift
2.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not as big of a play as I thought it was, and Ursula's got too much strength for big
looks
Sisu. I
like
think
Big Clarabelle. We got 2 big Clarabelles in
it
there?
might be. Yes, it is. And looks
And
like maybe a
then-
fox.
Yes.
Yep.
So he would have to ink
have
something.
to ink a Clarabelle to play the fox.
But then you would have
But
to
then-
bounce your Ursula.
Right.
That is
Yeah.
tough. And then you would have no board.
Right. You've got the fox.
Oh, this is because if he leaves the Ursula open, it probably will run into it.
Yes.
I don't know. What would you do?
I think you've got to bounce the Ursula back.
Bounce it.
Bounce it back, but don't attack with the fox.
So if
'Cause-
he has a Maui in his hand, he'll be able to play the Maui and kill the Ursula with a combination of Sisu Maui.
Right.
But then you also let him quest 6. Yeah, so it looks like he
Yep.
is going to bounce. He does get both Ursulas back.
Right.
Looks like we'll see if he takes out that rabbit
Now,
or if he goes
in an-
into...
In an ideal world, you'd have 2 more ink to get Ursula back out, but
Yes. Looks like he is going to take out rabbit. Heath will draw from that rabbit being leaving play. Alright. So Heath will gain 3 from Castle and the Library.
yep. the important thing is he didn't get Sisu over to the castle, so he's not getting an extra card off of that.
Yes. Nothing is on castle or library, although now it is.
Now it is.
On
and
the
now
library.
He's going to run in there to draw a card.
Yes. That is pretty good. So now we'll see what he ends up doing. Inking that brawl. So we're going to play a Madame Medusa and moving her to the castle. It's going to draw.
Okay, so
looks like
you're
welcome.
welcome.
So we got 6 ink to play with. We can ink for turn to go to 7. So he can either play ink, play Clarabelle.
I think
which I don't
say
think
he's going to drop that. Was hoping to find a song to get rid of.
Yep. Looks like he has a Madame Medusa and a snake in his hand, so nothing for Ursula to rip.
And
at this point, do you're welcome? Anything? Do you just do nothing? Just pass?
I don't think you can do nothing. The problem is, so he's got the you're welcome, he's got a Clarabelle, and he's got
that he
the
can
big
bounce his
Ursula.
Medusa too.
Right,
really
that's the real problem, is that he could you're welcome the castle. That could because that would stop a card draw, that'd stop him from getting 2 lore off of that.
He also draws 2 cards.
But then he draws 2 cards. Right.
So at that point, if you do, you almost wish you would have waited.
If you were going to You're Welcome, right, you need to You're Welcome the castle, let him draw, and then play the 2-drop Ursula to see what he pulled.
Yeah. Tough.
Right? Because there's no way that Ursula stays until his next turn. Because that's what he's hoping for, was to be able to shift into Big Ursula and then immediately quest for 3.
Yeah.
But
alright, so it looks like he's going to shift into the Big Ursula, or the Little
which
Ursula.
saves him from the Medusa.
Saves it from Medusa. He does ink the You're Welcome.
Gonna be a real problem when he just pulls Tremaine off of here.
Draw for turn, draw for castle. And then Brooks does have a game on board if Heath does not do something.
Is red purple good? Yes. red purple is it's the deck, unfortunately.
Yes, red purple is the boogeyman throughout all of our Lorcana lives.
Yes.
But it does look like
he would have
Brooks
had to dig a little bit for Tremaine, but
looks like Brooks
takes
did
game 1.
Took game 1. Heath will be on the play this turn, or this time. Good games. I think Brooks sequenced that really well. To where
that turned out really well for him.
I didn't even think about that when I had seen it, but that's why he's there and I'm not there right now.
Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking. Well, I would have played it differently, but I wouldn't have wound up this far.
Yeah, I think the Emerald Amethyst deck you do need a good to see your lines very well. There are a lot more lines in that. So being able to sequence your turns is important.
It was good. It was a good play on Heath getting rid of Rourke so fast, because Rourke can really be a problem with that Amethyst Emerald deck.
Well, especially when Ruby Amethyst, removes things constantly.
Right. It's so focused on removing things.
So if you're getting punished for removing things, makes winning a lot harder.
Right. Which, to be fair, is what Emerald's all about. Is, yeah, sure, you can take that card off if you want. You're going to have problems with it.
Yeah.
A lot of discard to challenge sort of stuff.
Yes.
With Emerald.
All right.
Here we go, game 2.
Game 2. Top 4.
All right.
Heath will be going first.
Looks like we've got 2 Clarabelles, an Ursula, Castle.
So let's see what Brooks ends up throwing back. Not able quite to see what Heath has over there.
I think most of that you probably want to get rid of. I assume, but I could be very wrong.
There is no time limits on this, so people are taking their time, although these matches are going by pretty quickly. So
yeah.
Looks like Brooks threw back 5, and Heath threw back 4.
Hold that. We don't talk about Bruno card, looks like. Was one of them that he just pulled.
We don't talk about Bruno, a 5-cost song.
Yeah.
You basically with
We're not supposed to
chosen
talk
character. About it. You're right. I apologize. You return chosen character to player's hand, and then that player discards a card at random. So,
okay.
Yes.
That's fun.
Yes. A form of a discard. It's also very useful if they have no hand, because then you send it back to the hand and then they discard it.
The ideal, right.
Yes.
The ideal play is either no hand and maybe 1 character on board.
Yes. All right. So
okay. So we're inking Flynn and getting Minnie out.
Okay.
Brooks. We've got
Rabbit. We're gonna
ink that song.
And then we're gonna pass. It does not have a 1-drop, it looks like.
Yep.
Does look like he has Snake, Bonsai, Crab.
He's got that 2-drop Ursula.
We're gonna ink a Maui, play a Flynn.
That you've just got to get something out to deal with that Flynn.
Yeah, definitely don't want him to be able to get
that
the lure.
When Flynn works, it is unfortunate to be sitting across from.
Yes, you don't want that. You either get rid of Flynn or you get someone on the board that stops Flynn from going off, for sure. So we'll see here what Heath ends up doing. Looks like we're
just gonna quest.
Is he gonna quest?
He's gonna quest with Flynn?
Looks like he is gonna quest with Flynn. Is he gonna bounce the Flynn possibly?
I'm assuming.
It's gonna crab.
Huh. Okay.
Alright.
I guess, I mean, if you know you're not going to get the 3 off of Flynn, you might as well use them for something.
Yes. Wonder why I didn't quest with the Mini.
Right. That's...
But we'll see.
Yeah. It looked like he started to quest with both of them, but...
And then decided not to. I mean, Bonsai could go into Mini and it wouldn't die, though.
That's
if he did quest with it. So possibly making it to where if you run into Flynn, you also die.
Right.
You also get banished in the process.
I agree, chat.
So it looks like we're going to
Heath is a
Ursula.
good player and knows what he's doing.
Goat, Rabbit.
There we go. Bonsai into Flynn.
And then I'm assuming Brooks is going to ink for turn before passing it back over.
Yep.
All right. So we'll see what Heath does this turn. Crab and Mini on the board. We know that he has Rabbit, which he plays.
Rabbit to draw. He's going to ink that goat.
And then he's going to have Crab sing Friends. Peace Bender, it's okay. Next time you'll play. I'm sure you'll do better. All right. So it looks like you did end up questing with Minnie this turn. So we're at 3 lore. It's a pretty good board that Heath has over there now.
Yes.
Looks like Brooks has goat, rabbit.
He's got the big Ursula in there. Looks like
Has Tiberius as well.
Goat to play a rabbit.
And then he's gonna pass it over to Heath, choosing not to quest with the little Ursula.
Which all but confirms that he's got that that floodboard Ursula in there.
Yes. I would definitely makes it to where it's a very good chance if you're the opponent on the other side that you know he's protecting that Ursula.
Oh, looks like he's got that kit cloud kicker.
Yeah.
So.
And it does look like Heath has a brawl, so he does have the chance of brawling the Ursula or the rabbit. If Ursula, if he's fearing that he does have the big Ursula. Which he does. Yes. And then questing for 3 more, going to 6. Passing his turn. All right. I think that was a good play, making sure that he wasn't able to shift that big Ursula.
Right.
Because she is a pretty good body.
She's, what is it, 4/7?
She is a 4/7, yes. Yeah. And then when she quests, exert chosen character. And obviously, only she can sing while she's on. All right. I think this is a turning point for Brooks right here.
Yes.
No lore on the board.
Debating.
3 characters on Heath's side. Looks like Kit, Ursula, Lyle,
Fox, looks like.
Fox. I mean, you don't really want to kit a rabbit because then you just did the job of bouncing something. He's going to quest for 1. He's going to bounce his fox. Bounce his rabbit.
Bounce his rabbit back.
Yes. Draw another card.
He's going to
run into the rabbit.
Into the rabbit.
And then, is he going to ink for turn? He does ink, and he does play the bonsai
out.
Yeah. I like bonsai.
Yeah.
I also liked him as a character in The Lion King.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm a Lion King fan.
Fun. Yeah.
All right. What a play. He took out the fox and then played Tremaine. Making him basically wiping Brooks' board over there. It's like he trampled over him.
Yeah.
Just
so
like
it
the
does
antelope.
look like he got that 2-drop Ursula again. So
and does
hey, we're getting rid of the be prepared.
Bazinga! Gosh, that Ursula is good when she's good.
He's not inked this turn, so looks like he's going to ink the Cloud Kicker to get a rabbit out.
Okay, to draw. Man, we still haven't seen him play the Cloud Kicker.
Nope.
Man. Will we get to see it play? I don't know.
Probably not, but that's okay.
It's true. You probably don't want to bounce. Like I said, that's...
Right.
Seems counterproductive.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't give him his Tremaine back. That'd be bad.
Okay, gonna quest with Tremaine, play 3-drop Sisu. All right. Got friends in the hand. Got big Ursula too.
Got that big Ursula.
So he could sing with Rabbit.
He's still got Rourke.
He
Up there.
does. And he has
He's got 6 ink, I think.
6 ink. Hasn't inked for turn. So at this point, if you're going to play Friends, I think you play it first. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he
Yep.
is going to sing Friends with Rabbit.
Looks like he found a rabbit and... Well, it's gone now. But
A castle, maybe?
looks like that was the crab that he just found.
Okay.
That he inked with.
Okay, so Inca Crab, shift Big Ursula. Big Ursula is going to take out Tremaine.
Hmm. I don't know what that means.
Yes, so Ink is your mana source. If they're not all cards are inkable. There are uninkable cards as well.
I don't know how well you can see on the stream, but like the rabbit, for example, it doesn't have that flowery symbol.
Yes. It does look like he played a Maui to take out that Big Ursula, bounce that rabbit with the snake, and then quest with the Sisu. And I believe the crab as well. So he has 3 cards in hand, and Heath is at 12 lore with 4 on the board. So we'll see what Brooks does. He has 7 ink available.
I don't think it's entirely out of the realm of possibility that Brooks pulls it off, but
for sure, Brooks
it's
is definitely a good player.
Looking more towards
Yes.
Heath.
You definitely have to clear that board somehow if you're Brooks.
He's drawn off of a rabbit. Looks like he's going to fox it back to draw another card.
And then is he going to take something out? He is going to run into Sisu. He will take enough damage since he has, looks like 6 cards in his hand, so Sisu would get +6.
I'm going to ink that castle.
Strength. Ink the castle past turn. Got another rabbit.
Another rabbit.
You know, it's not a real match unless you have rabbits in play.
Those rabbits are too powerful. They need to be banned.
I don't think they need to be banned. It's just interesting.
Maybe just errata it.
It is interesting that they don't have to be banished to play to draw the card. It's just
right. It's just when they
enter and leave play.
Yeah.
So yes, the bounce package works fantastic with them. And we are going to quest for 2 and pass our turn. And that is
so he does
18.
have 2, 3, 4.
4 ink or 4 possible lore on the board for Heath and a Maui. Playing more rabbits.
A rabbit.
Looks like a
Draw
Diablo.
a card.
No,
looks like he just pulled a Clarabelle.
Ink that Clarabelle.
Ink it.
Yeah, but he has a card advantage, so it wouldn't really do him too much at this point. Does look like he's going to play that goat to go to 2. See what Heath does here. He's going to quest. I'm going to bounce. Yep. Bounce that rabbit. Draw the card. And I think he can even play that rabbit again.
Definitely could.
And he does.
Yep.
Man, I think I've seen this play once or
Yeah.
twice. And he can also sing with Rabbit.
Looks like he does have a friends.
He does
look
have a
like.
friends. Looks like he's
gonna
gonna have
sing with
Maui
Maui.
have him sing. It's very smart.
Makes sense.
Like use out of him.
Oh, you can have everybody else questing.
Yep. Quest for 3, go to 18.
And I
Play.
think a brawl to get Minnie Mouse out.
And he would basically have to clear this board at this point for Brooks to win because Heath does have a lethal on board.
Yes.
So,
Hey, there's that
playing
Lorc.
the Lyle. I don't know if I'm pretty sure that's. I'm not an expert, but I think it's a little bit.
Pretty well.
A little late to the game. But we'll see what happens here. Okay. So we're going to throw the rabbit
Into the crab.
into the crab.
Which the crab, when he leaves, he does give Challenger +3, I believe,
Yes.
to anybody. But that only matters if you're initiating the challenge, so doubt that will matter this turn. But he did lose his lore
Yes.
because he banished the rabbit.
Yep. So Lyle, because a card, a character was banished, it does trigger that. He's at 17, but Heath still has lethal on board with 5 lore. 3 of his characters being readied, which means that Brooks would have to remove them without challenging them. Does have friends, looks like Big Ursula. We do have that kit in there as well, I believe. And also crab, possibly.
Looks like a crab. Looks like he does have the Emerald Chromicon, looks like. Which will not do him any favors right now.
Yes, especially since that only works on your opponent's turn.
Right.
Yes, and he does play Emerald Chromicon.
Oh, that could be a real... Obviously, probably not at this point in the game, but the Chromicon and Lyle together could be a real problem.
A whammy, double whammy. So it does look like he used Goat to banish, to challenge into the snake, which means that the Goat was banished, making Heath lose a lore. So he is at 16. He still has lethal on board. He's just going to ink. Yep. And scoop it up and go to game 3.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Here we go. Game 3.
And with this also means that Brooks will get to go first. So, since he lost that match.
Yes.
So, I think that's a really big advantage for Brooks, being able to be on the play versus on the draw against Ruby Amethyst.
Yes.
I don't know what his perfect curve would be, but I'm assuming that I don't see too many 1-drops on for Brooks over here. Just that Clarabelle looks like.
Is that really the only one he's running? I guess so.
Yeah. A lot of 2 and 3 drops.
Right.
For sure. Yeah.
That's bold.
It is a strategy. I mean,
it's clearly working for him.
It clearly is working for him. So, obviously, something's good with it.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. I would like to know how the other matches are going. Kind of excited for that. I don't even know who.
Very interested in seeing who won between Dak and Isaac.
Yeah. We'll ask the team if they can let us know.
Our man on the floor.
Yeah, our man on the floor, since we're trapped over here. So we'll see. Heath is gonna keep 3, looks like.
And toss him back. 2 castles? Or was it a castle and library? Is he running library? No.
Heath is running library.
Brooks, sorry.
Brooks.
I don't think he is
not running library.
Okay, so there's 2 castles that he tossed back. At least on the stream, at least for me, castle and library look very similar.
Similar, but not identical, for sure.
Well, yes, they are very different cards, but
yeah, but for sure, it's.
I'm not very good at looking at cards. I can't read.
Yeah, for sure, man. It does look very similar. I'm just giving you crap.
Thank you for patronizing me on stream.
You're welcome. Man.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm positive and sarcastic.
Exactly.
What can I say?
That's perfect combination.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like over in Heath, he's got Maui already in his hand. Which I mean, we were talking earlier about Ruby Amethyst being the boogeyman.
Yes.
Maui, since set 1, is pretty unanswerable.
Yeah.
All right. And we got Clarabelle kicking us off.
Yes. Does look.
So that was a library.
That was a library. Look
okay.
at you. Man.
Hey.
See, you got it.
See?
Man.
See what happens when I pay attention?
Magic.
No, this is Lorcana.
Oh, sorry. Gets confusing.
Right.
All right.
Looks like he's going to ink Ursula and then snake back Clarabelle.
Mm-hmm. Passing it over to Heath. So
which I guess you'd want to keep her readied for the shift. It's not like Heath's running a lot of items to pull back Clarabelle for.
Yeah, but you definitely want that snake on there just to,
right.
threaten anything that comes on the board.
Like another snake.
Yeah. So here we can. Looks like he has 2 friends in his hands.
Is that a fox, I think?
Clarabelle, the 1-drop Clarabelle that he sent back.
That is a fox.
And he has Lyle.
Lyle Rourke?
It is.
Yeah, that Ruby Amethyst, if you're having fun with it, it's a real fun deck.
Yes. It's a good deck.
Yes.
It's fun and good if you are into... I mean, it's a good deck to win. It's consistent.
Right.
For sure.
Looks like he brought out Lyle to give Reckless to Madame Mim. But I don't think he's going to quest with his Mim.
Okay. So he does give it Reckless. So it won't be able to quest this turn. Right. Since it does have Reckless. So he's going to ink the Trinabog's followers, play that Sisu. And I'm not quite sure what Heath has all in his hand either.
Looks like Brooks just pulled a castle. He's going to sing friends with Lyle. So we don't talk about. No, is a Chromacon and a fox is what he.
So he's gonna bounce that Lyle back so that it does not get taken out. Ink the we don't talk about Bruno.
Yep.
And passing. Yeah, Oklahoma peeps, you can definitely always make it up here to these events. I'll be trying to have the 1Ks on a quarterly thing. Maybe
So
even
about
starting a
once a
little
set?
Yeah, about once a quarter, so every 3 months a set comes out. I think. Does it come out? It comes out about every 3 months as well. Yeah.
Yep.
So in between. Looks like he did play a rabbit, and he's going to go ahead and quest. All right, we'll see what Brooks does over here. At this point, you don't want it to get too crazy, so I'm drawing more cards possibly, but then at that point you also make that Sisu that much larger.
We're inking Mother Gothel. I almost forgot about her.
Yeah. And just from the floor, it looks like Isaac lost to Deck. So right now, on the other match, it is a mirror match.
So he got Lyle out, and it looks like
took out Snake.
Banished the Snake,
so
which causes Heath to lose a lore. Are we marking cards?
I think he's just, maybe there's something on it and he's taking it off.
Yeah.
I don't think he's marking his cards.
No.
For sure. That is funny. All right. So, Rabbit, bounce. Are we going to play Rabbit? Nope, we don't have enough to play it again.
We do have a brawl.
We do have a brawl. And he does brawl the Lyle. I think that's a good play.
Definitely.
Get that thing out, you know. Obviously, the lore is pretty much even now again.
Yep. Here comes Castle, and he's going to move Bonsai onto it. So that'll start getting him some extra cards as long as it stays out there.
Yes. And then he is going to quest with Bonsai, gaining him 2 lore.
Mm-hmm.
Lorcana cards are standard size, so just regular size. Just like any other. TCG for the most part. Looks like we have 5 ink available. We do have
so
Maui in hand. Because you could take Maui and Snake into the castle to take it out.
Instead, looks like we're going to Rabbit to draw a Friends. I think is what he just pulled off of that.
Yeah, it does look like a Friends. Take out the Bonsai.
Which, at the very least, stops that extra card draw.
Yes, it does indeed. Okay, so it looks like Brooks gains his 2 lore from Castle.
Just going to play Friends.
Yep. Drawing 2 cards that I do not know.
2 something.
Possibly Kit, which he inks.
Just going to ink Kit. All right.
Play Bonsai,
offensive,
move Bonsai
but all right.
to the castle.
Hey, that looks familiar.
Yeah. Bonsai! Here again. So let's see what he does. He is going to sing Friends with Rabbit to draw 2. Looks like he drew another Maui, possibly. If I see that correctly. It's going to bounce.
Fox the Rabbit back. It looks like he pulled another Fox off of that.
He's going to play Crab. Give Fox the +3 challenger so that he can take out the castle.
What's the castle? Doesn't it have 8?
Castle has 7.
It has
Library
7. Okay.
has 8.
Library has 8. Okay.
Yes.
Never mind.
Similar.
I was exactly. See? Okay. Hey,
Yes.
there's that Clarabelle.
Clarabelle comes down. It looks like Brooks is at the end of his turn. Will draw however many cards Heath had, which looked to be about 5.
And it just draws up to where you're matching hand size, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And it doesn't trigger again. So let's say your opponent had Diablo. They would draw. You don't get to draw more off of Clarabelle.
Good. That would be a real problem.
The endless cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a May draw ability. So if you are on the brink of running out of cards, you don't have to draw. So looks like we are playing more rabbits. We're in a quest. We now have 8 ink on Heath's side, passing over to Brooks. Having that Clarabelle and Bonsai on the board.
Oh, excuse me.
You are excused.
Thank you.
And then...
All
I'm going to see what we're going to play
to 7
here.
there with Brooks.
Has not ink for turn, so he can still ink to go to 8.
He's got that big Ursula. He's got a castle.
Looks like a Clarabelle.
Looks like a little Clarabelle.
Yeah. And a You're Welcome.
He's got Kit.
Yeah.
I think.
Could he play Kit? Could this be the turn?
Probably not.
I don't think there's anything you want to bounce on each side. We are going to play the Ursula.
Let's take a look at that hand. Hey, that gets rid of a Be Prepared.
Be Prep out. Looks like 2 foxes, a Brawl, a Sisu, and a Maui. Looks like we're going to play that Emerald Chromacon. We have seen that card before.
Which is smart, knowing you've got foxes and Mauis coming your way.
Yes.
Very, very good move getting that Chromacon out there.
Yes. And then it looks like we're playing the 1-drop Clarabelle.
Now, I'm not sure who you'd want to bounce, because on the other side, you're either giving them cards or Challenger, but...
You can always bounce.
You could bounce yourself.
Your own cards as well.
Right.
Yes. So looks like he's gonna quest with Bonsai, go to Instep, and draw up to as many cards as Heath has, and passing his turn. Looks like Heath drew. I can't tell what that other card is. Is it Castle or a Library? I think.
It's one of them.
So it looks like Bonsai gets eliminated. He's going to send Fox back to his hand.
And he did just draw a B Prep off of that rabbit going out of play.
Yes. Oh.
Which could be a real problem. Looks like he's also got a Brawl in hand.
Yes, it does look like he has a Brawl in hand. I think he's deciding whether he's going to quest and what he's going to play. So if you play B Prep right here, you're at, looks like 8 ink. Right? So, no, 9 ink. He's going to Brawl that. He's going to bounce Crab since his Ursula got banished.
So he quested with the rabbit, and then he's going to fox it back to draw a card. And it looks like he pulled another rabbit.
Rabbits on rabbits on rabbits.
If you find one, you know there's more.
It's true. It's true.
Seems to be the case.
That is the case. At least as far as we have seen.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody playing with just a one of rabbit.
So
Let's
Ursula
take another look.
just
Hey!
took that B prep. Wow.
So we got Maui,
What?
2 rabbits, a crab, a fox, and a castle, looks like.
Man, that was a little bit rough on Heath, because that,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, would have been the play, is to play B prep next.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 2 B preps that Ursula has taken
Yeah, that's...
this game. Alright, so Brooks does have, looks like 6 ink available still after playing that Ursula. And he's looking, just asking him once again to reveal. It's very nice of Heath to do that. Like I said, both of these players know each other very well, so. See what we're gonna ink. We're gonna ink that castle. Probably because he has those Mauis in his hand, so he knows that the castle won't live for very long
That's
at all.
fair. And dropping 2 Clarabelles and a goat.
Oh,
my goodness!
Right. Since he knows he doesn't have a B prep, I mean,
if there ever were a time for a B prep,
well, you're gonna dump your hand, and then at his end step, he's gonna get to draw back up to however many cards Heath has. So it is a very good play to just dump your hand, draw some more. Because if he does draw that B prep, you still have 6 cards in your hand.
Right.
So that's rough, though. He just played the Ursa. He tried to...
Yep, can't quest with her.
So go to 9. They're just discussing when that little Ursula was played. I believe she was played this turn, so she wouldn't be able to quest. And going to his end step, he will draw...
Looks like he's got another big... 2 more big Clarabelles.
Yeah, he drew 5 cards. Looks like he had 6 cards in his hand. Alright. Goat singing friends. You really do want to get a B prep at this time. It does not look like he drew the B prep.
It does not appear to be. Looks like he pulled 2 Turnabout followers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It looks like Brooks has 7 ink or 7 lore on the board right now.
And I've got a feeling he's about to shift that Ursula.
Shift the Ursula, yep. That way he can...
Say, because she'll quest for 3, isn't it?
Yes, that is a 3 quester. And depending on if he has enough, he can even shift into the little Clarabelles too. So he has 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ink. Is that correct?
I think so. Yeah.
So he has a possibility of double shifting the big ones. So let's see what Heath does. He's quested. Looks like we're probably going to do some bounce shenanigans.
He's going to fox that Sisu back. And then is he going to run the fox into something?
Taking that Clarabelle. That Clarabelle is going to bounce.
Okay.
Off of Emerald Chromicon, the other fox. And then
he's going to get 2 of those
Sisu.
Sisus out. Goodness.
Then we're going to ink crab and play followers. All right, let's see if Brooks.
Yeah. Let's see what he does.
Man, they're not playing that B prep for Heath that turn right before Brooks drew into that Ursula or played that Ursula. That's rough. I think the game would have been slightly different. So he's counting his ink. He has it separated in 2 different piles, one of 5, one of 4. I think he's deciding if he's going to shift both or not both. I think at this point you would just shift into the little Ursula and keep that other big Clarabelle in your hand. Quest.
Right. I don't think you'd want a second big Clarabelle out there necessarily. My question is, and I was trying to look at his hand to see if he had anything to bounce back the little Ursula, because I'd almost rather, if possible, to pull it back and try and play it again to make sure they don't have Be Prepared.
Okay, but looks like he's gonna play.
Do Cricky.
Okay, Cricky.
Give everybody extra strength.
Yep, +3. Take out that fox with the little Clarabelle. And then he does not bounce anything since Emerald Chromicon only works during your opponent's turn. We're going to see what he does from here. If he still can ink for turn. And obviously he has 2 big Sisus, so with the cards he has in hand, those little Sisus, I mean, are going to be able to take out anything that is turned sideways.
Ink the big Clarabelle to shift into big Ursula.
So the big Ursula is going to quest for 3 and is going to exert Sisu. And then little Clarabelle is going to take out that Sisu because it has +3 due to the Cricket.
It looks like he's questing with the goat as well.
Yes.
As big Clarabelle.
Yeah. So now end step, and it looks like he's drawing the 1 card that he does not have. Very well done.
And he's definitely got enough on board.
Yes, so Brooks is showing lethal on board, which just means that he would get to 20 if nothing is done about his board. So it looks like Turnbox Followers is questing and then banishing to draw the card. Heath has
Snake. He's got.
He does have, looks like 10 ink available. Alright, we're separating them. Probably playing the Maui. Maui does take care of the Clarabelle if he does run into it. It would also be banished. Thanks for the follow.
So the problem is he's at 15. Cricky quests for 3, I believe.
I don't know what that was. Cricky does quest for 3. And
Cricky quest for 3.
Ursula. Evasive.
Does it also evade? Good lord.
Is Cricky evasive? I may be wrong.
I
think I'm wrong. I don't believe so. Now that I said that out loud.
So Cricky quests for 3. Ursula quests for 3. No, he's not. Okay.
He's not. When you play this character, your other characters get +3 strength this turn.
So you've got to get rid of both of them.
So 15. Yeah, you got to get rid of just about everything.
Right. Yeah, he's at 15, so you've got to...
is going... Because you can quest with goat, bounce goat.
Yep.
So then if he has 3 more lore available, he'll get to that 20.
Right.
Ooh. Let's see if Heath can pull it off. He's obviously thinking through his plays completely, which is perfectly fine. These are untimed rounds, so he's not in any rush at this point.
So we're going to ink that brawl. Especially with the Chromicon, if you're Heath, you got to be worried about that, because it might...
And if you banish anything, it's going to bounce it back to your hand.
Well, possibly. If it were me and I'm Brooks in this situation, no matter who you're banishing, I'm Chromiconing to send that goat back.
Ooh.
Because that's a lore on the return, and you've definitely got enough ink to play him again.
Yes. Good point. Good point. And then if you can double bounce him.
Right.
Game. GG's. Ooh, man. This is tough. I don't... Heath has...
I'm trying to remember how many cards Brooks has.
It looks like 5. He has a 5 on top of his cards.
Fair enough.
Typically that is how players will show how many cards they have in their hand.
That makes sense. So, Clarabelle has 4, doesn't she?
Clarabelle has... What do you mean?
Her body.
She's a 5/6.
She's a 5/6. Okay. So Sisu can't take out Ursula on her own, but she could take out Clarabelle. He's going to play the rabbit to draw a card.
You would need to have gotten Be Prepared on that.
Right. I think that's what he was hoping for. Yeah. I'll say, which Be Prepared obviously bypasses the Chromicon.
Yeah, because everything would be banished, so there would be nothing to bounce with the Chromicon.
Right.
So it does look like Sisu is going to...
And he's pulling back that goat.
And he is bouncing the goat, going to 16, which is exactly what you said that what you would do.
Yep.
So, very nice.
But now he's got... I mean, he's still got lethal on board, unfortunately. You've got to answer that Ursula.
Ursula has to go away.
And
even
then,
without,
knowing
you have to take both of them out.
We're able to see Brooks has a goat and a snake, so...
Regardless, unless you clear the board, you're going to quest for 3 with either Ursula or Creaky.
Right.
And play the goat.
Yep.
To take you out.
Exactly, yeah. He can't Maui her either, because she's got 7.
Yeah, I don't think there's an out for Heath that... obviously, beyond Be Prepared, which he did not draw.
Right. Yep.
And that is
there it
game,
is.
guys. Brooks is going to move into the finals.
Yeah.
So, very nicely done.
2.
Man, that was a good match.
I think you had started to say earlier who won between the other match?
Yes. I was, word on the street is that Isaac lost to Dak.
Okay.
So then Dak and Gabe were playing in the other top 4 match.
Oh, that's that
So,
Ruby Amethyst
Ruby
mirror.
Amethyst Mirror. Last I heard, it looks like Gabe won game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Dak won game 2.
So they're going to 3 as well.
So now they're going into game 3. Which means that Gabe would have gone first on this game 3. So
okay.
yes.
Yep.
Gabe would be on the play. Dak would be on the draw.
So we're definitely looking at another Amethyst Emerald Ruby Amethyst matchup.
Yes, man, back to back to back. Let's see if Brooks can take it, or if Ruby Amethyst is going to win another event.
You know which deck I'm rooting for.
I do know what deck you're rooting for. You for sure. All right.
Hello.
What's up?
Come on in. Take a seat.
Yeah.
So are you stepping out, Jesse?
I'm sorry?
You stepping out? You staying up?
No, I'll stay up.
Okay.
So let's see here.
Hello. Welcome.
Yes, welcome, for sure. This is always interesting.
Kind of nice to be in the finals.
Yeah, for sure. Here, we'll get
That was a
at least somebody.
heck of a game.
That was a game.
Yeah.
You saw the game 1 where I think it was game 1 when I picked up the double Ursula to to keep her alive instead of like letting her die. That was, I don't know what you guys thought about that play or not, but that was definitely I don't know, it was a questionable play, I guess, in my opinion, but I thought it was my only real out was to pick it up and then like hit the be prepared with if you had to be prepared with the Ursula.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw.
I thought I had 3 turns, so.
Because that's the one where you whiffed, right? The Ursula's.
Yeah, whiffed with Ursula
Because
twice.
it was like, oh no.
Yeah. And that's what
Obviously,
I told
we can
Heath.
see.
I'm like, oh, it's so rough when I keep whiffing. Like,
Yeah, we saw that. We were like, oh, if only he knew what we knew.
yeah, and like that's my favorite card right now in set 5 with the set 5 meta currently. That's like I just can't break off of that card because like I know so many people are on Steel Songs. Like our meta didn't show that as much today, but I know the big guys really like Steel Songs, and so I mean it's a really good deck. So
I mean,
that Ursula is huge.
We did have 6 Steel Songs.
Oh, we did.
Yes.
So I didn't face them, but they just dodged
did
me all day.
not convert into.
Well, like I said, it's the boogeyman. Like everybody knows
knew
that's
you
the
were
best
prepared
deck.
for
Yeah,
it,
that's
so.
the best deck, and so you have to at least have a game plan going into it, and it's not like play my thing that gets killed by let the storm rage on after Cinderella stings. You know,
Yeah, for sure. So obviously, how do you feel playing into Ruby Amethyst?
All right, so here's where I'm kind of at in the meta. So Ruby Amethyst and Green Purple, in my opinion, are the 2 best decks to beat Steel Songs and to beat Red Blue. But I don't want to play Red Purple Mirrors all day. So for me, like Clarabelle breaks it's a purple mirror match, right? So it's just like what color do you want as the other color? And for me, Clarabelle is actually better than what the red, in my opinion at least, and than what the red is offering currently. Now, Flynn, Sisu, Castle line from them is like can be really tough sometimes, but at least you have the Bonsai. The Bonsai is really a nice out to breaking up the Flynn. I mean, you saw in game 2 that Flynn gained a few lore, and that definitely hurts when Flynn gains 3, 6, 9. I mean, Flynn gains 9, it's almost over, but if you gain 6, you can still kind of win 3.
Well, and it seemed like in game 2 you didn't have many things to take
I didn't really act. I wasn't very well reactive in game 2. I mean, I really don't mind the deck on the draw. I was actually telling Uriah earlier that I like playing Steel Songs on the draw because I'm not playing anything on turn 1 anyway. So if they like Cindy and then pass, like now on turn 2 I can play my Ursula. And it's gonna always hit on turn 2 if they send it on 1 and you're on the draw. I mean,
yes, you're gonna get something. For sure.
Because
it looks like you're only playing 4 1-drops, just the Clarabelle.
Yeah, just the Clarabelle. So like a lot of other people on green, purple are on like the 0-2 Rafiki and like maybe Cogsworth, like 2-2 split or something. But like for me, they just don't do enough. Like here's my opinion. Like going into Vegas next weekend, I'm being real disrespectful to the aggro deck because nobody's playing it. Like. I'm not saying it's not good, but like, why am I playing cards that are beating a deck that's not even here? You know, I mean, literally out of our event, nobody had it, right? No.
I don't think.
I mean, that's not something I just dodged all day.
There
right?
might have been. I saw a Amber Amethyst deck
We
That
might have
might
had
have
one
been that
hyper
hyper
aggro.
aggro.
So
Yes.
yeah, so for me it's
But-
like 1 out of 20. Like I'll take my odds, and
Right.
like if they owe to me, they owe to me. Like,
Yes.
but I'm now better against all the other decks because I'm just saying, yeah,
Hey.
that deck's not in the field anymore.
Right.
I mean, in my opinion, like I mean,
I think it was definitely early on in the meta. It's obviously made.
and it's still a good deck. But the problem is like red blue has to play like 3 or 4 the 3-drop Sisus. Well, when they start putting in those kind of cards to counter it, well then it becomes like a lot worse deck. But now the red blue is worse against other decks that don't have 1 casting cost, or like
Yes.
like Bonsai or whatever. He can't even die to a Sisu and an ice block. Like you have to have double ice block to get a Bonsai off of the Sisu. So that's kind of where I'm adapting to, is like going a little bit towards the aggro, or off of the aggro decks. Just like if I lose to the aggro deck, I lose to the aggro deck, because in my opinion, it's such a small percentage of the field now. You're not even going to play it. So like, and if you do, you do.
If you're still willing to play that,
Yeah,
have a win.
Yeah,
have a win.
You,
Why not?
You beat me if you play.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking is like, and as the later rounds go on, other people with steel songs and the blue red deck are going to knock that deck out. So
Right.
as long as I like going into Vegas next week, as long as I dodge it for the first 1 or 2 rounds and do well the first 1 or 2 rounds, I don't feel like I'm going to even see it eventually. Like even as the
Even
later
at the
round.
top, yeah.
Yeah, as long as you stay towards the top, I don't think that deck's going to be an issue. Now, if I go in there and get like O2'd by aggro, now I might just like run into a stream of them or something, right? And like that could be real awful. But like for me, it's just the percentage game, and I'll at this point I'll just cut all my 1 drops and take the percentage and be better versus steel songs, be better versus blue red, be better versus purple red, and I'm just I'm literally just dead to aggro. Like if you play first and you turn 1 Daisy Duck me, I'm just like, oh, okay, like.
We're gonna play this game.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough game for me, because like I can't even like counter with like Cursed Mirrorful to like try to race you or anything. Like my best play now is like Bonsai on turn 2, and I'm just like, oh, whatever.
Well, and then you're gonna have to.
Well, I'm gonna have to pick up the Bonsai. I'm gonna have to pick it up with the Fox in order to kill the Daisy on turn 2 or turn 3 after they got 4 off of it.
So they already got
a bunch.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm being real disrespectful to the deck by not playing the 1 drops. I mean, you really have to have Cogsworth or Rafiki in order to really handle Daisy very well. But
for
I don't know. I just felt like it's not a deck. Like, I mean, it's still a deck. Don't get me wrong. It's still a really good deck. But like, it's not a deck that the good players gravitate towards. Like, I play Magic, and like a lot of Magic players won't play mono red, even when it's the best deck in the format. And I feel like this is the same type of thing. It's like it's not cool to win that way. So like even a lot of the best players won't play the aggro deck, and just get you
aggro
sideways,
either wins by turn 4, turn 5, or doesn't win at all.
Yeah, and so that's what's frustrating. When you're a good player, you want to take the like odds into your own hand, so you don't play it, right? So that's kind of where I'm at. Is like, I'm assuming most of the good players are just not going to play it, and then I'll just try to counter everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, Steel Song is
Well,
probably
that's
going to
that
be
ego
huge.
talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure. So obviously you're going to Vegas. So what's the goal for?
I mean, honestly, so I got 225 at Texas. I was 1 win away from Let It Go, 2 wins away from top 64. If I can do better than I did in Texas, then I'll be happy. I mean, Let It Go would be sweet. Top 64 would make my day. I mean, make my weekend. Shoot, just getting down there and getting the 30 points and getting a Rapunzel doesn't suck. I mean, it's still a nice come out, and just enjoy the weekend. I mean, my goal is the top 64. Obviously, I think that's a lot of players' goals, but not to speak with my ego, but I'm confident in my playing ability. I mean, I do pretty good locally. I haven't done as well, obviously, in Texas, but that was my first DCL challenge. And I feel like if you watch some of the other guys that have been to a lot of them, kind of did worse at their first one, but then they've kind of gotten better as you've kind of gotten a feel for it. The 2-game format is kind of
it's different.
It's different. Like, that was my first time experiencing it, and so like even that, I went 3-0-6. So literally like just like didn't get O2'd all day. So coming from a best of 3 player, it just feels awful that I never had a chance to like finish my
6
games.
of those games. Yeah, for sure.
But I did play bad a couple times, and so there were 2 games that I probably could have won and gotten top 64 out of just played consistently and played right. So I gotta take a lot of my own responsibility too for making mistakes. But 2-game format's not my favorite.
Makes sense. I mean, 2-game format is here for at least
for
foreseeable,
the rest of the season.
Foreseeable future.
I'm hoping they'll make an adaptation. I hope they bring sealed for challenges next season. Like, 'cause it's boring when you watch Toronto, and like everybody else is like, I'm on set 5. But then the DLC is set 4, and it's like, well, why didn't we just play set 5 sealed? like then that breaks up the who doesn't have cards, who does have cards, but we also get to showcase the new set.
Yeah,
That's kind of how I'm hoping they go.
We don't know how Continentals or World is going to be played, so it might be more of something they do in there, where
They seem to be caught up on product printing though, so I mean, I think that they could handle product out of DLC now that they kind of caught up on it. So
yeah,
I'm just looking forward to the future of the game. I think next year they'll probably announce even more. I mean, seeing how popular these were and how they maxed out within 30 seconds sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Have to have luck to get a ticket.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, getting into so I got into Seattle, but I wasn't in Vegas. I was on the wait list for Vegas, and then like the day after the Seattle tickets on sale, my Vegas ticket opened up, and I felt like I won Vegas already just getting into the damn event, because I've had my plane ticket booked and my hotel booked for months before they even went on sale, because I found it like super cheap, and so I was just like, I'm booking this. And then I didn't get like selected, for the first round, and I was pretty disappointed. But then once I got, like I said, I feel like I'm playing with house money just because I'm even in the tournament. So
for sure, man. Well, you'll be in the finals, so obviously that you're going to be playing Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah. So there was only 4 of them today in the whole tournament, and all 4 top 8.
All 4, 100% conversion.
It's nice to knock back to back of them off, though. But that's where I feel like it's better than playing a mirror match, when you switch it up, when you play the green over the red, because it just gives you a little bit more of an advantage in that match. And everybody writes off red purple every set, it seems like, and the dang thing just keeps coming back.
Yes, the boogeyman of
it's just got such good incremental advantage. Like there's just so many, like nothing blows you away in the deck. I mean, when you look at it, you're like, yeah, this card's good, this card's good. But when they just get a little bit better, and they just slowly grind you out, that's really where
it's just consistent.
Y'all saw my game 3. You saw how many cards Clarabelle drew.
Oh man, it was ridiculous.
At least 11. I think she drew 13 or 15, but she drew at least 11. Yeah, that was.
Well, you could just dump your hand and then
every time, and he can't, because he's got all these cards that bounces stuff, and then when I got the Chromaton in play too, and I bounce your Fox.
Yes.
Now you got to bounce something else to bounce your something else, and it's so
we definitely saw that.
It adds up. You kind of can put red purple into like a whole. I played 2 Chromatons today. I don't know if going forward I'll play 2. I'll probably just cut it to 1.
Yeah,
but there are some times where you just jam a Chromaton and it's lights out. I mean, there's just not much they can really do about it in that situation.
So you feel pretty good overall about your list?
I think I want more Elsa, the Fifth Spirits. She was really good today. I wasn't expecting many people to play Diablo. I was kind of off Diablo myself, so I was assuming other people were off Diablo. I faced 2 Diablo decks into my way on the Swiss. Luckily, I had Elsa, Fifth Spirit, right when I needed her every time, and so like it was great. But like I said, I got 2, so like. Maybe go to the 3rd one, just so we make sure we always have her right when we need her.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, because she's good.
Yeah, she is really good. And like even just tapping stuff down, even when you're not hitting evasive things, like even just tapping something down that they were trying to keep up, or something that, like a Flynn Rider, like even if you can tap down a Flynn Rider and then, I mean, Elsa can attack it and it still live, or like you can attack it with something else if you need to, or whatever. But just the ability to tap something down is really strong.
Yeah. Well, because then you can get rid of something that they were trying to protect.
Yeah,
either to shift into it,
or if you can get like say you have a snake in play and you can like get an aerial tapped and then attack the aerial before they could untap and sing world or something with it.
Well, and they're not expecting that play.
Not always.
Not always.
And they can't play around it. I mean, what are they gonna do? Leave their guy on tap? Well, here it goes. Tap it. I mean, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, so Elsa's Fifth Spirit has been really good for me, but other than that, I kind of like the list how it is. Cricky's kind of mid. I mean, it did some things in that game 3, but like it's mostly there for like the mirror match. Like in the mirror match, he's really strong. But like, that's probably like the weakest card in my opinion overall in the deck.
I mean, it does give you the ability to take out castles.
But you have the Merlin Crab to do that. Usually, you can put crab, like pick up a crab off the Fox and hit castles a lot. I did that against Scott in the top 8 match, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, that's how that works."
Yeah, so you played all.
That's what I'm saying.
Ruby,
I'll play all. I'll play all 3. Yeah, so I beat Ruby Amethyst top 8, beat Ruby Amethyst top 4, and then I'll play at the finals. So.
Man, well, best of luck, man, for sure.
For sure.
Hopefully, 3rd time. You know.
Yeah. Like I said, I like the matchup, so I won't complain about getting it a 3rd time. Like I said, it's like kind of like a mirror without getting a mirror, because I got Clarabelle's.
Right.
For sure, man. Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right.
Oh yes, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, it was a. It was not the hyper aggro deck. It was Brandon's puppies.
Puppies
was
deck.
that Amethyst Emerald or Amethyst Amber?
Okay, so there was no hyper aggro
None.
in our tournament at all. So I can see why Brooks planned for it not to be here.
Yeah, yeah.
His plan
turns out it was a good move.
He assessed the situation well.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I don't understand how songs work. So songs are interesting. They are. It's an action card, but it's a special type of action that you can either use your ink to play it, or you can use one of your characters that it uses their value to sing it, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
So a 3-cost character can sing a 3-cost song. So instead of using 3 ink, you just exert that character to sing it. In Steel Song, which is the
One
song
of the
deck,
yeah.
which is a huge part of the meta right now. Their characters, some of their characters, like say for example, One Drop Cinderella will say can sing is a singer 3, so that means it can sing 3-cost songs or less. So it just becomes a way for you to use all of your resources and not necessarily just your ink. Also, in Magic terms, your mana. But you don't have to use your ink just for the song. You can use your characters to sing those. And then you can play more things with your ink. So it's a way of using all of your resources in a way that you cannot in other ways. Actions cannot be are not songs. So all songs are actions, but not all actions are songs. So it's like the square rectangle conundrum thing. So actions you cannot tap a character to sing that because it's only an action. You have to use ink for actions that are not songs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. For example, like that, like Brawl
Yes.
is an action.
Yes.
But Be Prepared is a song.
Yes.
So
technically, in a Ruby Sapphire deck, Tamatoa can sing Be Prepared because it's an 8-cost character, and Be Prepared is a 7-cost song. So, you can play the, Be Prepared, sing the Be Prepared with Tamatoa, and then you still have all your ink to drop everything onto the board after that.
Yes.
So, hopefully that answered your question about how songs work.
Yeah.
If not, I don't really know how else to explain that. But let's see.
You do stuff, but then sometimes you do other stuff.
That's good.
Yeah,
I like
thanks.
that, man. I like that.
Thanks.
Very
I
good.
thought about being a teacher once.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, it did not work out.
But not a teacher.
I'm sorry?
Not a teacher.
No,
yet.
not a teacher. No. Turns out you have to go to school for that.
They do require that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So let's see. I don't know how I know that they were into game 3. But let's see if they're
Well, that's Brooks on the left there again. And looks like that is Gabe.
It does look like that is Gabe.
I'm pretty sure that's not Dak.
So let's see here. Let's get this updated. And it would be Gabe because he is going first. Gabe is
the 1
first.
seed.
Very good.
Okay, so we've already got, looks like Chernobog's followers out for Gabe and Clarabelle for Brooks.
And they are
And we
updating.
broke the lore counter. But he is going to quest and then banish Chernobog's followers to draw another card. And then he's going to play out that Olaf.
Here we go. All right. And then let's make sure we take off these sunflowers up the top there. Because no one has won the game.
Yeah.
All right. So
Let's
we're
take
going
a
to
look at that
Ursula.
hand. So no songs to be gotten rid of. But we do have, looks like there's 2 rabbits. And Elsa, the 5th spirit, a Sisu, and a goat. It looks like his hand. There. Fairly certain. Yeah, that's a 5th spirit Elsa.
That is, yes. That is the card that Brooks was just talking about.
Yeah.
Enjoying. That's a 5-drop.
It's a good card.
So no songs for him to hit on with that 2-drop Ursula.
Yep. And out comes Sisu.
So, ink, play the Sisu. Pass the turn. Alright. Looks like we have Clarabelle in hand. Cricky.
Looks like he's going to ink Cricky
And play that
to play Kit and send Olaf back.
Kit finally got
Hey.
played, man. Look at that.
That's right. It's the final round.
It's
So now
the final countdown. Alright.
we've got Rabbit coming out so we can draw another card.
It looks like a Sisu is what he drew
Let's
from
say
that rabbit.
Looks like.
And he's going to pass, not going to quest with that 3-drop Sisu he had in play. Kit's going to sing Friends. So Brooks is going to draw 2
off of
cards.
that. Looks like you got that. We don't talk about Bruno.
Which we are not going to talk about. 'Cause
Immediately
he's just
to the
going
ink. He's going to Rabbit for another card.
And we're just not going to quest around here.
Yeah. Looks like he might be debating questing before he passes.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. He already passed.
So, it looks like both Brooks and Gabe conceded game 1, followed by game 2. So each of them have a game 1. And they're just
so
doing a
this is
sudden
just
death match.
So, oh, wow. All right. We got ourselves a finals.
Yes. So technically game 1, but it is really game 3 of this.
Yeah.
It's kind of a twist.
Yeah. That's...
All right. So we're going into turn 5.
So Elsa's spirit came out. Looks like she took out Kit. With that.
Brooks is deciding what he's going to ink and how he's going to play. Elsa does have evasive.
Which, that 2-drop Ursula is only a 2 body, right?
The 2-drop Ursula is a...
Or is it a 1/3?
It's a 1/3.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So it's not able to take out that Sisu on its own. Looks like we have another 2-drop Ursula. No songs again.
Again.
That is rough.
We're going to ink the castle to play. There we go.
Yep, so ink the castle, play the crab, give Ursula the challenger, and take out that Sisu. They probably did it that way in order to just do 1 match and then be done.
Was it because we've been going for...
Yeah, we've been here for quite a while, so I'm sure that, you know...
This is... For
Sudden
the 2
death.
of them, it's round 8. So...
Yes. So let's see.
Probably just want to get home and get some food.
For sure. I believe we had 19 or 20 people. We had 5 rounds, so we had over 17.
I believe we started with 19 today.
Looks like we are going to play Elsa. We're going to tap that Clarabelle. Going to go into that Clarabelle.
Yep.
So now Gabe has 2 Elsas on the board. He's going to quest with that other Elsa to go to 2. He's going to pass that turn. All right. It looks like we have 6 ink, so turn 6. So like we said, Elsa is evasive. It's a 2/5. So neither one of Brooke's characters can challenge into it. It looks like we are going to play a castle
and move everybody there.
Yep. And pass. No one's going to quest. And because of the low strength of the characters on Gabe's side, not going to be able to kill it all at once. So.
Challenge with the rabbit into the castle, and then he snaked it back to draw a card.
Let's see, it looks like he has Medusa in hand, a Brawl. I always feel like if I do turn a little bit, I can see it. A Sisu. Looks like he might be inking that Sisu.
Yep. Three to brawl the Ursula.
Okay. And then an
We'll
Olaf.
send out an Olaf. Run that Elsa into the castle. Work towards getting rid of it.
So putting 4 damage total. But not enough to kill it that turn. So Brooks did earn the 2 lore off of that. Does draw for turn and would be able to draw for castle since that crab is on there. So we'll see what he does. Gabe does have 2 Elsas, an Olaf, and a snake on his side of the board, which is more than enough to take out that castle.
Oh, yes. So we're going to ink a Clarabelle and play a big Clarabelle.
Okay.
That's fans of that card. Let Brooks build his hand back up at the end of each turn.
Yep. So it looks like he did go to end of turn. He drew a card to match up with what Gabe had. So we'll see what Gabe does on this. Looks like the snake is going to take out that castle.
Finish off that castle.
Lady Medusa to take out the crab. Madame Medusa. I always call her Lady Medusa. Can't help it. I know that's not her name.
She's a lady.
She's a madam.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, so it looks like we're going to quest with all 3 of them. Go to 5, and he's going to pass his turn. This is interesting.
All right, looks like he's got some cards.
Yeah, it looks like a Clarabelle is in his hand. A rabbit.
I think I saw a rabbit in there.
Looks like he's going to use a Clarabelle
To challenge into the snake?
Okay. So 3 damage there. With it being exerted, if it stays that way, it'll very likely be banished next turn.
That's, yeah.
So we'll see what Brooks does, either to try to There's no way to bounce it. Well, bounce it and play it again. He does have 7 ink. He hasn't inked for turn. So we'll see what he ends up doing at this time.
Looks like we're going to play a goat just to get a lore.
Okay, going to
for
4.
an entering play.
And I don't know. Is that a bonsai?
Well, he's got a bonsai in hand, and then he's going to snake that goat right back.
Okay.
And ink it to play the bonsai.
Okay.
There we go.
And then he is going to go to the end of his turn, and he is going to draw. Looks like Gabe has 3 cards in hand, so he would draw another card. So he draws 1.
Looks like he's got a rabbit, he's got that Clarabelle, and he
friends.
pulled a friends.
Okay. Which is why he probably was okay with losing that Clarabelle, since he has 1 in hand. So whatever goes into that Clarabelle will be banished because she does have 5 strength. So we'll see if he plays what he plays.
Looks like we're going to send...
We're going to sing with...
Nope, we're going to quest with Elsa.
Okay.
Then we're going to snake her back.
Okay.
And I have a feeling she's about to be played again.
So play that.
To exert bonsai.
And then kill
and
the
go
bonsai.
into it.
Go into the bonsai. Looks like it.
Yep.
Madame Medusa is going to go into the Clarabelle.
There we go.
We're going to quest
and Elsa's
with that.
just going to quest.
Is he going to do anything
not
with
questing with Olaf?
It looks like he did not want to quest with Olaf. Maybe he wanted the snowman to live 1 more turn.
I guess.
Yeah. All right.
So we're going to get another Clarabelle out there.
Bazinga! She's back. And then he's going to ink the snake. He's going to go to end of turn, I think. He has 3 cards, so he'll get to draw a card off of the Clarabelle's ability.
Looks like he might have a Cricky in hand, I think.
For rabbit. Oh, he could bounce the Elsa. No, he's going to play another rabbit. 2 rabbits.
Looks like he drew a fox.
He's going to ink the fox.
We'll play Chernobyls.
That 7 characters on the board for Gabe. Quest for 2. Go to 9. Is he going to quest with anybody else?
Still not questing with Olaf.
Olaf is just chilling, man. Just chilling. Maybe if he quests, he would melt. He does not want him to quest.
Fair enough.
Ah.
Well, some lore is worth melting for.
That's true. Maybe he'll be the final lore.
Yeah,
you know?
that's what he's waiting for.
Yeah.
Is Olaf's gonna be Olaf's gonna be the finisher.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So we've got a rabbit in hand. We've got friends. I cannot tell what that green card is.
So it looks like
he's
we're
gonna play
going
friends.
Get a
hold a "You're welcome"
and something else. A red card. Not a red card.
Oh, is that the fancy Mother Gothel?
Oh,
looks like.
Perhaps.
It looked like her artwork. The one that looks kind of like Cher. We're gonna ink a fox and play Cricky. What is that other card? Yes.
Mother Gothel.
That looks like her. Yeah, that's her.
The 6
back
drop,
in there.
4/6.
He's gonna "You're welcome" the rabbit. It looks like.
So you're.
So that goes back into the deck.
So it goes back into the deck. So he'll put one. He'll put it back in the deck, shuffle it, draw 2 from your welcome, and then he's able to draw a card from Rabbit since it left play as well.
So, and that's what I was going to ask: do you draw off the rabbit before you shuffle?
So.
Or no? I guess you could pick because it's all in the bag together.
Well, the card would resolve first.
Which card?
The whatever.
The rabbit
action.
card.
The action. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Your welcome resolves before the rabbit does.
Yes.
We might be frozen.
Oh no. No. We are frozen. Let's see. Give us a minute, guys.
Okay.
This is quite a riveting finals.
Yeah.
We might not find out what happens.
Uh-oh. Yeah, so yes, something happened with our remote camera. We're trying to get it fixed as quickly as possible while also not disturbing the actual game. Yeah, this is what a time to have technical issues. We'll see what happens.
Trying to figure out what's going on. They are still playing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you.
We do appreciate it. Well, any feedback is always welcome. We haven't had any technical difficulties up to this moment in time.
I promise this was not intentional. It's not like we're doing that, what was it, the Tubi commercial from the Super Bowl last year?
Yeah, you'll have to remind me what that...
I think it was Tubi. One of them. They ran a commercial. It was a commercial during like the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl that the commercial started with footage from the Super Bowl and then pretended that the footage cut out. It was a real problem.
Oh, I do remember that.
Yes.
I think that was 2 years
ago. There was some definite shouting in the house that I was in. Not by me, mind you.
I do actually remember that because my whole group was like, what?
Yes, it was.
For sure.
Yeah.
Let me go check on that camera again.
Okay. Yep. And meanwhile, I'm not going to speculate on what they're doing game-wise. Hopefully we can get it. Hopefully we can get the camera back up and running before they're done. I assume what with the 2 decks, we'll be able to do that because these two both tend to take their time to build up. Oh, we are back. Okay. So it looks like we have out for Brooks. We've got, looks like, is that Lyle Tiberius Rourke? We've got that 6-drop Mother Gothel that we were just talking about. He just played another Ursula, so we can see Gabe's hand.
Okay, is it coming back?
It's coming back. It was back momentarily.
Maybe it's me.
And then it paused again. Meanwhile, for Gabe, all he's got out right now, as far as what we can see, is that Fox. Yes, Sag indeed. Oh, that's who you are. Okay. Is the camera getting hot? Quite possibly. So yeah, it has been on for... Goodness, we've been going for 7.5 hours now. I'll say, and I know they were testing it a little bit before we really started streaming. So, Yeah. Yeah, what a riveting end to the finals. We're hoping to get video back shortly. It looks like it was Gabe's turn. Looks like he was about to draw some more cards. Looks like Brooks, he just recently played 5 to 17. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what happened, but he definitely got rid of Gabe's Olaf, because that's not out anymore.
No, for some reason, it is not liking
Well,
us.
we're no longer frozen. So any step forward is a step up, right?
We do not know what happened to our... Let's see if we can... Yeah, guys, we apologize. For some reason, our...
They were asking, yeah, if the camera got hot or...
possibly got hot, maybe?
Right.
Maybe the camera was like, this is too riveting, and I cannot handle this stress anymore.
Yeah.
That makes me really sad.
Yeah.
The camera is still working, and the game is still going on. Last I saw, though, was Gabe had 14 lore and had two goats, and 2 other characters on the board. So he did have game on board, but Brooks had 5 characters on the board that could challenge into them.
Well, unfortunately, their interview camera is wired, so...
Yes, we have a wireless camera for the game match.
And at least personally, I don't want to carry a PC all the way out there.
But we do appreciate it.
I say, but yes, no, yes, thank you very much. I say.
Man, what a sad day.
Yeah.
I know they're still trying to work on the camera out there, but like we said, there's a possibility that it did get hot. Since it went from round to round to round.
Right.
We were hoping that between round 5 to top cut, we were going to be able to turn it off, but
give it a little bit of a break.
Yeah, it did not. We did not have that much time in between, which is fine
as
well. But for sure, we'll see. Well, guys, we'll definitely let you know who ends up winning. I do appreciate all the suggestions, including throwing it into the mini fridge.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
I think it's a really good idea, but it's not my camera, so.
For sure. That's funny. Well, guys, who do you think is going to win? Any thoughts? Jesse, who do you think ends up winning that game?
Who do I think is going to win, or like, want to.
I know who you want.
All right.
Who do you think is going to win?
I'm assuming that Gabe is going to finish it out. Especially, you said last you were out, he was 14 to something or other with 2 goats or 2 rabbits.
He did have 2 goats on the board.
2 goats out. It's hard for me to bet against the goat, personally. Especially, we know that he's got other from the bounce package. It looked like he had a fox on the board earlier. He may have something or other in hand. Again, bouncing that goats back and forth can really build up pretty quick.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Gabe probably does take this. I'm not. I think Brooks is a great player, but from the board that I saw,
right,
it did look like it was in Gabe's favor. But I do not count Brooks out quite yet because he is definitely very good at what he does.
Yes. Yes.
And yes,
purple will win.
Purple will win.
Hey, you know
correct.
what? You're right.
You are 50% correct. 50%, 100% correct. But it has been a lot of fun, guys. Regardless of it, we will interview the winner, even if it's a short interview, since I know they both will want to get out of here pretty quickly. But we will definitely get in touch with the winner of it. Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby.
Yeah. Player interview.
Yeah.
With the winner.
Yes.
Who
Let's see who won
Yeah.
because we don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, the camera went
we don't
out
know.
and we were unable to.
It went out on here because whatever his name was still watching it.
Nope, it's
we could not get it pulled back up.
Weird.
No, it's not on. There's no way it's on that he was watching it. We can't watch it.
Right.
Ruby Amethyst one. It was Gabe. He's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like we thought.
Yep.
Gabe did end up winning. We'll ask him how it went.
Yeah. There he is. All hail the conquering hero.
For sure. Well, Gabe, it's good to see you again.
Gabe, good seeing you again. Welcome back.
Him, if that's okay with you,
Yeah,
Jesse.
sure. Come on in. Take a seat.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Yeah. Let's get to where we can see you.
Should I go this way? There we go.
There we go. There we go. So we don't know. How did the game go?
Oh, did it cut out?
Yeah, it cut out on us.
No, the game went really great. He was expecting me to try to draw a bunch of cards with the rabbit, but I just kept it in my hand because he had a Clarabelle, right? He just wanted to sit on the Clarabelle and draw a bunch of cards, but I went down to 3 cards and just sort of played off the top of my deck, so he couldn't draw any cards. And then anytime he just sang Friends or whatever, I would go up to match him. So he never got any. Clarabelle was just like a vanilla card out there most of the time.
Yeah.
And got it done. Got past the early game, which you have to do against green purple.
Right.
And just started kill spell and everything.
Oh my goodness, yeah. That's negating that Clarabelle is big. Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to make them play again. Now that the camera, when we get the camera fixed. Yeah. Way to go. Way to go, Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, it was fun to play. Now I just need to figure out how to beat it. I want to learn to beat it rather than play it, but now I know how it works.
Yes. Yeah. Now you've got the inside view, right? Excellent. Yeah.
You got any more tournaments planned here? You think?
We'll have set champs coming up here pretty soon, which I believe all of those are throughout next month, throughout October.
Right.
They just told me. I believe here is October 19th. Chat, I know there's some of the locals in here. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But if I remember correctly, this Store Champs is October 19th. That's Saturday. I
Mr.
see.
Gorilla, thank you. I'm just checking out the chat. Thank you for that. Your money, you won all your money.
Yeah, we
I see they're
the,
betting on
the
me.
camera stopped, so we just I assume he's gonna win. But yeah, we've got Store Champs coming up, and I know there's a lot of talk of we are hoping to have bigger tournaments like this about every couple of months, about every
Once
quarter.
a set is a nice.
Right. Yeah. But
Awesome.
yeah. Yes.
Well, thank you so much for the interviews.
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you
It
for
was a
dropping by again.
Great shop. Tournament was ran flawlessly. So
Excellent. Thank you.
very good experience.
Good. Good. We're glad to hear it. Glad to
Thank you
hear
so
it.
much.
Yep. Absolutely. So that was Gabe, our champion, our winner, the big winner of the tournament today. I played with that Ruby Amethyst deck that won it all, beating out Amethyst Emerald in the finals. Yes. I'm not sure what else we have going on here. I did just hear confirmation. Yes, that October 19th will be the Store Champs here at One Drop. So if you're around, come play the set champs. We have a fun time here. Yep. I'm just waiting to hear what else we have going on.
All right, guys. So we're gonna do a quick interview with the head judge and our store owner. So
let me get out of your way.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Dale? Well, I don't know who's doing the interview. I don't know.
We're gonna be interviewing you guys.
Yeah.
You guys will both just be on the stream.
It looks like you go take that chair.
All right, I'll take this chair.
And then I got this one here. I'll just be in the background.
There you go.
All right.
So you get in there, babe.
Oh, great.
I
did. Is this on right now?
Yeah, this is
Oh,
on
okay.
right now.
So we're talking.
Hey, you're live.
Oh, great. That's even better.
Are we? Is this thing on? Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
All right, so Dale, thank you first off for hosting this event.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to. It was a great turnout.
Yeah,
Met a lot of people, so.
for sure. Anything that you felt went well, went bad, went improving? What's
On my side, no, I think everything went really well. Ken ran a really smooth event. I didn't get to watch as much as what I was wanting to. Store got a little bit busy, but did some really good sales, and so yeah, very, very happy. So
good? So I'm assuming we're gonna get the okay to maybe possibly run another event here in another quarter. Maybe.
Whenever you guys want to go ahead and start helping promote and get one out here, we definitely will.
No pressure.
No,
you are live.
We're on the stream.
That's why I can use it. Be like, hey man, you said yeah.
We're good as long as you guys want to help promote and everything else. Unfortunately, I just don't know much about the game anymore. I got jumped in when chapter 1 and chapter 2, and just kind of
Life took it.
yeah. Time got a little bit more scarce, and
Right.
but we want to get back into it. And like I said, it's a really fun game and everything else, and great people. So
Very good.
Yeah.
We do appreciate it, Dale. Thank you.
thank you so much, Ken.
Absolutely.
Very much
Yeah,
so.
thanks for joining us here.
Ken, you were the head judge?
I was the head judge. Yes.
Any parts of the tournament, good, bad, any hard judge calls or anything?
Any rule breakers you had to get real rough with?
So I had a total of 3 judge calls, or 4.
Mhm.
One of them was a player was playing with his sleeves opposite directions, so tops and bottoms mixed up. So I was asked to correct that. So I mean that was an easy fix.
Mhm.
Second one, a player looked at an extra card off of Develop the Brain.
Okay.
So we shuffled that one away, and then he
Mhm.
just remained with the 2 cards or whatever. And then the third one was Diablo exerted with a rabbit on the field. Be prepared. Does the person with the Diablo still draw the card?
And do they?
They do not. No.
They do not.
No, they do not, because the be prepared resolves, everything dies, then the rabbit lets you draw a card. So Diablo's not there to see the card being drawn.
That's correct. Very good.
So that was those were the
I disagree.
those are the three judge calls that I had that are most memorable. So
Yeah.
Everything
Fair enough.
everything ran pretty smoothly at this high level event. Usually players know what they're doing most of the time anyways. You just have to like minor like minor major,
Yeah.
But
more of mistakes than any real
yeah,
fun.
we don't make mistakes, we make happy accidents. That's a saying from Bob Ross.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
But
This will be a tree.
Yeah.
Yes.
A
bird.
Yeah, it was a
Another
really good
bird, because every bird needs a friend.
Yeah, it was really good. I was actually pretty shocked about the convergent rates of the decks. So that was pretty cool. There was 4 Ruby Amethyst that showed up. There was 4 Ruby Amethyst in top 8 cut. So I mean, that was that sort of stuff was all pretty interesting, but that's not my.
The Emerald Amethyst also was only 2, right?
That is correct. There was only 2.
And 100% of those also.
And those both made it. There was a 1 Steel Song in top 8 out of 6.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So, but overall, I think that everything ran pretty smooth from a judge aspect. But
yeah. Well, thank you guys for everything. We'll for sure. For those watching who are still watching, we'll definitely have more events coming your way for you guys to see.
Right.
Other than that, anything else before we sign off?
I'm good. Thank you guys so much for having us here.
All right, we'll see you guys later.
Thank you all.
See ya.